Month of June last month on a month-over-month basis, numbers coming out negative 0.1% here for June, negative 0.2 or 0.1 expected, 0.2 the actual. Month-over-month export prices, meanwhile, negative 0.9 versus a negative 0.1% reading. Fed's Goolsbee next up on the calendar this morning, coming through at 9:10. We'll get comments from Fed's Goolsbee. The big number, though, at 10 o'clock, University of Michigan sentiment. This can move the market if it does come out one way or the other, bigger or smaller than expected. Remember, there's a 5-year and 1-year inflation expectation number that comes along with this. 3% on the 5-year expected, 3.1% on the 1-year expected. All about bank earnings, meanwhile. This morning, we get JP Morgan, we get Wells Fargo, we get Citigroup. We'll talk those reports coming up. JP Morgan, pretty impressive right across the board, up about 2% at its highs here in the pre-market. UNH with earnings as well. There's more news or more headlines coming through on the ATVI deal as well. The British regulator saying that they're going to extend the deadline out to August as far as when they can actually look into this new deal that has come through for ATVI and Microsoft. So more question marks maybe around that deal. Coinbase back downside this morning. BTC back downside this morning, along with Ethereum after that huge run up following that court ruling midday yesterday on XRP. So maybe a little sell pressure to end off the week. Still a very positive week, though, right across the board for all three U.S. indexes. It's Friday, July 14th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Yeah, overall, kind of chopping around here. Basically, break even for both the NASDAQ and the S&P to kick things off. Banks in focus. We'll get more coming up next week with BAC, Goldman Sachs on deck. This morning, we get to look through JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, all higher right across the board. Bit of mixed reports for some of them, Citigroup specifically, but they are all higher in early trading, led by this one right now. JP Morgan up nicely. A huge beat for JPM. So we are officially back into earnings season again. Pretty light next week, but we will get into, I mean, I say pretty light, but Tesla and Netflix are coming through next week. We'll get into more of the big tech names in a couple of weeks. But more banks to come next week. Goldman Sachs, we get BAC, we get JPM, Wells Fargo, Citigroup. Today, you saw Max there quickly. It's Friday. Morning, guys.
What's up, Max?
Not so much, not so much.
Make sure my mic is on and everything. Everything is all good. Your mic is good too, so that's good to go. Yeah, banks today. Yeah, you know, we like banks, but we like tech names better.
Yeah.
So we'll be watching those for some of that. Nice to see JP Morgan above that 150, hitting that 153. That's going to be a great celebratory day there for anybody holding JP Morgan. We talked about some of that support down there at 125 back in the day for JP Morgan. That seems to be holding good, and up to the races or off to the races goes JP Morgan. We'll wait for some other banks to get going as well. Citigroup, Wells Fargo. Goldman Sachs should be an interesting one coming next week as well. But wow, I put out an early look there on Twitter about Microsoft. I just I got out of the car, was looking at that, and was like, what the hell? You're breaking above 350 or trying to get above that 350 mark. We took that 343 level out that we really liked.
Yeah.
And then NVIDIA, we wake up today, and what did we see? Did we see, am my eyes fooling me here?
Pre-market high.
Yeah, four. 268. What are you, a month ago now?
I can never say 4.
I know.
For the stock price. I can never say it.
I tweeted out the other day, Microsoft, like, great break at 243.
Yeah, it's always 2.
And then someone's like, bro, it's 343. And I was like, what? But yeah, 4. And the thing is like, I said this to you just 10 minutes ago. It's like, why in the world did I even sell any NVIDIA or Meta or Microsoft or Apple or any of these names on the way up? It's not like I'm putting my money to work anywhere else. I mean, it's just, these names are really just ripping up and I'm sitting there in cash. I mean, you can get 6 months at about 5.6% or something like that. So if you did feel like, I don't want to think everybody should just be sitting in cash in their account. I mean, if you do think that there's a big dip coming in at any point, then yeah, cash is great. But yeah, you can get yield everywhere right now. It seems like even the energy sector is starting to take off a little bit here. And of course, they're very strong. balance sheets for sure in that spot. So I don't know, energy's not as sexy as these big tech and ChatGPT and AI and Bard and the Chinese names going as well. And then Nikola. I mean, come on, man. You didn't buy Nikola at like 40 cents? Or whatever the low was, and now it's at 250 or something like that. So, yeah, these there's so much to trade out there. And you brought up Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla lagging.
Yeah, like what's up with that? I almost wore that exact same shirt. That would have been disastrous.
Well, I was gonna say, like, we both have the dark blue on.
I know.
Yesterday, I noticed
Brenda
we had the white shirts
Yes,
with
man,
blue
we're
patterns.
connecting, bro.
This
We're
is
connecting.
not planned.
No,
in
it's
any
not.
way.
No, but I have almost a shirt almost exactly like that. And I was looking at it today. I was like, you know what? I'll just throw on this one. A little more
would've been
cash,
bad.
whatever.
That would've
But
been bad.
yeah, no, but about Tesla, like I feel like they are one of those names that really continues to lag. I mean, they're not really lagging. I mean, when you're looking at Tesla here, you're still at these highs. Looks like it wants to break out. But on every name that, you know, Microsoft gone, Google yesterday gone, NVIDIA, I mean, all these names, Meta continues to go, Apple back to all-time highs again. So well, not really, but it's hovering around that 190. And this is kind of like Apple, I guess, just hovering around these levels. I mean, I can see why Apple keeps getting held down a little bit. You know, we wait for the big report, and they haven't really had too much news. They had that VR headset. We'll wait to see if that can settle itself out for a minute. But yeah, I'm just surprised that in all this talk, Tesla's still here. I thought it would have been one of the names that was off to the races. Like the fact that Tesla's sort of still at, like, it's right at June, like June 20th. So Tesla really hasn't gone anywhere in a month.
Yeah.
That's the point that I'm kind of getting at here. And I think that there's a lot more runway in this name as well. So we'll have to watch out for it. But here you go. The market's trying to turn red a little bit here. I put out the sticky note today. And for the first time in a long time, I want to talk about a few things here. I know we have Michael Noss. We're not in any rush, I don't think. And if we are, Brendan, let me know. But I wrote down here AMD 117 SS. I don't remember the last time we put a short sell anywhere. We got Microsoft. I only have 3 names. We're going to be looking at a lot more today. But Microsoft, Google, AMD, go find the notes that I wrote about them right here as well, at Trader TV Sean. But this is an interesting one, Max. I wanted people more. I want more. So here's me today. I got the Yeti. You see the Yeti was right there? I got that Yeti in my hand right there. Shout out to Yeti. And this is where I was talking about Microsoft earlier on in the day. And then it was this poll. So I want everybody, if Bears versus Bulls can put this in the chat, I'm going to put it in the chat right now. This is very interesting to me because I was questioning whether or not I wanted to put greater than 3 years. How long did it take you as a trader to get profitable? Comment if you still are not, you know, because I was like, okay, greater than 3 years. But to be honest with you, 50% right now, more still not even profitable. I mean, some of these comments that are coming out here have been great. I responded to so many of these comments, guys, last night. So if you did put it out, hopefully if you said something, I tried to respond to you yesterday. If you go back in there today, we'll do that as well. But it's just a lot of pattern recognition. I think that's what someone here, Francis, was talking about. Day Trade the World's up in here as well. But yeah, I was just really surprised by this. I didn't think less than a year was going to be reasonable as well. 12, 13, 14, 15% seems good for me. But then I sort of thought this would be a little more even. But yeah, go tell me what you guys are doing. 850 votes. We'll close it at the end of the day. 10,000 views. Let's get some more votes going on here, and let's just see where we wind up. I'm surprised that it's greater than 3 years is the winner there. I sort of thought it would be that middle number for you. Probably 1 to 3,
I mean,
right?
it depends. Now. Like, you know, I was profitable for a bit and then, you know, lost it all. And then, but like to be consistent, it's like probably
how long did it take you as a trader to get profitable? Yeah, so that would include all of the losses, burnt up accounts that you have. Then you try to add them together. And then if you add up all of that,
then you're finally
where
profitable.
are you now?
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of what I was getting at. Maybe I could have worded that a little bit better, but okay, yeah, let's see if we can get some more votes onto that one and see where we stand, and we'll look at that in a couple hours or so. But Brendan, let's go, man. We got Michael Noss today, I believe. We got some good, hey, what's up, Rob? We've got some good vibes feeling today with the market hovering around flat and some bank earnings coming out.
Yeah, Mr. Noss coming through here in a few minutes. Want to touch on crypto. Speaking of a area of the market that could be in for a little selling today. Downside across the board here. This is coin from yesterday. If you missed it, this landmark decision as this note suggests, a U.S. judge comes out and says XRP is not a security. Cue the explosion to the upside for all of these, including Coinbase, right through to 110. Before we get a bit of a gap to the downside this morning, we're back to 105 right now. But BTC downside, ETH downside this morning, all the equities under a little bit of pressure here as well. To be expected, though. I mean, 2% downside after this huge monster move yesterday.
Bitcoin here quickly. I mean, we do have Coinbase. That was a monster move up to that 110 at the close. It's like we knew that there was a big short interest in that name, of course, up to 26%. Wonder if we could check that today. I mean, I don't, again, they don't seem to be updated too frequently anyways on the short interest. But okay, here's 3 minutes chart here. I think this is the one that we want to look at. So yesterday we're getting going. Obviously, here's where the news happens right around midday. Just starts to go, right? And crypto, obviously, very volatile. Bitcoin, probably the least of the volatility of all of the names. We saw Ripple. I'm going to check out what's going on with it right now. But we saw XRP yesterday go up 78% at the high yesterday. So here's coin market cap is what I look at right now. Let's just refresh this and see what's happening right here, right now. So there's XRP up to 78 cents. It did have a much bigger move yesterday than maybe what it looks like. So let's go over to the 7 days and just have a big look there. So here it is right here, just cruising, not doing much, 47, 48 cents. Then the verdict comes out, not a security, booms. That's 11 o'clock, gets that rate up there, and we're starting to tick out to 81, 82 cents right now on this name, right? So, I mean, I think if you're in it, that's great. Let's go to a 1 year chart to see exactly what that move looks like. So there it is right there.
Oh.
You know, breaking out like monstrous. Even if you didn't have that bottom, maybe you had an order set for around these 50-cent levels here, and then you broke it to the high side. But there goes Ripple. I mean, if you go to the max, you know, you're going to have a lot higher than that. Like this was $3, $4, $5 at one point. So you could still get going up into there. That's what Ripple's doing. You know, big sort of high tide lifts all ships. So you're going to get big movements on a lot of these names, right? Cardano still holding good as well. Wow, 35 cents, so that's good. We've been buying that as a dip. And you could just see it's a nice movement here over the last couple of days. Could we fade now on that news? Probably. There are going to be a lot of traders out there that don't believe in crypto, and this is going to give them a great opportunity just to hit the stock and all these stocks, not just Coinbase, but also these non-securities to the downside again, right? So I don't know, play the momentum yesterday. I think that if you get Ripple back down to that like 60-cent level that we just sort of showed there where we had those tops, maybe that's a buy there. Unfortunately, on our platform, we don't have active crypto names like that. We can trade the Maras, the Coinbases, Hut 8, things like that. We were talking about Hut 8 yesterday and what that was doing. Like, wow, holy crap. This name was... I talked about this name. You could go find tweets about this on my account right now when we were talking about buying this thing at 150. So although it's great, it's up, it's 4x right now from that, 3x from that level. You know, you can get it, well, if it gets to 4, yeah, it's at 450 now. Okay, so down into there, great support. Again, some of these altcoins, you used a different terminology yesterday, as they start to go back to the upside, Hut 8 mines those, converts them into Bitcoin. So that's a good name there to watch out for. Mara, obviously, as well, yesterday in the space. Wow, up to $20. Like some of the moves that we've seen in these crypto space, I guess, with Mara being mining again. Great moves. Riot Blockchain's another one. But Coinbase is the one that has the big short and the big talk, right? BlackRock, Cathie Wood, all these big players in this, and Coinbase has really been a huge success. We had that JP Morgan downgrade yesterday. That didn't work out too well. And to be quite frankly, with everybody, kneel back Monday, 110 looks like a great level there again today to smash that through. If this gets going again, let's see if anybody wants to stand in the way of Coinbase today. They didn't yesterday. It kept going. Max, we both got out, or I think I got out, or maybe you reloaded
I got out
it.
as well.
Yeah, we both got out at $100 because we had our stops there. Then we noticed that, wait a second, it's going right back up. And Max and I smashed it again down here at 100, only to watch it go 10% in about 20 minutes straight up to the upside, up to that 108, where we wound up cashing out. That was a huge windfall at the end of the day for us off of that $100 level. So let's see if there's some support down there if it does get going one more time back to the downside. But let's just keep our eye on, look, these are literally 10-second charts that I have up here for both Bitcoin and Ethereum on the eSignal platform. 10-second charts here for Bitcoin and for Ethereum. So we're going to be watching out. If we see any dramatic moves in this one, then we'll be able to fly over to Coinbase and we're going to find out what's going on over there. So pretty active day again here for crypto, and it wouldn't surprise me if we do look at that 110 again.
Yeah, looking at that Ripple chart, that actually doesn't look so bad compared to a lot of the other altcoins, as we call them.
No. Well, they actually have a base case. I mean, that's why it was in there. It's used to transfer of money, Western Union and stuff like that. They're in with some companies.
All right.
So they actually, that's what crypto needs to be.
Yeah.
There needs to be a reason for people to, or a utility for these coins.
Yeah, because I mean, some of them are just pure speculation. I mean, Bitcoin is just pure speculation, but
like the Shiba Inu is a really cute dog. Yeah. But the thing is like, what's the utility there?
Weren't they trying to pretend that there was utility on that one at some point?
What was that word you said before? Pretend?
Yeah, pretend.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Until you can develop a use case for these names, and I think Dogecoin. I mean, Elon talks about it. He was accepting payment, I believe, at one point, both on Dogecoin and Bitcoin, I believe, for Teslas.
Yep.
At one point, I think
there was a point where Tesla was correlated with Bitcoin price because they had bought so much Bitcoin
at one point. Yeah,
to
I think
be
they had
able
$1 billion
to
on their
accept it
balance
or
sheet or something like that.
And it's like, this is a $700 billion company or something, and they have $1 billion in Bitcoin. You're trading with Bitcoin. It made no sense.
But I mean, it's a fun space to be in, and there's lots of sort of Bitcoin and crypto pumpers, and then there's dumpers, and then there's the hodlers, and there's traders like Natalie Brunell that we've had on that really builds a good base case and does dollar cost averaging. I mean, if you dollar cost average in a lot of these tech names, you'd be laughing right now, right? All right, so let's go ready to Michael Noss. Michael Noss knows a bit about dollar cost averaging, I'm sure about that. If you're going to be looking at technicals, they always don't match up with the exact levels that you're looking for. Sometimes you need to average in. So let's go over there to Brendan and figure out what Mr. Noss and Brendan have up their sleeve today.
Yeah, it was an interesting week. Michael Noss with us, CMT from Trade Ideas, as always on a Friday morning. It was an interesting week. We were discussing a few ideas back on Monday, Mr. Noss, that have, I mean, look, we got CPI, we got PPI. It's been a tricky week right across the board, but here we are wrapping things up. I just double checked. The Dow 1.5%, the NASDAQ 3.5%, and the S&P 2.5%. So pretty positive week so far.
Yeah, it's been a great week, and I've been dead wrong, and that's kind of what I'm going to talk about today, because I think that's the best time for learning about trading. So on Friday with Sharif, and then back on Monday with Brendan, I was kind of talking about this RSI divergence that was taking place, that the market maybe was looking a little bit toppy, and then some short names, and if we were going to consolidate or if we were going to pull back. So I gave this chart of Meta right here, saying, hey, maybe we're looking a little bit toppy. I talked about a short that I took in Meta. And as you guys know, the market broke out this week, moved higher. So I was completely wrong. And again, this is, for me, I think this is the most important part. And I also think it's the benefit of swing trading, which I'll talk about as well. So the next chart is Meta right now. So I talked about I was short under 300. I'd be wrong, and I'd be out over 300. So the next chart, I got a lot of charts to go through, but I'll go quick, is a zoomed in version of exactly the trade that I took. So the green horizontal line, I marked my buy, and then the red horizontal line, I marked my out. And what I want to kind of preface is that if you have a plan and you have an out, and you're also talking about how much am I okay risking of my own money in my own account to make sure that when I'm wrong and when I get stopped out, it doesn't hurt that bad. Sorry, I want to go back up again to the other chart. I know I'm being difficult here, but I want to note that not only is this condition still occurring in Meta, it's still occurring in the market as well. So I may not be wrong on the direction overall. Meta may be due for this pullback, but I was wrong on time, and that's wrong enough, right? So I'm going to move out. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stop watching this Meta short. As long as this RSI divergence takes place, I'm going to continue to look at it. But again, it's important to keep your losses really, really small. And I'll show you why in a second. But the advantage we have when we're swing trading as opposed to day trading is that I have unlimited time to hold my positions, right? The guys were talking about Mara a little bit ago. I've been in Mara since like $10 and it's almost at 20, and I don't have any reason that I have to get out of that position. So when I talk about these trades, I'm totally okay if I only hit one in every two trades, every 50-50. I would say I think my win rate's actually a little lower. It's going to be 40%. But as I'll show you in a second, you can really, when you're right, you can really hit it right. So I want to go over another one of the shorts I had here with Lily. I talked about this one's having the same type of RSI divergence as Meta, but this one actually paid off. So the next chart here, I actually have, again, the entry and my stop loss. And you can see so far, I'm up about 1 times my risk. So the way I like to talk about trades, and I've heard the guys talk about in the show a lot, is R. I look at everything in R, and R just means whatever your risk is. If it's $100 or $1,000 or $10,000, it doesn't matter. That's just how big your account is. So with Meta, I lost 1 R, so 1 risk unit. Lily, I'm up about 1 R, but I also came in and I said, hey, I'm really interested in the oil sector. I talked about how oil was actually holding on really well, and that if I was wrong about the market, I wanted to have a contingency plan in which I wanted to buy some oil stocks because that was holding up really well. And we had a massive move in oil this week, which is fantastic. So I showed this Oxy chart on, I think this was Monday, I can't remember. Yeah, Monday. And then here is the trade in Oxy as well. So again, the idea was I bought it. I trade solely on the close when it comes to my swing trades. So I bought it on the close of that day on Monday. And then now you can see kind of the next 4 days we're up in a row. So this one I'm actually up 2R. So the main kind of point I want to go on, and this is probably where I'll start hammering a lot on Fridays, is that, you know, even if we take the Lily trade out of the equation, I lost on Meta and I was wrong, and that cost me 1R. And right now I am right on Oxy and I'm up 2R. And if I continue to be right on Oxy, maybe I'll be up 3 or 4R. So even with a 50-50 win rate and me being just dead wrong on market direction, still an okay week, right? There's been better, there's obviously been worse, but it was still an okay week. So if you're interested in swing trading, just really understand that your advantage as a swing trader is time. You can be in your winners as long as they work for you, weeks, months, even longer if you have something that's going crazy. And then you can be wrong and you can know you're wrong and kind of get out right away.
I want to go back to another point that you made going back to Monday. We were talking specifically about that RSI, and you mentioned the difference between, there's 2 things that can work off an overbought status in the market, and that is time and price. So it seems like we've had that, time period, and you showed that divergence there where, we were seeing that RSI come back down, but price was really not necessarily pulling back, just kind of consolidating in a flat area. And then now, as you said, we get that breakout. So just going back to something else that you said on Monday that, ends up being correct, is that both price and time can give you that same result.
Yeah, and that's why I really get worried when people talk about oversold and overbought conditions and buying oversold and buying overbought, because you're right. Just because something's up too much, it doesn't mean it needs to come down. It can just stop going up for a little bit. And again, that is the most popular technical pattern out there, is the bull and bear flag. And that's all it is stock that goes up and then it stops going up for a while and then starts going up again. So it looks like, for now at least, that's what we had in the market. We didn't have any type of a pullback. We just had this pause. So it overbought and oversold conditions, they can resolve RSI divergences. They can all resolve, again, through price or through time. And again, it looks like this time it was time.
Great concept to keep in mind, regardless of your time frame. I mean, this, as we say all the time, this on a daily or longer term time frame can also set up and play out on an intraday time frame as well. Michael Knott, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
You too. Have a good one.
So we love having Michael Knott on. I mean, preaching basically exactly what we're trying to preach here every single day. And we're doing it live, showing you, you know, what stop losses look like when you're wrong, get out, you know, and don't have to let your ego overtake some of the trade ideas that you had. I mean, of course, Michael's going to come on here, and he admitted right away, you know, this was a trade that he was looking for a sell, didn't happen, boom, right? And so that's what you kind of got to look for, is where am I wrong, not just where am I right. I mean, I tend to actually overthink that sometimes, and it's like, oh, okay, I'm getting out too quickly because it didn't work out. But then there are plays, of course, when you talked about, I think it was it the Meta 300, or maybe it was the NVIDIA 350 or 350, 450,
yeah.
where it was like, if it rips, we take the long, and then like you wait sometimes 5 seconds, or I think you said it's like if it goes down 30 cents, I'm out right away, or 50 cents right away. Some trades are meant to be held, and some trades are meant to be, okay, I'm taking the breakout, I'm getting aggressive. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go. That's it, fine. And other ones you're going to want to average into and take your time on those. So I think that's a good point there by Michael Noss to say, figure out what the idea, the time frame behind the trade is, try to figure out where your stop is, and does it equate to a good risk to reward ratio for you? And that way you can stay in the game, because the last thing you want to do is put your whole account into an NVIDIA long, let's just say this morning at 468 break or whatever that high is. It doesn't work. The next thing you know, you come in on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe it gets downgraded. You know, we're just throwing stuff out there.
They miss earnings in 2 weeks or whatever.
They missed earnings, they guided too high possibly, and didn't hit their own outrageous numbers. Could be possible there as well. And the next thing you know, you're down 20% and your account, and then you have to put in that poll that I had, you have to change your answer because maybe you're no longer positive on the year. No, but seriously, right? I mean, some people do take those big swings, and that's fine. I'm here to say that those do work out a lot of the time.
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, you got to make sure that you're still alive for the next trade. So thank you, Michael Noss, for coming through once again. Wow, Plug just got another upgrade here. Plug Power, $13, $14. We had a good run in this name yesterday. Did it get above where we are right now? No, so there it is. Another
Don't tell Sharif.
I know, that's why I said yesterday, I was like, don't tell Sharif about this one. This was a name that he liked. I thought he was in around its $11 break or so. Then it didn't work, and I think, again, he's going to say he probably got out too quickly, but again, you know, if it does break back below any of your levels, I think it was this 1050 level area. He wasn't hurt on it. It's just this was a long that he liked and starting to break out now as well. So again, that's a perfect example. Actually, right on cue there. You know, make sure that you trade your book and understand the strategies that you do have in there. Okay, let's go, man. It's going to be banks. We'll talk a little bit about them, and we'll go over our watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live.
Here is that Plug Power. Northland Securities with the upgrade this morning for Plug. Microsoft on here. We'll get into that. Toll Brothers. Lennar back to all-time highs this morning as well. Raymond James with an upgrade on that. Home builders specifically have been so strong over the past couple of weeks. Alcoa, yeah, very negative note from JP Morgan right across the board, not only on Alcoa, but aluminum companies right across the board. Progressive, AT&T, and Thesis downside.
Alcoa, yeah, I was looking, that's funny. I own Nucor. Wow, Nucor's a nice stock. NUE. Okay, so that was a good one. I haven't looked at that in a while. That's good. 170 for Nucor. Wow, off a 130 bottom. That's really nice. Okay, so Alcoa is just one of those names again here. Yeah, you guys.
They were kind of slouching a little bit.
Yeah. They were slouching yesterday, and they were just chilling. So today, yeah, they're standing up. Today they're ready to rock and roll because I'm not sure if it's going to be an up or a down day. I have a feeling we could be in for a little bit of a red day. But okay, here's Alcoa down 3.5% right now. Looking at that $37 level, it looks pretty great to short that. But now we're below, so now you got to wait to see what happens. But there it is, bouncing its head. And sometimes I feel like when you come up with these reports and you come up with downgrades or upgrades, they do look at charts, I feel like anyways, right? I mean, obviously, if they're going to downgrade the price targets, then you got to look at a chart and figure out where it's come from and where it's going. But this $37, $38 level has been sort of a wall there for support, or for resistance, sorry, on the upside for Alcoa. You know, I thought aluminum, that Build Back Better plan or whatever that was, I thought, you know, steel and all this kind of stuff would have been the right way to go. Obviously, Alcoa there, Brendan just mentioned aluminum there. So, you know, something up with that. Up to $56, $57. It's been a big move to the downside. Not everything is rifling hot right now, right? I mean, here's the metal sector to the downside. But I would still say that you do have some support down here, $32, $33. There's only so many producers of aluminum in the world. Alcoa remains, I believe, the #1 producer. So I'm going to have to find out about that report as well. And then into steel, I mean, I own Nucor. I feel like this is going to be a good stock for the long term. I've held this for a very long time and been buying some dips in this and into the 140s. So did get scary down there, but look at this bottom. That's why we've been buying these dips. Right into here, 130 has been pretty strong. So I've been buying this up every time we get into the 140 area. So this has been a strong name again, Nucor. And then there's US Steel as well, which is just symbol X, which is the baddest ass symbol in the place. X right now, like, I mean, if you could have one symbol X.
That's pretty cool.
You know,
that's pretty cool.
I like that as well. And you can see here, performing well, again, to the upside. Doesn't look like Nucor. Nucor is sort of like up here. But again, US Steel with another wicked performance over the last month or so, from $20 up to $25. So I think you can be diversified a little bit in these sectors, including some mining plays as well. We've seen nat gas starting to go up to the upside with oil starting to pump a little bit higher, which is why. Look, when XLE, I want to say 72. Where was XLE when we, yeah, so 72 has been the bottom. We've been talking about XLE for a while. Every time we bring up energy, I'm talking about buying this. So it was 72, yeah, those were the bottoms down there, 69, 70, and then this bottom of 74, 75. Remember, XOM, Chevron, the big guys, Oxy, they're all in XLE. So if you want to pick a specific name, great. But I think that there's some more runway on all of this as oil, cheap price oil, now starting to go back up. That should help the bottom line for a lot of these big producers. So let's watch out for this. You know, again, if you want some yield with some sort of a bottom there, I think oil is pretty safe at these levels. But again, with all the talk there, OPEC has kind of lost its teeth. And then we have the Russia-Ukraine conflict still going on. So if China can reopen fully and get more production going on over there, then oil starts to rocket up as well. So Carvana is weak. You are weak.
Carvana is a little weak today.
Is it $37 here for Carvana? That's where it was yesterday. That was what the jump off spot yesterday was, 36-ish, 37. Where did we really get going? Yeah, okay, so we made the move down there. Yeah, okay, so it was this kind of a level there. Yeah, 37. So 37 kind of where we started to go back up to the upside there at 2 o'clock up to $39. So 37 could be a little level there for Carvana. We still talked about it yesterday, man. It was on our list for a break of 35. I had 34, you had 35 and change. That didn't really come into play there. The bottom was 34.60 or so. I feel like if that bottom breaks today, that's where you want to go short, 34.50. I'm going to stamp 34.50 short on Carvana today if you like that. Or if you want to get jiggy with it, this 39 yesterday that was resisted, that was also the close from 2 days ago. Yeah. So if you can break that 39.50 level, then yeah, maybe that does get the engines revved up back here to 42, 43 for Carvana. So that 35 level is interesting. If it comes down there, that might be worth a long, but I don't think I'd hold it through that break there of 34.50. So Carvana on your radar today?
Yeah, I got 39.50 on Carvana. Right. 39.50 break into the 40 break. 40 fails, you get out, and then you got that 42.50 break, which was clean, and then the high of the recent run, which is 44.50. You clear that, we're probably looking at $50, but I don't think that's happening today. I think you got to wait for a gap up for Carvana to keep moving. On that upgrade and downgrade list, Microsoft, I think the analysts at UBS are watching the show and they're like, oh, it broke 343 finally. Time to upgrade it.
Yes, see?
To 400.
See?
So 400, the new target on Microsoft. All-time high is this like 352.5. Do we see that today? I'm thinking yes, but obviously need a market move in our favor to get that all-time high on Microsoft today.
Yeah, it's not too far away. It's a 351.50.
352.50, I think.
Is it 51? I wrote down 351.50, but it could be 352.
I'll go back.
Either way, I think if we take that 350 and the market goes, then we're getting back up to the upside. So, all right, Brendo, it's 9 o'clock. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get right into everything else you need to know here as we head towards the open on a Friday. If you haven't done so, grab that. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address. You get that for free every single day. You can scan that QR code as well. We'll also take you there. Let's get right to banks. You saw that headline there. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup all out this morning. JP Morgan leading the way here to the upside, better part of 2.5%. 67% increase in profit for JP Morgan. Wells Fargo, Citigroup as well, also beating estimates across the board. This one, though, pretty impressive, guys, 67%.
Yeah, I mean, JP Morgan's been, we talked about this yesterday a little bit when someone asked about the earnings plays. I mean, they were priced to win, right? I mean, breaking through this 150 was just the next level for that to happen. So that does that, obviously, in the pre-market, and now you're off to the races for JP Morgan. I don't see any problems in that report. They're not even, I mean, you're going to have to hear, I guess he's speaking right now, Jamie Dimon, talking about the book. So we'll wait to see what happens here. Nice move to the upside, breaking above that 150. Again, I always say this every single time we talk about bank names, and it's like, I don't know enough about, you know, all this price to book and the ratios that they have and what they have on, you know, their balance sheet and all this kind of stuff, and loan provisions. And, you know, so I just look at the technicals here, and you're breaking above right now. You know, we've seen them get faded off, but is JP Morgan the best of the bunch? It seems like that right now, up to 154. I feel like that is going to be a good break there. All the statistics and everything are right on our watch list. So if you want to go over there, like you just mentioned, remarkable 67% surge in second quarter profits. I mean, you know, as these rates get higher, JP Morgan seems to have figured this out. Go higher with it. So, you know, they're making more money as we speak here. 865 billion, huge amount here. 475 per share versus 276. It's a nice beat, and it looks like it's going to continue there. But banks tend to fade out sometimes off their earnings plays, right? And so up 3% is a great day for JP Morgan. I think you're just stuck right now in between. Do I like a long down here at 150, 250? I think it might be worth trying it, but that also could be the break spot back in, right? So JP Morgan, great bottoms. We had that pandemic bottom of, I think it was 80 bucks or so. It hits 100, rips to the upside. Great support down here, 134, 135. Also down here, we actually sold some back in the panic area here when we had SIVBQ and all that kind of stuff. And oh yeah, also, they've made money off their FRCB, First Republic. So they're the ones that took over some of those loans, put them on their books, and now are able to reap some of the benefits of that as well. So, you know, their book's getting larger, and whenever that happens for a bank, they know how to make money. So hey, the more they have on their books, the better it's going to be for them. JP Morgan seems like it's a winner here again today, up 2.9%. So look, if you want like a really educated look on this, there's going to be a lot of stuff printed. But I just want to say, hey, they do tend to fade. I probably 150, 250 looks like a good short here if that was something you're interested in. So for me, JP Morgan looks like a decent short at that level. But, you know, it's a big beat. So I would just say protect that 150, 250 area. Not much on here on the imbalance locator at all. Like, where is JP Morgan on here? Like 96,000 shares? It's just, it's not that huge, but 800,000 shares so far today, a nice one. Just quickly, I'm going to go over to you. I just want to make sure that because we're on my screen here. Thank you, Chris B, man. Don't feel depressed. The word is FOMO. You don't have to do that. Look, Max and I here yesterday, if you watched us trade, we are the number 1 and 2 traders here on the floor yesterday. There's a lot of good, successful traders back behind us, of course. You know, we have bigger buying powers and things like that, and so stop limits and stuff like that. So that's not the case. It's just there was a very profitable day yesterday. I had $10 winners on NVIDIA. I had 2 $10 winners. We had NVIDIA. No, NVIDIA was the day before. You had a big winner yesterday. We had $10 on Coinbase yesterday, which was a huge winner.
Shopify.
Shopify was a banger. We had off the open that Shopify 6750. We wrote that down, gave it to everybody. Go check out my Twitter account. Plus we had Google, which was a good one as well. But Chris B, don't worry, we're here today. We'll be talking about some levels. Can we guarantee the kind of day that was yesterday? No. We can never do that, but we can guarantee you that we'll be putting on some trades for you and hopefully explaining them the best we can. And a big shout out to our 16-month guy right here. What's up, Trader Joe? This guy tweets about us as well. New young traders, you can trade futures with no PDT rule. So look at the futures is what his suggestion is if you're complaining about the PDT rule, which we do not have in lovely Canada. So we can trade like maniacs here without any PDT rule. But any comments on any of the banks there? I see actually, I didn't even notice that Wells Fargo was up more than JP Morgan. Yeah,
the thing with Wells Fargo, though, JP Morgan is well above now their pre-bank crisis highs or pre-bank crisis levels. Like JP Morgan basically broke out of 150, which would have been right here, and then they're going higher. Wells Fargo is just coming into those levels. So Wells Fargo is much weaker on the daily, on the weekly, whatever the long-term time frame than JP Morgan. So I think if you're looking for a fade, or maybe this is the one that keeps going because it's kind of recovered from these dips here, but I don't know. You're coming into quite a lot of chop here at this 46 level into 47.50 and then 48.50. I think Wells Fargo maybe not the cleanest trade today on the long side. If you're looking for the long, go with the big boy, go with JP Morgan. Who would have bet against JP Morgan making money off of this deal to save FRC Bank? The big boys always win, and JP Morgan probably the long that I'd be looking for. I did say to Sean, though, this morning when I came in, JP Morgan, I think I'll leave that one for Prad. So maybe you guys will see Prad trading that one on the midday. I don't think I'm going to have any longs in any of these banks. They're just, I don't know. I never really succeeded trading the banks for whatever reason.
Just be aware, guys, Citigroup and JP Morgan. I'm going to double check on WFC, but the calls are still on right now. So there are still some comments coming through for both. Let's talk Tesla here. Downside a little bit this morning. Pretty impressive off those lows yesterday, right into the close, really sold off a little bit into the close and then aftermarket. But downside here, 0.3%. There's a bit of a cautionary note here pointing to this $7,500 tax credit on Model 3s in the U.S. Basically, to sum it up, they're suggesting that they're trying to take advantage or take as much advantage as they possibly can before this runs out. Which a few analysts are suggesting could be by the end of the year in December. We could get the last of that $7,500 tax credit. So yeah, it's been a great year. Obviously, this is a daily chart to the upside. It's been a great couple of weeks, but they're trying to milk this for all it's worth, guys.
Yeah, been a great year for Tesla, that is for sure. It is up 3 times from its bottom. So get 300% move there from 100 up to 280. So, nice little move up there for Tesla coming through. The word that I like here is may reduce that $7,500 federal tax credit. But you know what? I mean, we talked about something holding Tesla down right now. This is what it is, man. It's on our note here. Let me just pop this. If I pop our trade list out here, our watch list out, I'll be able to show it to you just real quick right now. So you're going to find out right here. Look at this is interesting to me. It's right into here. Currently, 18 out of 43 brokerages rate Tesla as a buy, 19 as a hold. So 18 buy, 19 hold, 6 as sell. That's not overly exciting to me. Like I thought that there would have been way more love on the street for Tesla than there currently is right now. Basically just as many buy ratings as there are hold ratings, which is interesting. So I think a lot of people are waiting for something to hit there. And I said to Max too, he's like, well, what Tesla one day is just going to get to 300 and that's that. And I was like, yeah, it just needs that first catalyst to come through. We need something to hit. We need a big upgrade from somebody at JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, somebody coming in an Evercore, ISI, something like that to come in, upgrade this with a catalyst to get this going, because right now it's just stuck a little bit now. I mean, it's not, you go from 240 up to 280 is a great return. But what I'm trying to get at is this is June 20th. And we're still here. So if you go back a month and you look at some of these other names that are in the same kind of basket, it should be up a little bit more than where it is right now. But I feel like a lot of the push and pull is on Rivian right now. We have Nikola. There's a lot of talk about some of these other EV names trying to pick up some steam, maybe against Tesla. For me, I thought the Cybertruck was the thing. We did get some talk about that, which bumped it up here into 280 again, with all the talk of Elon driving it around SoCal and Austin. I think it was California, anyways. But the plant delivering on their truck. So, if that can hit, then I think that is the catalyst to get Tesla going back up to the upside. But yeah, yesterday, strong name into the close, right? I mean, look at this. From 271 up to 279. You want to talk about a $10 winner in Coinbase on a squeeze. This is just going up, man. There's no shortable. This is not a shortable stock. It's shortable, but this is not one that has a big short float on it. So that's not causing that to go up. But that's a huge move up there for Tesla. But then it stopped at 280 again. So if we do think that this is a little bit of overbought area here in the NASDAQ, which I obviously think it is, I've been saying that for a minute, that this could be the name to fade again. Weak yesterday until something happened. took it off to the upside. Everything started to rally up. The NASDAQ closed at its highs. So, 279, 280 seems to be a level there for Tesla. And then this bottom looks pretty juicy as well, 274. So maybe we start to dip by into here where we had some support yesterday. So, we'll see if that can work out for us. But Tesla right now, again, not super interesting, down 0.32. What is the market doing? Flat. So, yeah, relatively weak again for Tesla. I'd say you fade that 280 until you're wrong.
The 280, a big problem for Tesla recently. That's where we top out on the last move, and then gap above, faded all the way back down. We come all the way back down to this gap of 265. But then this wick kind of feels like, all right, the gap is done. We've done what we have to do to the downside, and now it's time to go back up. So it feels like, as you're saying, it's just one positive news catalyst to send this to 300. I feel like, I don't know, we've been kind of selling off good news recently. Maybe we buy up bad news today on Tesla. That 280 break looks pretty juicy. If you're looking for the short, that's the spot where, a lot of people are going to be getting long. And if that fails, then you can get a very tight risk to reward setup. Brankel's just poked me there on the way by, but you get a very tight risk to reward on that 280 fail break. See if you can get back down into 260, 276 there. And maybe you get the actual failure of pre-market low and back down into those 274, 272 areas that we've kind of been at recently. But I'm kind of more bullish on Tesla. I think we get that 280 break today.
Before we go back to Brendan, the one thing that we forgot to mention, I saw people on the chat talking about, is July 19th. It's next Wednesday's earnings.
Yeah.
So that's going to be exciting for Tesla. Right here it is right here. July, shout out to Trade Ideas again. July 19th coming in. There's a short float, nothing. Coming in, wow, can you believe the market cap? 862 billion. So let's see if we get to that 1 trillion after they report bang up numbers on Wednesday. So
aren't you glad you're not off on Wednesday? You're off on Tuesday.
Yeah,
that would have been. Oh, I guess it's after hours.
You know what?
Right?
Whatever, man. I mean, I'm going to be here. The thing about, it's after hours on Wednesday, so it's
so
Thursday is the day you really want to be in
yeah.
there. But yeah, no, I'm glad to be in every day. But yeah, we're forced to take vacations, unfortunately. 862 billion market cap there for Tesla. I think it gets higher than that, man. I think we're going to be talking about 1 trillion very soon. So let's watch out for Tesla. But I think everybody in the chat is right. It's about the earnings.
Yeah, Netflix next week as well. Will be an exciting week. Here's Microsoft to the upside this morning. Back to 350 once again. UBS says $400 incoming as well. Very, very positive note from UBS this morning on Microsoft. There is this as well. Just keep in mind the UK regulator extending this decision period out to August when it comes to Microsoft and ATVI. There's a big delete at the close tonight for ATVI coming out of one of the indexes in the US already. So not sure how important that is on this today, but good luck here for Softy.
The deletion of ATVI means anything to the stock of Mr. Softy here, but it is nice to have that deal done. It's in the back now, so they don't have to spend any more money. They don't have to worry about the breakup fee. Then now they can go ahead and start to plan on what exactly their idea was by buying Activision Blizzard in the first place. But now they can sort of try to figure that out, put that into plan. Hey, maybe they're going to tell ChatGPT when someone asks it, what's the best video game of all time? Maybe it'll just spit out Call of Duty or something like that. But I don't know exactly what their plan is. We know that people companies have been wanting to get into the gaming industry for a very, very long time. And now this clears the way for other names like EA, Take-Two, and so on and so forth. But let's just talk about Microsoft quickly. We'll watch Activision Blizzard at the close. We do know that there's that big deletion, so we're going to look at that. And then we'll look at the market on close and balances when those come out. And then we'll trade that accordingly as it sees fit. But hey, man, Microsoft as if, and you just mentioned there, what a surprise. It gets upgraded there right when we're right at this breakout spot. This is what Max and I were looking for all day yesterday. Didn't come into play, and then quite frankly, that's number 2, JB, there if you're counting, which is a little bit less than where we'd be at if my partner was here. 344, that was a huge break. So I'm going to use that as support. I actually just put a bid at 344. That's probably a mistake. Let's go a little bit higher than that. Bid something around 345. Max mentioned that as well. But there it is. It's 351. So that is a pre-market area or something. I just looked at eSignal. They have 351.40 as the all-time high. But I guess we did get up here right in the pre-market at 9:30. So that's 352. That could come into play today. I think it probably does. The market's going to have to rip. And we've seen breakouts and stocks be on islands before. And that's sort of what this looks like over the last again, it was just up here a month ago, right? So I could see fading off that 352 as well. I do want to be here for that 350 break, but just like our Google long yesterday when we had 122.50 off the open, let's see if Microsoft wants to dip again, right? So yesterday open, we did have a little bit of a dip down there. That's sort of, well, yesterday was different because we had PPI, we had CPI the day before, so some different action happening at open. But I could see some people saying, hey, the market's a little frothy today, it's a Friday, let's get some money out of this name. So Microsoft with a big move up at all-time highs. I could see it fading off that 352, but hey, I want to be here for the long, not the short, because the short at 350 is fun. Let's get there. Let's see what the size is like. If there's significant size up there, then potentially we'll sit in front of it. I think that's always a smart trade to do the first time, maybe not the second time. So we'll wait to see what's happening at 350, but more importantly, any kind of a dip buy into this area, let's just see if this 344 holds. So that's the key for me here today. Go long 345-ish. Average it into 344, put on the biggest trade down here, and then if it breaks, then we just get out and we sort of sit on our hands and wait to see, and then, you know, punch ourselves in the face as it goes back up as we've closed out our longs. But hey, what can you do? Hola, Kat. Oh, wow, there we go. We got live hola right there. That's awesome. Thank you, Miss Kat. Hit the like button and the subscribe for everybody here at Trader TV Live. Max, what do you think about Microsoft?
Yeah, I mean, I like the long on Microsoft today. I think 350 kind of setting up perfectly as that pre-market high is right just below that. 350 breakout, you're looking for all-time highs. It is indeed 351.47 or whatever as the all-time high during market hours. So that could provide some more explosiveness as you get there. As far as dip buys, I think, yeah, 345 makes sense as a dip buy. You know, maybe you fail break that. So people are trying to get short below that 345. It fails, comes all the way back up, all the way into the pre-market levels, and then you're breaking 350 later. I'm also looking at this 347 kind of area, these early lows at 6 a.m. or whatever. Maybe we're breaking below 346.5, does a little volume above 346, holds 346, and then goes. So I'll be watching the tape below that 347 price to see if maybe we can get like that explosive move back through 347 or 346.5, and then adding on that 350 break. But yeah, Microsoft, the big dog, and looks like this could be one of the biggest names to trade today.
Right, on the other hand, here's Meta. Downside this morning, relative weakness coming into play, 0.8% right now. It's trying to bounce. We were down more than a full percent at the bottom there, but 310 gets tested. I mean, let's be realistic. This is not a huge move overall if you go to the daily chart. CNBC reporting this morning that usage, active users on Threads, already down 20% in a week. And the signups also off about 50% versus what they initially initially to be expected right across the board. But maybe overdone here, guys, for Meta?
Yeah, so we were just talking about that Threads thing. Like, that's kind of a, I don't know, I don't want to say it's a bullshit, BS story, because obviously their signups are going to be down. They literally, all you had to do, if you had an Instagram account, which is like 1 billion people do, then all you had to do was sort of hit yes to Threads, and you were signed up. It was literally that easy. So shout out. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, that's why we own Meta, because they're able to do that at just a flick of a button. There's a new app. You download it. Like I was doing it live on the show. I went into the App Store. I pushed Threads. It was like, okay, now you're in line. As soon as it was released at 7 o'clock, I got the email from Apple. Boom. Threads is available. I downloaded it, and next thing you know, I have an account. There's no like know your customer or nothing. You just say, okay, and do you even want to transfer over all of your stuff from Instagram? Sure. You don't even have to build a profile. So it's like, it was just so easy to sign up for it. So do I feel like, you know, are the numbers going to be down month over month, week over week, whatever? Of course they're going to be, because it was just so damn easy to sign up for it in the first place. So do I feel like that's the reason to sell this name? No. Do I feel like maybe that we've just come so far, just like that Tesla trade up here, up to 300? We came from $89, or whatever the bottom was in Meta, all the way back up here to almost all-time highs of 380. You got up to 316. People left Meta for dead, you know, and it was pretty dead there until something, like I said yesterday at about 11 o'clock, kicked in, and the market just went upside from that point forward. So I still think that, hey, today I'm feeling more like a fade day, and this might be the name to do that exactly too, because this 315 top looks pretty juicy to me, man. I mean, that's just from yesterday. Couldn't break it. didn't even break it at the close, and we had everything ripping upside. I like Meta there, and that 310 is damn interesting as well on the short break. So that could be the trade as well. I want to wait and see on Meta. Like, I feel like we don't need to smash this at 310 short. I feel like you can wait for that to happen, let it build out, and then maybe give us some support. Like, why not just wait? The same amount of money that you make at 9:30, you could also make at 1, 2, 3, 12, 11:30, 10:30. You just need to make sure that you find the trade and you find the key levels. So even yesterday, Meta pretty choppy off the open and then started to head down after breaking through. And even that pre-market level yesterday on Meta of 313, you know, was held and danced around for a while before eventually breaking lower there into that 310 where we saw some support. So I feel like there is going to be some support there at 310, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it slips lower. So yeah, Meta to me is a very tricky name. Down 0.8, much more aggressive than the market. The market's flat. This is down 1%. I feel like this is a fade. We just got to find the right levels. I'm looking at AMD. Are we going to get the chips? No, Nikola next. So I'm looking for a fade off AMD. I feel like the shiny, coin in the room. What is that? What is that phrase anyways? Shiny object? I don't know, I'm screwing that up. But is the thing that everyone's looking at right now is NVIDIA. So these are some lines here that we had drawn before, but I'm still looking at that 117 top here for AMD. So I actually have an offer right now at 117 looking to get short against either this 117.50 closing level right there, or even 118 if you wanted to ramp it up a little bit more, which is right there. So that's 119, sorry. 118 is that closing level. So if you want to give it to 120, then that's something you could do as well. But I'm looking to fade AMD off 117 more than Meta.
Yeah, I mean, Meta basically gapped up from 290 into this 315 on this Threads news, and you can have as many users as you want, but if they're not using the platform, you can't monetize it. So if I'm looking for a short off the open, exactly as you say, that 310 looks very juicy. Maybe you're breaking 310, you get back into like 304, 305 like very quickly, and maybe we're testing 300 again. That 300 break was super clean, never looked back. So maybe that's the price that you're looking to fill the gap into. Yeah, that 310 off the open, and I feel like this market is going to go up today at some point, but I feel that we're going to dip off the open here. I think we're up so much from yesterday. We have to come down, fill some of that gap, and then find support and go up. So I think that Meta 310 off the open makes a lot of sense for a short. I'm going to be watching there.
Trader Brad mentioned NVIDIA there. Yeah, back to the upside for NVIDIA today. Truist with a late price target increase. It looks like just popping up here for NVDA. $545 on the price target from Truist. Nikola, meanwhile, was also a bit of a monster yesterday. There's still this short float side of this conversation, but if you missed it, this was the deal yesterday. They announced new hydrogen deal, supply deal with this biotech. Huge move though yesterday. That's NVIDIA, obviously. Nikola looks very similar, however, on the intraday time frame, 150 up to 250, guys. Here we are at 275.
I never thought, I know Brendan wasn't saying they're similar, but I never thought I'd hear like, oh, NVIDIA, Nikola, like, and then any kind of a word similar. But of course, Brendan just talking technically here about what's happened on the chart. And I mean, yeah, I mean, it looks, like I said this yesterday, that there was the big middle finger to everybody that was short. And then today, extension of said move. So, I mean, look, where does Nikola go from here? You're playing the short squeeze game. That's something that we've talked about over and over again, that you have to be careful not to get burned, and when there's smoke, there's fire. And there was smoke down here at $1. The minute you took out $1, it just ripped up to the upside, right? So now you're into real levels now. So now you're into levels at this $3 that we've seen before. Goes all the way back to the winter months here, where the market sort of had its lows, and then the rest of the market took off. Nikola went this way. Now it's starting to extend through as they get some more deals, more positive talk, no more videos of them pushing their truck down the road. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens here at $3 break. That could be a monster squeeze again. So I think that $3 break causes some panic one more time, and you want to be long Nikola, I feel like, on that $3 break. Again, I'll look at it, and I'll probably miss it by looking at other things. But right now, Nikola, I don't know if Brendan mentioned what the short float was. We've been talking about this, but not as much as we probably should have been. 17% there for Nikola. I saw someone in the chat. Here's a name. at me for this next week when this thing goes ripping through the roof. Clover right now is at $1 as well. So they're trying to avoid that NASDAQ delist by being over $1. I could see Clover starting to get going here again. I mean, I bet you that your boy there, Chamath, sold all of his to everybody probably at $60, obviously, when they took this thing into a SPAC level. But let's just wait to see what happens over here. Possibly breaking through that 110 right now on Clover. Could start this one going upside. This is only 10% short, so doesn't have the volume or the speed behind it like the other ones do. All right, only a minute, man. We're talking too much today. Anything on Nikola?
Yeah, the $3 level looks juicy. That's all I would take on that. And I don't think I'm going to take any trades on Nikola today. There's just so much else going. And I don't know, these, well, maybe that would be some, I don't know. We'll see what the volume's like during market hours on Nikola. And that NVIDIA that Brendan touched on, I don't even know what to do with this. NVIDIA, I have 461.50. If we dip down into there, then I will get long NVIDIA, maybe 462. That's pretty much it, though. I don't think I can take a high of day break when we've just run up like $28, sorry, from all-time highs.
Isn't that crazy?
Insane.
Okay, right now, guys, thank you so much for the rundown, Brendo, and everybody there as well, with only 20 seconds to go. Hello. All right, we're going to look for some dip buys opportunities here in Google off the open. I do have some bids down there near that 123 area. So with only 10 seconds to go, it's Cat on the bell. It's Friday. We're going to wrap it up there. We're already dancing. That means it's going to be a good day. Thanks, Cat, for that. With only 5 seconds left before the casino is open. Let's go. Here we go. 2 and 1. All right, good luck to everybody today. We are now open and ready to rock and roll, as they say. All right, 124, 125 coming through for Google. Let's just wait to see what happens here off of said open, and then hopefully we'll be able to watch it go to the downside and fill us up a little bit on there. But here comes a 125 possible break on Google as well. That's the level that we looked at yesterday for a long, and that's where we bumped up on to yesterday. And now it's breaking through again right now. So let's watch out for Google. I still think there's going to be some money to be made on this name. I'd rather buy it a little bit lower rather than buy this move up in the NASDAQ. Wow, we went from positive or some negative to positive real quick, real quick.
Yeah, this is a lot of names just took out their pre-market highs. Amazon going for that 135. Microsoft, I've got the order in to go long 350. I have an order in here to go long Shopify at 71, taking out the next level from yesterday's move. Coinbase is screaming very quickly into that 110, which I feel like I have to take, but that is causing me a little bit of stress thinking about that breakout there. And NVIDIA 469 already. So yeah, NVIDIA just not letting anybody breathe right now, taking out all-time highs day after day. You got to imagine that the options writers are kind of offside on this NVIDIA right now. Where could this go to? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of dreaming here about like a 480 today. I don't think I'm going to take the 470 break on NVIDIA. That seems a little bit aggressive after this $5 move up off the open, but, you know, anything can happen. And Tesla dipping into that 276.50. That is where I want to get long, around 276, just below there potentially. But going to get the order in on Coinbase here to go long that 110 if we get there.
All right, yeah, same kind of feels for me on all of this, man. We're looking for Microsoft to break a little bit higher. I was looking for Google to get a little bit of a long into that 125 level, just in case this market does continue to extend upside, which it's trying to do right now again. So that could be something there if it does come in. We'll take it long against 125, but it's going to have to dip just a little bit more right now. My eyes right now are glued to Mr. Softy here as that's approaching that 350 level. We don't have any trades on yet. Nothing's really been filling. We do have bids on Microsoft a lot lower. I guess we can cancel that 344 for now. That's not going to come in. We do have a 345 there. We are waiting for AMD to make a little bit of a move as well. So that could be something that's a little bit exciting if you're looking for something right now. But here goes Microsoft trying to take out those highs. We talked about Tesla maybe. Okay, so again, not really doing anything. We'll wait for that 280 to break. That could happen as well, almost instantaneously here into the open there. But Microsoft is where I'm looking as we are approaching that 350 a little quicker than we thought here. So Microsoft coming into play one more time here. Let's see what happens at that 350 level. It's been a good one to look at, so we'll be doing that again right now. Breaks have been good. What is NVIDIA? Whoa, was that a big buyer that just showed up there? NVIDIA 466 fading out a little bit. Maybe it is an AMD fade at these levels, not 117.
Yeah, I'm now long Shopify above 71. Some volume coming in, 71.17. The high at the moment. Going to stop out if this break fails below 70.85 there. And Coinbase coming into that 110 very quickly. So have to be paying attention to that one. Let's pull up Coin.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, 109.75
Are you kidding
coming
me?
in for this one.
Crypto's not doing anything, so this is an interesting play for sure, man.
Yeah, Coinbase pure short squeeze action. The market is just screaming up.
I can't believe I missed that Google. All right, what are we doing with 110? Whoopsies.
I'm taking 110 for sure. Getting there right now, reserving. All right, 110.30, the new high on Coinbase. Accelerating 50s. Let's go, Coinbase. Let's go.
Let's go, Coinbase.
110.50.
Right.
Come
Wow.
on. Let's get through 111. Let's see where this one wants to go. If this gets through 109.50, I would be stopping out of it. But
where are
looks
we in
like
trouble?
we're holding the highs right now. Getting through that 110.50. Come on. One more little push here. Let's go. All right.
Let's go, Coinbase.
Looks like Coinbase is gone. I'm looking for 112, and then 116 will be the next level on this trade here, as Shopify is just kind of working 112.50.
Jesus.
Oh my God. All right. Okay. Let's go.
Okay. All right. It's about damn time right now as Lizzo in the building. Let's go to, she's not. I mean, if she was here, she'd be on the mic for sure. All right, 112.50 right now. Your boys are long right now. I'm gonna assume you're long as well.
Baby.
Let's go, man.
The
We're
short
back in
squeeze
business
is
right
on.
now.
Let's
What's
go.
up? What's up to Chris? What's up to everybody? Chris, man, you were saying, you gave us a $10 super chat and said, oh my God, I missed it yesterday. But look what's happening right now today. We're busting outside.
Wow.
You know, there we go, man. Branko's yelling in the background.
Wow.
Good day here. Everyone going crazy. There it is, man. Coinbase ripping to the high side. Max, let's go. It's props time. Let's go to the double screen. Wait, no. Double screen. All right, Fabian, let's go. There it is right now. Let's go to the upside right now. Coinbase ripping, man. I love my guy beside me right here. We are taking out names right now on Coinbase. 114. We talked about this. Let's go,
my
Max.
God.
Let's
go,
Max.
Coinbase. We are pumping here on Coinbase to the high side. I'm trying not to take any more. I've taken, I don't know, like 40% out. Still have 60% on, looking for that 116 test. I believe that is the next level on the daily chart. Maybe actually take a little out here at 114
Max, take some
and a
out,
half
my guy.
there.
Take some out, my guy.
Yeah, this is flying. Absolutely crazy action here on Coinbase. Dipping down a little bit.
There we go.
Expecting
There's
this
the
dip to get
dude.
bought up. But yeah, wild action. I took a little piece out on Shopify, but looking for that one to continue.
Fun. That was fun. We got out of 60% of that. Now you're really starting to see it fade out just a little bit here. Let's take another piece out and then we'll wait. Now we can wait. Man, if this gets back up to that 114, we just took out more. We only have 30% left. If this comes back in through that 110, we're going to watch out for that 109.50 area as well. But there it goes, man. Coinbase, kablam, kablooey. Wow. Whatever you want to say. All right, Clover right here, still above $1. We'll watch out for that one. That's going to be an awesome opportunity, I feel like. But no volume coming in yet. You do wait for that Clover volume to kick it up right now. I'm going to just hold on to that Coinbase now, man. It's down to 111 again. So we just took another piece out at 111.50. Probably the worst price to probably get out at, but that's okay. We'll take another piece out and hold 30%. For that, it was all a dream, because we had dreams yesterday of 100 break, and that was $10. So let's see if we can get it again already. Oh, shit. Already the Dollar Club member. My bad on that one. Okay, so AMD, we talked about this one. Very light position there, as we weren't sure what we were doing exactly with AMD. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Coinbase all the way again. Man, I feel like we're at a Blue Jays game here. All right, back up to the upside here. Man, this casino is open, and I went on a rant yesterday about loving to come in every single damn day. Well, guess what, man? It's happening again right now for us every single day. But okay, there's the short coming through, hopefully for AMD. We just took it. We were waiting for that 117. Once again, a little too excited here by going short on that 116 break, thinking that we had a decent opportunity to take that in. We really wrote down 117 on here. So let's see if we can respect that 117 level right now on AMD. So we'll take a little bit more short up here, but we're getting We have a little bit too many shares. We don't have too many shares, but we have more than we'd want to at this point. I was not expecting, again, this market to go upside. I actually was writing down possibly a downside move in the market here today. So there it is. Okay, now we have the trade that I really wanted on, is this AMD trade. So I'm off sides here by about 30 cents. We did have our initial offer up here at 116.95. Now it's really starting to go. Let's check out NVIDIA before we lose our day here for some reason on AMD. But here we go, man. We could have a dollar loser club in about a minute.
Wow, NVIDIA
is 472. You know, stand in the way of these AI chips and get run over the way I am. So, yeah, just be very, very careful here. As there goes AMD. We talked about that 118 possibly being the end game for that. But huge move up here for AMD. We really got to regroup this trade. We should only be 40 cents offside instead of 70, but we are 70 cents offside.
Yeah, I got the stop in 109.50 area for this Coinbase trade, looking for it to make a new high. I still have half of this left, so maybe should have taken a little more out on that crazy move up. Didn't expect it to come down so fast, but it looks like we're rebidding off that 110 price. It's feeling a lot like that 100 price yesterday, so I'm thinking we can get back up to 116 pretty quickly. Shopify, I got my stop in. I'm trying to do like an intraday swing kind of scenario on Shopify again, see if we can get into those 73.50 kind of prices that I was targeting yesterday, and then just waiting on the Microsoft breakout. Yeah, Coinbase, I'm going to try to get some out at 113 again, and then after that, let's see where this goes. I think we can really accelerate. This is only the start of this one today, and yesterday we put in, what was it, like a $35 move or something crazy? What was it?
Yeah,
85
it was
to 108.
Yeah, did it start at 80?
That's a huge move. So maybe we get that again. We'll see what happens on this Coinbase. 116, the like weekly or monthly breakout price that I was looking at today. Microsoft is holding just below, where's MSFT? Holding just below the 348, but it looks like 349 setting up as kind of a breakout for Microsoft. So I think we break that, then we're accelerating to into that 350 price. Kind of exactly what I wanted to see happened, but I was paying attention to this Shopify and the Coinbase trade, so didn't end up getting that. And NVIDIA is now at 475, Shoot. So absolutely should have taken that NVIDIA 470 break. That was absolute money. That's insane how far that's going right now. NVIDIA dragging the market, putting the market on its back at the moment. This is some wild action that we're seeing this morning.
What else written down here? We have Google. We got to watch out for our Google longs right now. Let's pull those back a little bit. Yeah, so we're flushing ourselves down the toilet, man. I mean, here comes 118. We got a little bit out there at 117.50 break, but here comes, man. 118. Wow, you stand in the way of AMD, and this is what you get, man. I mean, there it goes, breaking through 118. All right, let's just give it a second here through 118 as we're getting hit here on AMD. We liked this. I mean, whatever. I like this long, this short, and now it's just taking it out, right? I mean, this NASDAQ is going right back up. It's breaking everything. I mean, we're above where we were yesterday at 15.8, starting to really get going here on the NQs. And of course, when you're watching NVIDIA, you're watching AMD and all these plays just continue to rifle up to, look at this, man. I mean, these are huge, huge trades today to the upside. We're stuck short, and you know, we celebrate our Coinbase. We go crazy with Coinbase, and we have to tell you that, yeah, man, we are not going crazy at all here with AMD, as that comes not a good trade at all back in for AMD. So we'll have to watch out for that. Coinbase is trying to hold out, though, at 112.50. So let's see if that does want to spark a little bit higher. All right, AMD, you got to come back in. What is we just shorted that right there on that 118.20, but it's going to look like this is not the fade that I thought it would be today. I finally wrote down shorts on our sticky note, and of course, it's not a short. So, okay, what's up, Brendo?
Another earnings mover, UNH, guys. Nice report right across the board, beating top and bottom line. 470 just took out on a huge volume spike there. So, big almost $500 stock. But nice beat for UNH today.
Yeah, buddy, we like that. UNH. That name's been beat up there, as insurance has been, you know, very, very tricky. We'll look at UNH in a minute. I can't talk about it right now. I have obviously we have Coinbase is $3 in the money, $2.50 while it's bouncing around anyways. AMD though did retrace back down a little bit. We got some out in the 60s there, which was pretty lucky because it just came right back up again on that little dip down there in the market. Was not held by AMD. it's just coming right back in. So yeah, they're definitely holding the bids, not the offers on this name. So we have to watch out for that 118.20. Probably going to get taken out very, very soon here.
Yeah, I got my eyes on Coinbase right now. It made a new high over this 113. Well, not new high, but a kind of breakout over 113. Now pulling back a little bit. We'll see if we make a base higher than it was making the base before. Make a higher low, then blast off. Looks like we got a little compression pattern, as Sharif may say, there on the Coinbase. And I just got stopped out of Shopify, so fail on that one. I wanted 70.50, but it happened pre-market.
Man, oh man, oh man.
So 70.50 to 71.50 would have been a nice trade. 71 to 71.40, kind of meh. So yeah, maybe Shopify finds a bid at $71 somewhere today. But I think there's better things possibly to look at today. We got Coinbase going. We got Microsoft kind of coiling up for a potential move. We've got, I don't know what to do with NVIDIA. And then Tesla turns around right off of that 279.50 price, which I believe is where it stopped yesterday. Yeah, 279.45. Today the high is 279.41. So looks like Tesla turning around off that 280. We're not going to get that break. And NVIDIA just fail breaks 475 and now dipping into 473. So maybe a little pullback in order as this market absolutely blasted off this morning.
This AMD is like, I was just so close to getting shut down and then it tanked into the 80s again, and we were able to get some out. So I'm just sort of like licking the wounds here. If this tanks, it tanks. But wow, there goes Coinbase, by the way. What happened there?
Looks like it's supporting that.
Why did that go? That went down to 110?
Yeah.
109.
It went below 110. It's the same thing as 100 yesterday.
What
looks
happened
like.
there?
Should
That
I
was
punch
strange.
more
I
here?
did not mean to get out there, but I did. So okay. All right, I must have put my offer at 110 there. That was strange. I thought I had a 109.50. Let's get back in a little bit there on Coinbase. I don't know why we got stopped out there, but we did, and that was okay. It was a flat trade, the stop out, so that was okay. But yeah, that was not necessary down there. So okay, all right, we got back in, so it's all good. But we don't have the same price. We did have 110.20 or something before. But look at AMD, man. That's the one that we are going to officially flush ourselves down the toilet, because that is not working out for us right now as it just hits that high of 118.20. AMD just continued to go down. You know, what you make in Coinbase, you give back big time there in AMD. So let's watch out now for Coinbase. There it is on the reload, right back up. Oops, wrong stock. Right back up to the upside right now for Coinbase.
No offers on Coinbase.
It just stopped again, though, at 112.50, didn't it? Okay, let's see where it goes. Did you reload down there?
I should have reloaded. It's the exact same setup as yesterday on 100. Should have reloaded, get another $8 move out of that. Like, I don't know.
Here.
But Coinbase is 20% shorted, so we'll see what happens there. Carvana, I haven't had my eyes on this one today. Carvana broke 40. I didn't do anything with it. 39.50 break. Looks like it was clean, and then not clean, but clean enough. And then you get into that 40.50. So I don't know what to do now with Carvana. 42.50 was the real huge breakout spot previously, so we'll see if 42.50 comes in. This one is SSR, so that does make getting long a little bit easier, but you usually want to do it on a dip. Is Coinbase back into 114? Let's go, sir. Coinbase. No offers on this one. I want Coinbase breaking 115. I'm going to offer out a 116 a little bit, and I'm trying to hold this all day for like 125. Like, this thing could really, really go. This is just day 2 of this squeeze on Coinbase. I'm gonna have to go to the weekly chart to find some more levels on this thing.
I just got to piece out, but I think that maybe that 115 is another breaking spot, right? I mean, are you
after that you got like 130? Like, there's so much gap fill on Coinbase. I'm not saying that that's happening today, but it could happen soon. And people caught offside on this insane move here on Coinbase, for sure. For
sure offside. I mean, that goes without saying. I feel like, again, I mean, who was thinking that today? We got out by accident there and got right back in. So we had to, unfortunately, we have to pay about 20 cents more than we thought we had to there for Coinbase. So I'm going to take a 115 break as well on that name. So we caught we caught AMD a little bit on the high side there near that 119. Let's cash something out now as we do fall back in a little bit here, at least anyways. Okay, we'll take a 21 there. I was waiting at 12s. I don't know why 12s. I think that's basically where it went down to. As we catch a little bit of a short up there, but yeah, still not good, man. What a bad call that was on AMD to go short today. I was not expecting that on the market. We probably should have got out of the way when it took 118. Well, we did get out of the way when it took 118, but there's that 117.50 where we lightened up a little bit. But here goes Coinbase now, $3 in the money. We've already talked about that. Let's go over to Brendan and see something else.
SoFi, guys, nice day coming into that high from 2 days ago for SoFi. There was a downgrade yesterday from Morgan Stanley that caused this gap to the downside, but this was this morning as well. If anyone missed it, Biden administration forgiving $39 billion in student debt, but nevertheless, SoFi having a nice day.
Yes, sir. SoFi had that student. Yeah, I saw that news this morning. I was about to tweet it out, and I was like, "Wait, everyone knows about this." People looking at SoFi, obviously. So here goes Coinbase again, man. We'll have to wait to see. We don't have a huge amount of shares. We've been cashing them out. I am waiting for that 115 break. Hopefully that can come through, and we'll be able to do something on that one if that does come through. That's Coinbase. What else is moving around here? We looked at Google earlier. We missed that break. We didn't miss the break. I mean, it's written on here 125 long. Like, why we don't have that? You know, again, we were shorting stupid AMD. But there's the break up long. We should have Google long break of 125. We wrote that down. We should have that. That's disgrace that we don't, to be honest with you. AMD short sell, and then now we just wait for Microsoft, which is trying to coil up. You mentioned, you used that terminology. I think that was a good one there. At 347, trying to get above this 348 area. And if we could do that, hold above, then we have to take 349. There's still a lot of work to be done there on Microsoft. So that's probably not the greatest of all trades lining up because you got to wait for that one. So I'd say you do that and you just do exactly that and wait right now for that. Yesterday, big Prime Day announced, of course. We saw Amazon going to the upside there yesterday, out of control pretty much. And then now today, again, it breaks above that pre-market level of 134.50 and yesterday's close. And now you go up a buck. Now you do retrace back down there for Amazon. So that could be a play. Maybe off VWAP right now. The market is cruising to the upside. So yeah, it's been a big market day again here. Wow, nothing's going to hold this down, man. They announced that NASDAQ rebalance, and since then, feels like the NASDAQ's been up almost every single day. So breaking out again on some of these names. Amazon could be a short, though. I mean, I'm already in. I've already got lost on the short, so I'm a little bit anxious about taking more shorts right now. But it is looking pretty decent. Meta right now. Let's see what Meta has to say for itself. So it bounced clean off that 310 as well. So yeah, man, all the names that we thought were maybe going to go to the downside today are not. They're going straight up. So yeah, keep your your tech names close to your chest here and monitor your stop outs like I was doing there on AMD.
Yeah, I'm long Carvana right now on this breakout. $41 incoming. Let's see how far we can get on this. The squeeze is on, taking out yesterday's highs. I'm looking for 42.50 break. And then higher, I'll stop out back below 40.
Oh, it did break 40.
50.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it broke 40. Now we're at 41. So this one's really starting to go. I don't have enough shares right now if this is actually going to squeeze, but it is what it is. I guess $2 profit target. We could still make some money off of this one, but yeah, we need that 41 break and then see where we go from there. I'm long at 70 on this breakout. Looking for a new high of day again. And yeah, Coinbase just chilling in range, but not making any new lows. So looks like it wants to break that 115. I do have an offer out of 115.90 in front of that 116 level. And then we'll see where we go from there. Maybe we can get 120 today if it really starts ripping. But yeah, and then waiting for that Microsoft breakout. But other than that, nothing. Maybe Tesla 280 breakout if it comes, but I don't know. I mean, Tesla still kind of weak when this market's ripping up directly. Yeah, and Amazon, I don't know what to think of that. We are still gapped above yesterday's prices. That 134.50 was kind of important yesterday, but I don't know. I think I got enough names on board right now to stick with Coinbase, Microsoft, Carvana. See if the squeeze happens. I wonder what's happening with Beyond Meat as well.
Man, yeah, you got.
Oh, Beyond Meat broke out 18.50. Now it got to 19.20. So big move there on Beyond Meat as well.
Oh man.
I mean, everything's just kind of going, and Nvidia just absolutely insane today. There we go on Carvana. Come on, Carvana, really break out.
I hope
Come
they
on,
didn't
blast
switch
off.
it up on me here, because we just went long now again on. We took some shares here. We went long on our friend. Here I go with Sharif again on Coinbase again off that 111.50 area. Just goes right back up to 112.50. Someone said that AMD gave Sean the middle finger. Yeah, it gave a lot more than that to me on that trade. So AMD, nice downside move, possibly off 120, but yeah, no, 119.50. We'll see what happens right there. But we got it back. We didn't get it all back, but we made a nice trade here. So far, let's just offer this. Oh, I just offered 76, and it didn't fill me. Come on, blast up there. Give me that. There it is. Okay. You offer 76, and then it blasts up another $1 right there, Max. So we're making a little bit of money back here on Coinbase, as we do have that long, and we are looking to maybe get a little bit, maybe now, because now that we're in this long, we'll probably push a little bit more at 115 if it does get up there, but we just stopped again at 113.50-ish, maybe that 114 area coming into play. So I'm going to put an offer, I'm going to put an offer at 113.40-ish just to see if we get going off that level. We just bought a nice dip buy right there at 111.50 or so. So that was a good one. We got to make sure that we do make a little bit of money off of that dip. So we did that already. We got out of half of what we have. Now let's see if it blasts even higher than that here on Coinbase. As crypto's not doing anything. Well, I shouldn't say that. Ethereum just is near that 2,000 again. It started the day at about 19.8, so you are a nice upside there on Ethereum over 2,000, and Bitcoin's 31.2. So yeah, I shouldn't say nothing's happening. There is something happening. Crypto's moving a little bit. Let's see if we can get Coinbase to go again. Your Carvana, what's that doing? 41 and change?
Yeah, looking for 42.50 on the breakout of Carvana here. Struggling with 41 and a bit. This one is SSR, so lots of people on the ask when you come up trying to short it. So yeah, I think this is one to buy on dips for sure instead of buying breakouts, just because people are always going to be on the other side of that breakout trying to get short because that's where the liquidity is. So you find dips where it can't go any lower, and then see from there. Tesla's breaking out.
I feel like we just got to wait, Max. I feel like we got it's at 15.8 right now.
Yeah, we are absolutely
so,
flying on
yeah,
NASDAQ.
You're at some pretty key levels here. We got to wait to see where it goes from here on that for sure. But good day. I mean, obviously, we've only traded two names today, AMD and Coinbase. AMD we got dealt with for sure, because that always happens, man. Like you take a trade, and then when it doesn't work out, especially like on an AMD, man, you can get railroaded on that one, and that's exactly what we did. So not good. About $1.50 worth of a hit there on our default, which sucks there for AMD. We don't give back what we made yesterday, of course, but we are giving some back. I feel like a charity, give back right now. Okay, 114 we just went to there on Coinbase. So I'm going to get another offer out there at 114. There it is. We take that out right there at 133.88, I believe. So look, as much as we got hit and nailed, and we did on AMD, this has been pretty sweet on that reload. And of course, I hope that you guys are on Coinbase as well as Carvana, although that name seems to be just dancing around a little bit. What else can we look at? We want to look at Nikola. What's Nikola doing? Breaking $3. Wow, that came close. We did that work again, and that came close right off the open up to $3. We showed you, and I think Frank Jones in the chat. What's up, Frank? This guy's putting out some gems out there as well, saying that's all about preparation, and that is what it's all about. Look at that $3 level for Nikola. We talked about that in the pre-market. I was like, you get up there, possibly a $3 break, and you go up, but you're also running into resistance. So always breakout levels are always resistance levels. That's why they're breakout levels. So, you got to watch out for that level at $3. And I hope that some of you either got out of that or figured it out as well. AMD, we just got a pretty decent short up here. Let's make sure that we capture some money on this trade, as AMD's been really taking us out for dinner, and I don't want to go on with that one because yeah, we're not getting any payback for that. So let's go back to the downside. You know where I was going with that. I'm glad that I stopped myself. We've taken out a little bit here against 120. So there it is. Hey, look, if I could scalp out 20 cents on this, honestly, man, just give me some money back is what I'm talking about here with AMD, or take more. As you can see on AMD right now. So hopefully it doesn't break that 120. If we do get a little dip down in, that would be really nice. But we're just taking profits. This name is absolute skyrocketing because look, what profits were there are now gone for us on advanced micro devices as this name continues to go. What is NVIDIA at? $700? 474 right now. Bouncing off that 476, but again, like,
That 470 break was clean and gave you $5 within
Just
3
take
minutes.
even breaks,
Like,
right?
That was.
Is that the idea, Max?
Well, when something's at all-time highs, then you can, like, that structure makes a lot more sense than when you're just taking it in the middle of a range, right?
Damn AMD.
Yeah, probably should have had that off the open, that 470 on NVIDIA there. Microsoft doesn't want to do it. So maybe we're getting this break later on in the day on Microsoft. And then Tesla, it did actually wick that 280, which was kind of the price that I wanted to see it wicking.
What the hell happened there?
But now we're too far away for me to structure the short the way that I want to, so too bad on that one. Though we are just breaking out. So, you know, if you are going to short this, I don't think you're looking for a full reversal on Tesla right now. You're looking for maybe VWAP at 278.50, which is still a great risk to reward trade, but you know, it's not the trade that I was structuring in the pre-market, so I don't think I'm going to be taking that one. Yeah, Carvana is holding that 40-50 area. Coinbase is holding the teal, actually.
Shit.
So Coinbase just trusting the teal since this breakout. 1, 2, 3, 4 times it's touched. So is this the buying spot for Coinbase? I don't know. I'm not going to buy any more here. I'm going to stick with this 25% of my original position for this for the big move through that 115. I think adding on 115 makes some sense if that's going to go and be explosive like that. But you know, not adding a ton of size at the highs on Coinbase. I think you know, we've made a big move up, so don't want to go too crazy on that one. As Tesla is screaming towards that 280.
We got stopped out again of AMD, but that this time was basically a flat trade. We were able to take some money down here in the 60s, and then it broke through 120, and we wound up getting out. But we had a much better short into that. But yeah, AMD hurting today for sure. All right, we can go. Do we want to go to Brendan now then, or in 20 seconds? We do have a number coming out, so let's flip it over to Brendan. It's 9:59:30 right now. AMD up to 121 is absolutely insane today for advanced micro devices. Like, look at this stock. Like, we had 117 short. Yeah, great call on that one. Now out of the money, the $3 club. All right, let's go back over. We're flat, but let's go back over to Brendan and see what's going on in just 20 seconds.
This segment of the show brought to you by Sturge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use promo code TTV for 10% off. Higher than expected preliminary reading here on University of Michigan sentiment from last month, 72.6 versus 65.5. The 5-year inflation expectation to the upside, 3.1. 3.4 on the 1 year versus 3.1 as well. So right across the board here, higher than expected, as we were talking about in the pre-market. Can move the market if it does come out one way or the other, bigger or smaller than expected there. A few things we were discussing if you were with us in the pre-market this morning. We got you caught up on Meta. Threads numbers falling quickly according to CNBC today. Microsoft with a UBS upgrade to a buying coin. Yeah, after yesterday's impressive XRP rally, adding to that and more. Notably weak here, oil downside. Look at Oxy. Oxy right back to $60 almost, straight downside so far, guys.
All right. Okay, well, this is starting to get real spicy real quick right now in this marketplace. That was a good number there. Are good numbers bad numbers, or is it the other way around now? I mean, we don't really know what to expect here, as the market didn't like that. I don't know. You know, that was a big number, I thought. 72 versus 65 or something like that for Michigan sentiment. So we'll have to wait to see here as NVIDIA looks like it might have made that top at 476. Now it's starting to sort of peel back a little bit here. So, you know, no surprise on this giving a little bit back as the market tries to fade. Again, big name, big numbers here for NVIDIA, and that looks to be like a downside play. Good thing we got out of a lot of this, man. That went to 114 Coinbase, but right now it's at that sort of bouncing spot. We're right at VWAP right now. I'm going to give that to 110.50 maybe. Maybe we'll just, I mean, it already broke 110 there, and we were like, oh my God, we got out on that break of 110. Let's try to give that to that bottom, which is that 109.90. Or 109.50. I'm just going to make sure that I do have enough of that selected right now for my stop. No, I don't. So I got to get a stop order in there for Coinbase.
I'm trying to get long Carvana right now at VWAP 39.97. I guess I got right under 40. We'll see if we can bounce here. SSR stocks tend to bounce after big moves, so see if we can bounce back into 40.40, and then after that, maybe that squeezes some shorts out and we get up into 41 break. My stop is unchanged on Coinbase. Waiting for 109.50 to stop out of Coinbase. Thinking that we can still get that trend move today. We haven't, we just touched the 50 period, it looks like, on Coinbase. So we'll see what happens there. Watching this Carvana intently. If we get back above 41 really quickly, I'm gonna add to this and then see if we can get that 41.28 break, which is today's high, then looking for 42.50. Carvana looks like it wants to squeeze today, so I wanna stay on this one. I want to not get my eyes too far away from this as NVIDIA makes a new high again. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. 477 on NVIDIA. That's insane. Yeah, just waiting on this Carvana to play out, though. I have my eyes on it. Don't want to get flushed out of it, and I don't want to miss the ad above $41. I think right here, this 41, right where people were shorting before, would be a great place to add to this for another squeeze up. But Microsoft's starting to come up into.
All right, so that's probably, that's been
potentially
holding, right? Microsoft?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah, Microsoft 347. What is that? 347 flat there for Microsoft. Nice little dip buys here. I was still looking at Coinbase. Good thing we didn't punch out of that one. We were trying to get a little bit longer there in Coinbase, but we did miss that trade right now. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's a 349. You are starting to get a little bit bigger here with some of these plays. So let's wait to see what happens now. Microsoft trying to take out the upside, and the market's definitely going up. One name that we didn't look at was Apple. Yeah, 191. Apple's trying to go as well here. Oh man, missing that Google 125 break was pretty big. 191, so yeah, that 191 top there for Apple. That's probably, I don't know though, man, like the short hasn't been right today for me anyways in the tech space. Let's just try, oh God, we have those ones happening again here on Apple. All right, so let's just see what happens now. We have a 191 level. I mean, this is kind of what we're talking about. It's now 10 o'clock. The market's kind of given us the direction today. It looks like it just wants to go to the upside. So let's just play 191 short. And then if that breaks, we've already gotten roasted on AMD a couple times, so we'll pass on that for now and just wait to see what happens with Apple breaking now near that 191. You got to give it a little bit of room on that kind of a break. That's 191.20 right there for Apple. That could be something coming into play. But hey, man, maybe this is not the day that we sort of thought it was going to be to the downside today. It looks like it does want to just hold out some of this strength there. But all right, we'll try a little bit more Apple right now. But yeah, so far so good. Coinbase is trying to fall down. So far so good on Apple. Anyways, it's just not doing anything, which is nice to see. We'll give it to that 191, 191.20. Look to get a little bit more short there up near 191. But for right now, that's what we're working with and just seeing what happens here. Wouldn't be surprised if the market continues to march higher here. But, you know, it's Friday. Could get a little bit of a fall down here. We're just bouncing off that 15.8 right now. So let's see if there is some extension to the downside.
Yeah, I just realized that I got 10% of the size that I actually wanted to on Carvana, so a little bit pissed off there as it gets almost $1 in the money there, but now dipping right back into my price. So maybe we can get a little more here at $40 if it comes in there, stopping out at this $39.80 price that it previously went down to. I don't know, Microsoft, it feels like that 350 break is a trap at this point on Microsoft. I don't think, I don't know. I'm not sure that I want to take it anymore, but we'll see what happens when we get up there. As this Carvana is starting to go up, so getting a little bit in on the volume there, and now we have a perfect stop at 40.20 there. If this does go wrong, looking for 41 to add to this position on Carvana. And yeah, Coinbase has to go and test that 110 again. That's fine. We'll see if the 110 test holds one more time, and then we blast off. You know, stop is in.
Yep, same.
Away she goes. If we get stopped out on that one, just check that it's at the right price. It is indeed at the right price. So yeah, we'll see if we get stopped out of that one. If not,
here it goes.
You know, the target is the target on Coinbase. totally fine if I get stopped out on that one.
Yeah, we've made money on Coinbase. I'm not giving, I mean, we'll give back about a quarter here of what we made if it does break back down below. So that's going to suck, of course, but here it is right now at 109.70. It's going to break. I mean, when you're talking about 15 cents away right now at that 109.50, and there it is. So we are now out of Coinbase as that just got destroyed to the downside there. Maybe everything is starting to fade about a little bit right now. I'm not going to short this name, but you know, maybe it is a short now, back in. So we could play that off the 110 to the short side, but maybe that's a little too dangerous for us right now. I don't know. Do you short, like, do we short Coinbase now against 110? That could be a play, man, because if you just took the 110 short, now you're in the money $1.50 and you're like, oh, there we go, nice short, right? So, yeah, that could be a play there. Do we have any, all right, so there it goes. I was gonna say, do we have any spots to buy in this recent area? Probably not. Maybe down here to 104 and change is what we talked about earlier in the day, with obviously some support at 100 right now. But yeah, there is the break on Coinbase. Look, Coinbase, great trade. We only have we have two names on today, Coinbase and AMD. AMD is a complete disaster, Coinbase is a win. And then right now we're trying to see what's gonna happen now with Apple. So we're net negative. I mean, you can't take those trades on AMD and be positive. That's for damn sure. I mean, here we go, all the way to the upside, just kept on going. We kept on shorting it. That's an NFT right there. We'll slap a big fail on that trade. But like we said yesterday, some ideas just quite frankly aren't going to work, and that one did not. So here we go. Let's see if this can pull back a little bit. That would be Apple on some weakness. What are banks doing? We looked at those earlier, and again, there's another play that I said, what about that 152.50 possible fade on that? If you did take that break of 152.50, it started real early. You got down to 150 and then bounced clean off of 150 there right off the open. Now you're trying to get back in for JP Morgan. But I did mention that this was probably a short to start, but like we both mentioned, we don't trade the banks too often. So good move down for JP Morgan, then the move up, now back in. Watch out for a 150 possible break on JP Morgan to the downside if that does happen. I said Coinbase and didn't do anything about it. So there goes Coinbase breaking through 110. That should have been the short. As soon as we got out, like when your level breaks, probably a short. We've seen levels break on us and then we're just wrong on that level, so you try to get back in. But that one on Coinbase, yeah, definitely worth that 110 look if that does come through again. Apple just bounced. We got 190.60. You can see a great fill for us there. Let's just put another one. I mean, that's right where VWAP is. We got the 190.80, but would rather this go down a little bit further than where we are right now. GoEV, a name that I just saw someone talk about. Come on, Apple. We're going to short more at 191. Did Google dip down at all? Not really. Well, maybe 126, 125.80 holding there for Google. That could be a good long as well. I just don't know. I don't want to get caught up fading everything today because this could just be another one of those days as the NASDAQ taking out highs once again here, Max.
Yeah, and Microsoft is getting into that 349, so we'll see if that 350 does come into play. I stopped myself out of Carvana because I was in too high, and then I just got right back in as it was reserving at 40.12. So somebody really trying to buy 40.12 can't get through there. So I get long again with a 40.11 stop. Pretty simple. Looking for that 41 to break for the ad, and then 42.50. We'll see if the squeeze is still on Carvana. I like that we're holding above VWAP, so we'll see what happens there. Coinbase coming right back to 110. So the question is like the 110 breakout again gonna work, or
Apple. Okay.
Are you shorting 110? I'm not sure. I don't think that I want to take that breakout, and I sure as heck don't want to short Coinbase today. So. I think I'll just stay away. We took the good win on that. Could have been better, but you know, is what it is.
Always let's go to
leave that one alone. Yeah.
Today's Nicola, guys. Here's GoEV. Canoe up 23%. I was just double checking. Short interest not as high. It's about 10%. It looks like across the board here, depending on where you look. But GoEV on the move here.
Yeah, 82 cents there on GoEV, looking juicy for that one. We'll look at that in a second. It's got to get out 190. What did I say on Apple here? We just got some more shares short. 190, was it not 190.20 or so? Yeah, 190.20, 190.25-ish. Sorry, 191. That would be the stop out level for us there on Apple. So we'll just do that right now. Oh man, Playing short is so dangerous today, it seems like. All right, Go EV. That level for Canoe, again, was 82 cents. So I meant to, someone emailed me about this, and I meant to respond to you, and I was going to tell you, obviously, about this level here at 82 cents. So if you're just going to look at that, it's a nice move up right now, but there it is right there, that 82 cents. You break that, you are on your way back up to $1. We've seen names like Nickel and all that make the move up. We'll find out what the catalyst is, but Go EV, 82 cents. That would be the area for me. If you're long at 70 or whatever right now, you know, take your 10 or 15% up there at 80 and then see what happens. But right now it's up 25%. Obviously, those of you that are long right now, you're looking at maybe at 70 for a possible break long on that one as well. So let's just pay attention to that, see if that can go somewhere there on a 70 break. Watch out for 80 coming through on Go EV. This could be the next hot one right here. Breaking through 80, probably a good long as you try to get that up into 82 and then higher from there. Okay, Apple's starting to say F you to me as well right now, trying to go through 191. We're fine though, we're short at 80s and we've taken some profit on Apple so far. There, oops, not AMD, we didn't take profit on. Apple right here, so there's the new levels coming in right now, 191. So there's the short right there as well. Intel apparently moving around. Shout out to whoever that was that mentioned Intel to me. Shakib. Hey, what's up, Shakib? Your Alibaba's doing really nice. That's for damn sure. Congratulations on that. I know you've been buying some Alibaba, Shakib. All right, so what's going on now with, oh man. All right, so like this is the thing, like Intel doing basically nothing. Sure, it's a nice upside move there, but we got killed on AMD, and Intel's right here at 30. Good call out for this, man. $34 coming through for Intel. That's going to be a good short as well right now. Nice move up. Give Intel until maybe, even if you just give it to this pre-market high of 87, that's only, it's only 10 cents from here. I think we could probably short this as well, especially if we thought, you know, the market could get weak here off 15.8, but it's not getting weak at all off of 15.8. So I will try that, Shakib. I don't mind that look. Right now, we'll punch a little bit. Wow, did we get any shares there? Yes, we did. Oh, we got some half prints there. Okay. So a little bit of short here on Intel to start off against this 33.90. Not even give it up to 34. You know, we'll put on some shares, so if it goes up to 33.90, we'll get out of this one as we watch out for Apple and Intel. I don't know why we're short here today. We don't need to be short. It's just all the shorts are looking better than the longs from a technical level, but that's whatever, man. Technical levels today may not mean anything as the market just keeps on going up. I know the bears are pounding their fists on the table here today because it's frustrating. You thought maybe it would fade out a little bit today. Doesn't seem to be doing that at all. But we're okay, man. We're okay. We've only lost on one trade today, and I'm all like Debbie Downer here. We lost on AMD. And it sucked because we are looking at 117. We started the short even at 116.25. Then we should just got out when it broke 117. Look at this move, up 5%. Brendan's saying there's really nothing new on this one. But hey, man, you take your wins with your losses. We celebrate Coinbase and just slap a fail and a flush down the toilet there on AMD. So we give back a little bit of what we made yesterday. And AMD, not a friend of mine today. JP Morgan crossing view up.
Yeah, Carvana stopped me out again. Coinbase, I'm back in above 110, looking to take the same trade. And Microsoft have to get this one on watch as we are screaming into that 350 level. This could be
Is it still going
this
right
could
now?
be something.
Oh,
You know, this
no.
350. If the NASDAQ wants to go, Carvana's,
Damn it, I don't have that much, because we got killed on AMD so badly. I mean, I have lots of risks to go. It's just, now I'm like gun shy about some of these shorts. Thank you, Mr. Randy. Can't wait till Neil comes back and then Rob will start to refill some of the coffees. Thank you, Randy. Randy, always a busy guy. That is for sure. Thank you, Randy. You've already had your Spros today?
oh yeah.
That tastes pretty nice right there. Thank you, Randy, for that reload as I sit here and just ponder why the hell I'm short everything again right now. So Apple, look, it just broke through 191. We're giving it to that 191.50 area. Let's hope we don't have to, or 191.25. Let's hope we don't have to see that today. But, you know, these ones are printing again on this. Like, there's some kind of an algo, like they're not on anywhere else. This is just pretty consistently there with all these ones going through. I feel like they're just buying this up, and then they wait until there's a big dark pool, possibly selling, and then when they see that is when they really do get involved, I feel like anyways. Here comes Microsoft. Are you watching that?
I am watching Microsoft. Got the order in to go long on that 350 break. There's about 1,500 lots sitting there, so Waiting on this breakout, looking for that 350-150 all-time high. If it doesn't work, just bail right away. Not trying to get smoked on any kind of hold on this one. Either it goes or it doesn't, and that is the play. I got stopped out of Coinbase again, so lose a little bit on that one, but you lose 50 cents to try to make $4. That's a totally fine trade for me. And here we go on Microsoft. So does this get taken out? It does. We're printing 18s, 19s. All right, this is starting to accelerate. Microsoft looking good on this breakout. Let's get through the 30s here and then pump this one up to the high side.
It didn't even do anything yet.
I think this can go. This is looking like it's holding. This doesn't look like one of those bad breaks that we've seen recently. This is looking like a good break.
This doesn't look like a
making new highs, making new highs. Come on, Microsoft. Keep going, keep going, keep going. We got filled 13, so
we got filled 9.
Not the best fill ever, but not the worst either, as this is starting to accelerate. Looking for 50s to break and then see if we can get into 351. I think this can happen quite quickly as the NASDAQ is making new highs as we speak. And NVIDIA at $480 right now. That is insane.
480. Oh my God. We were celebrating yesterday when we had that 350 break, or 450 break, obviously. Okay, we did take that as well. We took our Microsoft trade through 350. I mean, we wrote down Google break, missed it. We wrote down everything, so there goes Microsoft. Let's see if it continues to go. It doesn't look like it wants to. That was really, I thought that should have gone almost much faster than it did, man. We're already out of half. We're out of exactly half of this Microsoft. I made a keystroke error as Microsoft was doing that, and we actually sold some more Intel down here, but Intel's a banger right now, so that's putting some money back into our account a little bit. Not a banger, I mean, it's 8 cents in the money, but we did put on shares there, so we're pretty happy. We're pretty happy with that fill so far there on Intel. Let's see if we can get obviously a lot lower than where it is now, and then we'll try it out. But all right, maybe Microsoft does want to go at some point here. Let's see if it does have a little bit of room to climb to the upside. There's Intel right now. Here's Softy. Let's go back over to it. Like I said, we have half out already. I just put another offer here at 20s. We just got filled on that one. Let's see if that continues to work. Upside, hopefully it does. But as that goes up, as does Apple. So Apple was short at 94. We just took a bid at 90s there.
There we go, Microsoft.
There we go. Okay, good. So let's see if that can continue to go, man. We're only in 40% now. But here we go. Nice call. Let's go.
Oh, baby.
Microsoft's starting to move now. Let's get something out at 57.58, Max.
Yeah, I'm waiting for 350.80 to start to get something out here. I think this Microsoft move could be pretty epic as we get into the 70s very quickly. People starting to punch. Let's go, Microsoft.
Yeah,
all-time highs incoming, 352. What is it, 351.47?
Yeah, 351.47 was the all-time close, but I think we did get to 352.
We did get there in pre-market once, 352.50. So looking for that. Let's get through that 351 price, and then we can really start moving here.
Let's go!
Just holding this position here, not taking any profit yet. Come on, get through the 80s. Let's go, Microsoft.
Let's go. Finally,
this can go. This can absolutely go. Come on, baby.
Oh, man.
85 reserving. Once we break that,
worn the Apple Watch today.
Should be able to go. So I took a tiny bit on that 85 reserve, and then looking to hold the rest for the big move. All-time high incoming on this name. So I got the size on and waiting for that all-time high before I make any decisions. Wow, Coinbase really faded off of that 110, so that was the short apparently on Coinbase there. As Microsoft through 351, this one looks like it wants to trend. I am holding, baby. I'm holding this one for the move being 351.50 tests and then 352. This could be a massive trade if this does indeed want to make a new all-time
Already
high.
is a massive trade, man. Let's go, man. Let's ring that register right now on Michael. Not ring it, ring whatever you want. But right now, if you're long, the register is forever your friend because you're ringing it over and over and over again. I'm waiting for 351.40. We just hit 40. I'm actually at 44. Let's see if that can go. That is, I think, where the high is right there. Could we fade off this level? Who knows? But right now, Microsoft, huge move to the upside, man. We called that 350 break. It's a sticky note trade. It's a trade that me and Max have been talking about for a minute. So good on us for getting that one. A couple bad trades today, obviously, but we're going to go over to Brendan right now. Intel, thank you for whoever screamed that on the chat, man. That's been, well, that was you, Shakib, I think. Intel, nice move to the downside right now. We've got this one on with some serious shares as well. So, all right, let's go over to Brendo.
Brought to you by Hui's Holding Limited, a prominent Chinese digital insurance platform that has formed a substantial partnership with China Pacific Property Insurance, resulting in the launch of 98 insurance products, including co-developed offerings since 2011. A few interesting movers here as far as small caps are concerned. PRFX has halted a couple of times on the way up through 12 bucks. Little low float name going crazy this morning. This thing was $6 in the pre-market. We've now doubled officially. There was a offering earlier in the week on PRFX, but not much in the way of news on that one this morning. Nikola, yeah, downside this morning after touching, or almost touched $3 at the top there. We're back to 250. That was earlier in the week, as we said, that deal with Biotech announced. It's been upside ever since yesterday, I guess it was, for that one. ARBB, a number of people mentioning as well. I saw a huge move initially, but look at this. We've given it all back, essentially right back to pre-market levels. Again, another one, not much in the way of significant news on ARBB. Low floats is the name so far today. For a lot of these, Go EV, as we said, another one making moves to the upside this morning. Definitely a short interest on this, but nothing in the way of significant news. This was earlier in the week as well for Canoe. Guys, back to you.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, we were able to get something out there on Intel when we touched 66.65 there. We did notice that VWAP is down here at 62. Let's see if Intel can continue its move lower right now. So as we went to break there, there's a 66 fill or 67, and then there is exactly 65. I think we can get lower for sure on that one. Microsoft faded a little bit for sure, but we're going to get back up to the upside right now, trying to take out some more levels here near that 351 area. We talked about the high being 351.40s. That's where I was waiting at 44. It went to 40 and stopped. So let's see if it can continue up a little bit higher right now. Why does it keep on stopping, man? Upside. Oh, we got that fill actually. We got a fill up there. I was waiting for the fill at 20 and I thought I missed it, but we got it. So there it is, $1 right now. We can hit the dollar trade club on this one as well, but I'm still mad about my AMD. So we're gonna ease off on that right now. We made a lot of money back on the Coinbase, obviously, and on Intel right now, and again now on Microsoft. But still, you know, that's the thing about trading. And we talked about this yesterday. You know, you put your ideas out there, you got to take them. I just feel like revenge traded a little bit too much there on AMD as it was starting to rip upside. It was just probably leave it alone a little bit there as it kept on going. And it was just right here. This, oops, now that this day is going on, we can see a little bit more. You know, like why? I can understand shorting here 118, but I don't need to be back in this here at 119, then again at 120. Like the hits were pretty small besides that first one that we started shorting here 117 and got out at 117.50s, like, you know, 118. It was just adding to the position and adding to this problem to the upside, right? And so that really was the problem there for AMD. I'm not going to feel bad about taking it early. It was just the stupidness here around 118 to 120 that we could have avoided, and we could have just made our hit half of what it was. Well, not half, but probably maybe we could have made the hit like 25%. We could have saved ourselves 25% and not done that last trade there. So that's okay though. AMD, again, we'll take our medicine on some trades, and that's what's going to happen all of the time. So all right, back over to Intel, and again, that's just me talking through a bad trade, and I think everybody's sort of got to do that. You always want to look back, Max, and maybe even do. I don't talk about journaling as much as other traders because I don't do it. So it's just looking back, trying to figure out where you're wrong. And I sit here, you see me do that all throughout lunchtime, right? These guys will be on the show, and me and Max, or I'm sitting here, Max sitting here, Neil, whoever, we're still sitting here, and I'm not actively trading as much in the midday, trying to look back and say, okay, how can we get better for tomorrow off the open? So that's what we look at, and I'm just mad that we missed Google, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm mad that I missed Amazon at 134.50.
Yeah.
And I didn't even miss it. I said it was there. I said that could be a banger long. That's where we stopped yesterday during market hours. Could not get through that 134.50. And that's exactly where we stopped today. Make the massive move up. This huge breakout just happened as Microsoft was breaking out. So Amazon ultra strong on the day. I got this one in the swing account from $100. So finally looking good on this one. Nothing like a Meta or an AMD, but Amazon finally breaking out of its daily range. Next stop, 140, I guess. The Microsoft, I got trailed down to 350. Looking for the rest of this position. I got half left, and I'm looking for this half for the trend move, I want to see that 350-250. I think that Microsoft is a trendy stock. Sean could probably tell me that one. He trades it all the time. I almost never trade it, but Microsoft can trend, and I'm thinking if we do trend, then I can get, I can make a lot more on these shares than I did on the first share. So going to try to hold on to Microsoft. Carvana back at that 40 level could be another dip buy opportunity. I've messed this one up. Why is that? Okay. I've messed this one up a couple times today. Stopped out at the wrong spots, punched not enough size here. So maybe I can execute this one properly this time at this 40. If we get down to 40, can't print any lower, then I will punch the offer, try to get the move back up to the high of day. But as long as Carvana is holding VWAP, I think that's a good opportunity for the potential continuation move as Microsoft is about to hit the high again. So go back over to that. There we go, 351.43. We didn't come all the way to the all-time high to not actually hit the all-time high at 47. So reserving here at 43 again. Looks like it touched 45 there. Let's take that 351.50, and then we can make decisions from there. Not trying to take any more profit out on this trade until we break all-time highs. That is the trade, and the trade will remain the trade. Not going to change it at this point. NVIDIA, wow, what a turnaround off. These trades.
If I look at AMD, I'm gonna. Oh no, okay, AMD's still fine. Whew.
These trades are so easy to structure. It breaks that 480.
Yep.
You're thinking,
You get that top wick there.
we've come up $16 today off of the open. Maybe it breaks a key level and then reverses, like that 360 yesterday, which insane. 2 days ago we were trading below 440. Now we're at 480, but that fail break gives you $4 down there. So great trade potential on NVIDIA today. Where do we buy the dip? Maybe 475. I think maybe the move is over for NVIDIA. That's a wild move. If people were offside, this is probably where they covered in this massive move through that 470 breakout. Carvana kind of just holding above, so nothing there. And
give it up, Apple.
I don't know.
Give that
Apple.
So frustrating, dude. Like, I don't know, man. Apple does not want to give up 191. Like, it's just bouncing. Like, I just keep getting out of it. Like, it's frustrating. All right, go Apple. Hopefully it can get to the downside. I mean, the market's pulled back here, and Apple's like sleeping and not doing anything. So this is, again, like we probably have the wrong short on here again. So, AMD fading off this 122. Like I couldn't pick that level. Nah, that's too easy, right? But I mean, why would you pick 122? So I was sort of waiting for 125. Like the way these markets have been moving lately, I don't think it's wrong. Okay, Apple. All I had to do was swear at you a little bit there. All right, nice downside move. Here we go. We'll spin this one for the Apple trade. I mean, whatever. Like, I cannot believe that I'm sitting here. We're going to go 4 for 5, and losing my whole freaking day on AMD is really upsetting. But that's okay. That's trading, and we're going to show emotions no matter what, when we win or when we lose. And that's just frustrating for me there. We'll take some more out on Apple. So that's a good move down. I said slipped up on Microsoft there a little bit. We got an out at that high, but maybe we do it again if it comes back up here. This name is not a squeezable name, so it has nothing to do with that. It just is breaking higher. If the market wants to go, we know that Microsoft has enough juice behind it to go. So that's really the reason why you want to hold on to this. If you're bullish in the market, this is going to be the name. It's already broken above its all-time, well, come close to its all-time high there anyways. And we're going to wait to see if it could take out that 352. And if the market continues to go, it's going to be the name that you want, right? I mean, NVIDIA maybe bouncing off that 473 could be a play, and any kind of pullback, as I've learned, AMD is strong today. So that could be something that you want to play that fiddle as well. And then Intel has been a great trade for me. You know what the risk was, man? We were talking about the risk up here to 85, 90 maybe. So it's 10 cents worth of a risk. We're not in the money huge. We're in the money 18 cents on it. So it's a little bit of better risk to reward than we're used to on an Intel. Normally you can trade this like 1-to-1 because it doesn't get those huge flush moves that some of those other names can get you, like an AMD or like an NVIDIA. But here we go. We'll put some bids down here in the 50s. Hopefully we can fall back down. That bottom's 55. Let's not miss that again, and let's not miss Brendan at the big desk with crypto.
This segment of the show brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the international organization, the Royal Court of East Breffni O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. Impressive moves across the board once again today on top of what happened yesterday following that XRP announcement. Again, if you missed it, being ruled not a security by a judge in the U.S. yesterday was XRP. I'll show you the list here in a sec, but impressive nonetheless. Yeah, we touched 2,000 early on again today for Ethereum. Bitcoin back above the 31,000 level early on this morning as well, pulling back ever so slightly. But XRP, 24-hour gain, 66.5%. Stellar, 54%. Solana, 35%. It goes on and on. A pretty impressive couple of days here for crypto in general. There is Bitcoin on the weekly chart. Went out to a 1 week just to give you some context here. We're getting back into shedding distance of these levels. You got to go all the way back to 2021. That support around that 32,000. Next stop possibly for BTC. Where is it? There it is. 2.25% on top of what we saw yesterday, back above 31,000 and holding nicely. Yeah, we pulled back a little bit, but 1997 right now for Ethereum, 6% to the upside. Pretty impressive couple days here, guys, for crypto.
Yeah. And if you haven't been following crypto, wake up a little bit there, because XRP and all that is starting to go. I haven't looked at anything today. We can look at GBTC. That's, shout out to our friends over there and Jeff Mendel. I was going to say he used to be VP of Operations, but I think he's gotten higher than that right now. So I'm not going to call it his, but Jeff Mendel, OTC Markets there. He's going to come back on, I think, next week scheduled. I think maybe he's on holidays also. Jeff, come on. When are you supposed to be coming here and taking me golfing? Come on. $21 breaking down to the downside there. I mean, maybe if I mention him a little more, then it'll be worth it for him. But there's GBTC again. Good levels there on the OTC market. Lots of liquidity. You can punch in and out of this thing pretty easily. It used to not be as liquid, but there's the OTC market gateway there, creating markets, making markets for you. So there is lots of opportunity on GBTC. I used to be all over that. Now, there are other ETFs and whatnot, but to get a more pure play, look at GBTC. Yeah, Microsoft.
Yeah.
What say you, Microsoft? What say you?
I don't know. I think I want to take Microsoft back through that 350.10.
I'm buying a little bit more here.
Yeah, I got stopped out at 79 there, but then it holds 75. So this market's pulling back.
I'm actually fine if this drops because I have Apple, but we'll buy some more here.
I don't know.
I just bought some more.
ES is kind of breaking down here. So ES kind of coming back down.
Yep.
I mean, it's catching a bounce, though. I kind of want Microsoft here if it goes back through 350.
Why don't we just trade it like a normal stock now? Yeah. No, seriously. You know what I mean? Like, we're used to getting those huge moves on NVIDIA, on Coinbase, on all of that. Maybe Microsoft just wants to chill out for a little bit, play off some levels, and if we can get back up to that 350, 150 is maybe where we get excited. But on that note, I was waiting at 30 there off of that reload. We missed that. So like I said, let's just scalp it out. Oh man, wow. Oh, that sucks. We just missed our fill by 5 cents there at 350.30, because I was going to do what I was saying there. All right, now we're longer on that name. Oh, that sucks. This is probably going to drop now as the market's going to take down the 50 period. Oh, it's okay. We would have only got out of 25% of what we had left, which is fine. But now it looks like it is going to take that 349.50. So what I was saying about just trading this like a normal stock, the futures are going to go down. We know that Microsoft is like 10% of the NASDAQ or 12.5% of the NASDAQ. So if this market does fall down, Microsoft, does have reasons to go down. Of course, it's in every single ETF and every single, futures fund and all that kind of stuff. So if the market does want to fade out a little bit here, we do expect Microsoft to do that. I say it's all good when this happens because we do have Apple, which is starting to go back down. But hey, we don't want to lose just because we have Apple. Here it goes. There it is. So flush down the toilet. See you later for Microsoft. Obviously going to be a profitable name, but not as profitable as it could have been when we had our rose-colored glasses on right there. But downside for Apple, putting us back in the money on this name, of course. Hopefully that can fade out a little bit more than where it is right now.
Yeah, I just got in and out of Microsoft. Was looking for the move back up.
Oh, shit.
I think.
Now it's going again, Microsoft?
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this. I feel like.
Am I going to revenge trade this again?
I'm going to get long here against the low that we just made, and then, yeah, we take out that 349.40. I'll just get out of it. I think that, we do have the opportunity to continue to go up on this name. So tight risk to reward on this one. I think, if it decides to wick that pre-market high of 349.50 and then gets right back above 350, this could be a decent trade here. If not, it's not. That's fine. You got, like, what is that, 30 cents of risk on this trade. Looking for $1.50 of reward. Makes sense to me. What else is going on? Carvana really gave it up, so 38.50 it's trading at now. As I get the stop in here on this Microsoft.
I think the best thing to do on Microsoft is wait for maybe 349 flat against VWAP of 348.75. But I mean, the market's coming down here. So,
yeah.
All right, let's just watch out for that. All right, we got to cash something out right now because we got some nice trades on right now. Apple to the downside. Hopefully, we can get something on Apple. It just touched VWAP. I didn't even realize that. And so we got to get some more bids out here. Did we just get that, Phil? Yes, we did. Okay, so that's good. Intel coming back in as well. Like I said, man, we slipped up on AMD, and we're going to be responsible for that, and it's putting us in a hole today that we're trying to dig out of, and we've been doing a good job digging out of it for sure. We have made back about 30% of our loss right now on AMD just by trading and keep on going. So, if we can keep that sort of that flavor going, then maybe we can get going a little bit here on the market, and some of these shorts will eventually start to print. So there it is right there. Nice trade on Intel. I'm still pissed off about my lack of discipline there on AMD. All right, Apple right there. We just got a 60 fill where we've already gotten that today. So this has been a short. We talked about off that 191, and then we zoomed it out and we gave it a little bit more room, right up to that 191.25. We missed the short up there. We were trying to get it again. We missed that. Unfortunately, we're waiting a little bit higher because and now you're going to wait to see what Apple wants to do. Hopefully, if the market's bouncing off VWAP, I'm going to be net short. So obviously, I'm going to be looking for a move through VWAP. But right now, we're back down to that 15.8 on the NASDAQ. So this has been a level that's been contentious so far today. We bounced around it. Then we took off up 60 handles. Now we're back down about 70 handles from that high. So this is an area that we're going to have to see. Upside, downside. Let's see if it takes VWAP. If it does that, then this, I don't want to call it free fall, but that could signal a little bit lower, and then maybe we get back to some of these pre-market levels of 15,720 or so. But right now we are bouncing off VWAP, so if you are short, like I was there, I think it's worth capturing a little bit of risk on that. Your NVIDIA, I didn't even realize you're long NVIDIA.
Yeah, I just, market was coming into VWAP. NVIDIA is coming into VWAP as well, so I decided to get long NVIDIA just below 475. I added just above 475, and now we are like $1 in the money on this one. I am looking for this to start to head back to the upside. Just needs to take out the 50 period here at 476.50. This recent high, 477.79, so let's call it 478. That's where you want to take profit on this one and see if we can get back into that 480 price. NVIDIA, the one that really seems to want to go today. So we'll see where we can get to on this one. Almost $2 in the money already. So great trade on this NVIDIA after some bad ones on Microsoft trying to buy the dip. Buy the dip on the strongest one, I guess, is the lesson there on these last couple minutes of trading. Let me just get these orders out.
All right, well, while you're doing that, let's take this opportunity to once again thank every single person for watching. Please do one thing, and that is this.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
Again, you gotta like and subscribe to the show because, I mean, Carvana, Intel, Coinbase, NVIDIA, all the runners, man. We talked about Nikola. We talked about GoEV today. Brendan's been really coming up right now. Let's go over to Brendan at the big desk and see what he's talking about with Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, we are off the highs, obviously, for the S&P 500. Still a lot of green on this board once again today, but more on the red side of things as well, offsetting the overall gains right now. But Microsoft, top left corner once again today, 2.4% to the upside. Pretty impressive all morning long. Google there as well, 1.4 to the upside. They were basically hand in hand right out of the gate as far as upside moves go, but Microsoft took off further from that. It's all about NVIDIA, though, 4% all-time highs. AMD, almost 5%, not quite there yet as far as all-time highs. Apple, 0.3%. I was mentioning in the pre-market, if you're with us from 8:30 to 9, both Meta and Apple lagging the overall group a little bit. You can see Meta back to positive at least, but not really doing a heck of a lot as far as follow through. Amazon, nice day on top of what has happened this week with Prime Day, best ever if you missed it. 2-day Prime Day, the biggest ever for Amazon. Tesla there, notably strong as well, 0.8 back to the upside for that. Little bit of weakness though from energy specifically, as I mentioned, oil day lows right now. XOM still falling 2% and then some. CVX as well, 1.8% downside. Utilities a little bit weak. The communications group down here a little bit weak as well today, trying to offset overall gains though, guys.
All right. I just see people in the chat there like, you know, I have one okay, we're up, like look at Apple, man. We're 55 cents in the money on Apple, right? So that's going to be a good trade. AMD, I've already talked about that. Coinbase, I mean, Coinbase is cute. I mean, it's my number one stock today. That's been good. Intel, come on. I mean, let's give some love for the Intel short, right? It's like, it is whatever it is, right? And that's the problem when you're sort of on the show and we're putting ourselves out there all the time. I'm going to be upset about the AMD trade because it's one loser. But you're 4 for 5. I'm 4 for 5. And that's, you know, obviously I talked about having too much risk on AMD, and that's bad. Also, Microsoft was a great trade. So, you know, everything is fine, man. It's just, that's what happens when you put yourself out there and you do have a couple of trades that don't work out. What's up, Brad? To the upside. So we're gonna have to wait to see what happens here with everything else. But for right now, I'm pretty happy with today's trades. It's just the AMD one, you know, hasn't been working out. And I think the same thing for all of us, right, Max? I mean, you've got a great trade now on NVIDIA, but there's been every day, you know, we put on the risk. You try to make the best trades possible, and sometimes they just don't turn out for you. I don't know why I'm harping on that. It's just, that's part of what trading is all about, is putting on ideas and getting hit sometimes, right? And if you can go 4 for 5, that's a pretty good batting average. You just got to work on share size and whatnot. So, hey, we're still in it. We're still ready to rock and roll. Like I said, we've made back about 30% of that hit that we had on AMD, and we're going to do some more damage here as the day goes on. So, you know, turn that frown upside down, and we're going to be okay with that. As long as you didn't have NVIDIA today, then you might, as long as you didn't have AMD today, you're probably 4 for 4. So hopefully that's all good. Good trade there, obviously, on NVIDIA. Why don't we go talk about that? What's up, Maya? Nah, there's nothing good here. Yeah, trust me, AMD has been a scam stock for almost 2 months. Yeah, you know what, Rage TV? I don't, and thank you very much for that. We only have one goat around here. Thank you so much, Maya, for your talk. But there's Brendan coming through again. But that's it, man. Yeah, Zach. I mean, this is true, and I am beating myself up, but you are right there, Zach, about still, it's not that I'm saying I know that I'm good or anything like that. It's just when you're looking down and you have success, you kind of got to stick with it, right? There's always bad trades, and there's always, you know, bad bets in gambling and things like that, and you just got to take it for what it's worth. Me and Max still going to have a beer at 3 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This NVIDIA, it came up so fast for me that, you know, the original profit target was where we are right now. I have half of it out. I was expecting to be pretty much fully out by now. But because it happened so fast, it's like, all right, market's still coming down. NVIDIA's at this price still and looking like it wants to go up. So I'm just waiting with the other half for a 480 test. I think, I don't know. I mean, the market just reversed the whole move that it had up off of VWAP, and NVIDIA is still chilling here above 477. So I'm going to see. I mean, if we get another bounce in the market, that's probably 480 on this name. So just trying to hold this for that potential move back through 480. I don't know if we can trend above there today. That seems insane with the, I mean, the market's still up 0.5%. ES is getting absolutely smacked. So I wonder what XLF is doing.
Exactly. It's, shoot, man. We talked about that. I was like, you know what? We never trade the banks, but they're probably going to get faded out here. We talked about a 152.50 break on JP Morgan. It's down to 149 flat right now. That was a great trade. WFC as well. I'm assuming that all these banks are starting to turn red again. Yes, I mean, look at this. We called all this. WFC was up 3.5% in the pre-market when you looked at it. There's that break again of WFC 44.50. These are the trades that we should have on board, man. Earnings plays that break support and resistance levels, those are the great trades. It's kind of just like these breakdown trades as well, or break up trades on Coinbase and Nvidia and all that, you can get momentum flowing in these names, then you can see what happens. Look at Citigroup. Wow. Cannot believe I said in the pre-market that most of these, or that I liked fading these banks today. But again, that's up to you. We don't trade them enough, but that is a good call, and they are starting to make some moves down there on the bank. So let's just go over Citigroup. To me, Wells Fargo is a little more interesting because of that level that it broke right here of 44.50. So I think any love back up to 44.50 is probably worth something. And then if you're going to look at a longer time frame, like look, you've just given this all back right into earnings. This is really the fear for these big tech names. Is that once those numbers come out, if they don't absolutely beat, then where are we when tech comes through? We have a big day next week with Netflix and Tesla coming out, so that's going to be it right there. But this is 43.50 right there on WFC. It looks like it's trying to bounce off that. And again, like, don't cry for me, Argentina. 56 cents in the money as Apple's making new lows, and so is Intel making new lows as well. We just got a 44 fill for there on Intel. So, market coming back in. Let's wait to see what happens. I do have another AMD trade to go here. This is going to be one that makes a little more sense. We're actually going to be breaking through VWAP. As if AMD falls $3 now, or $2.50. Breaking through VWAP. We'll see if AMD can get lower than that. We'll take that trade against 120. Real quick, man. If VWAP breaks on this, which is trying to do right now, we'll hold this to 120. If we get stopped out, or maybe whatever that bottom is right there. Yeah, 120.10. So we're about to get short right now. There we are. We are now short again into AMD. So, some people might say, what is it, a masochist when you love that pain feel? So we're going to go back into my worst stock today, breaking through that VWAP level of 119.80. So that's where we are right now on this short for AMD. Let's take a little bit of profit out as it's flushing. Come on, as if it stops there. I was bidding 60s. It stopped at 62 max. You know what, AMD I think is just telling me stay away because I was willing to take a little bit of profit there on the downside. Let's see if it fills us now again here. Where am I bidding? 63s? Did you see where it just stopped? 63 again. So let's see if it can come in. There it is. Okay, finally. We'll ring a little bit of register. We're not going to celebrate this because it needs to come down a little bit for us. As AMD, you and I ain't friends. We'll see if we can take a little bit more money back here on this break through 119.50.
I just stopped out of NVIDIA, and now I'm trying a little lower at that 474 VWAP. That's where we stopped last time, so we're back in at 474 now, see if we get the bounce. If the market wants to give it all up, then going to have to stop out of this one if we make a new low here, but looking like we got some buyers here at VWAP. Lots of offers getting smashed, but not accelerating off the price like it did last time, although there we go, 30-40 cents off the price. Let's see if we continue on this one and make another move higher. Little bid there, doesn't get filled. Maybe they're punching up, getting into that 475, and then see if we can get back into like 477, 478 on a market bounce. But market not really looking like it wants to bounce all that much, so going to have to stop out of this if we get 40 cents out of the money here. But just diddling around kind of with VWAP at the moment is this NVIDIA position. I got nothing else that I'm looking at right now. I think, the levels got hit this morning, and now there's really nothing left to left to do. So, gonna have to find some in the midday, and then regroup for the last.
Meta. Might be some Meta.
Yeah, maybe Meta.
It's already 10:50.
Oh wow!
Is that surprising to you?
That is very surprising to me.
What? Well, when you're having fun, day goes by pretty quickly. We do have Brendan with an update of some sort. What's up?
I'm just going to mention Coke here, guys. 0.5% to the upside now. This took a while to get going, but there was a note from the WHO out this morning that basically said aspartame is poison at high enough levels, but is fine on a food-based level. China then came out and said, China's one of the biggest markets, but China then came out and said, regardless of what they said, it's fine in China as well. So that kind of kicked off some buying here. So 60.5 up to 60.75. Took a while to get going. Light volume, but Coke on a move here too.
I love that. It's like, yeah, it's poison only at certain levels, so watch out for that aspartame. I guess that's the alternative, right? I guess that's in the diet Pepsis or whatever, or Coca-Cola there. So watch out for that as we go. This market is just insane. AMD is like one of those stocks that I need to probably avoid, man. I mean, it's like we just took more profit at. We got some decent fills down there, including, I'll just go on my trade list right now to tell you, 61s, 64s, and then they're only decent because of where it is right now. This name just continues to move like insane. I don't know. Someone called AMD, what's up, Rage TV, called it like a scam stock. I don't really know why that's the case, but you know, it's not moving the same way as NVIDIA, but today it kind of felt like it did. From 116 all the way up to 122. Like, wow, okay. All right, so let's go back over to a stock that we're 55 cents in the money on. We just took out some more Apple right here because Apple's at these sort of these lows that we've been bouncing off of. If the market does retrace back up, we just got that dip down through VWAP. We talked about that. We were able to take advantage of that by getting some more Apple out and by taking out some more. Well, here, Intel's right down here right now. This is the thing. Like, I have shit. Like, I told you that we were putting on a position on Intel, right? And then when we did that, not only were we putting on position, this was a mistake. I meant to bid there. But we have two fills up here at 80. So remember what the R to R was on this? I was giving the out right there. Now, there goes AMD through 120, by the way. So L on that one. But, you know, again, it's small because we were able to take profit, thank God. But this risk to reward on this trade, guys, was 90s. So we are going about 12 cents here on Intel, now 31 cents in the money. Look at that AMD. Oops, that's Apple. Look at AMD. Boom. Up to, good thing we didn't average into that one, as it just took out that VWAP and it's like, nope, we're going to go back up to the upside. So that would be net negative on that trade, but not so bad because we're able to get a little bit out, man. Stay away from AMD, Sean. We talked about that. So, all right, back over Intel traders. Yeah, what's up to Shakib? Well, that was a great call. Great call by you, Shakib. So good on that. But all right, let's go back over to the big desk with Brendan as we wrap up the day and go over Money Talks.
Yeah, overall, still a downtrend intact here. I'll show you the weekly chart of the DXY coming up. If you missed it at 10 o'clock, though, University of Michigan sentiment to the upside in a big way, 72.6 in July versus 65.5 expected. Throwing a bit of a wrench into things, though, was the both 1-year and 5-year inflation expectation numbers, both coming out higher than expected, which kicked off a bit of selling in the overall market. So 3.4% versus 3.3 on the 1-year, and then the 5-year was 3.1% versus 3%. So still some lingering concerns maybe, according to that report anyways, as far as inflation is concerned. That is the DXY. We were talking with Frank Caberna yesterday about this unbelievable move. Couple of weeks downside now. That's a weekly chart. Again, if you go in a little bit, you can see we are trying to bounce today on that Michigan sentiment number, but overall, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days now straight downside for the dollar. Multi-year lows coming into play once again today, guys.
All right, so yeah, multi-year lows. We had Frank on there. That was a great talk yesterday about the dollar. Microsoft, I just said to Max, just broke through 350 again. I didn't take it. It just came so quickly from 348 all the way to the upside and stopped again, basically at that 350.50 mark that we'd stopped at, not stopped out, that we had stopped at before, back up to the upside. So 350.50 right now coming through for Microsoft. That might be the short if you were looking for some sort of a short anywhere right now. We've only got Apple and Intel, man. It's been actually a pretty good day, spite one name. What else can we look at, though, real quick? Uber actually had a good day, and then it just dropped down as well. Some of the banks are obviously going to be in play. Wow, Uber bounced off that 44 something, down 45 flat, sorry. That was a good level there. We've talked about 45 coming into play again for Uber, so missed opportunity on what was a low print right there for Uber, so could have taken that for advantage. I mean, AMD just resisting. I like your NVIDIA trade because it's at a key level right here of 474. So I think that's definitely a drop down level if it breaks it. I don't know if you want to talk about what your levels are there. I know you're just long about 50 cents away from this right now in the money, so that's good. But yeah, that's a good VWAP trade. Is that where your break is at? Like
yeah, making a new low there, like 473.69.
And here goes the market again. So,
but yeah, market's going up. Nvidia's got this 476 that's presenting a small problem right now. I don't think that 476 will be a problem at all. I'm looking for it to get back into that 478 kind of range, and then Maybe we take out 480 again. That's a pretty clean rejection, but we've seen NVIDIA reject and then come all the way back intraday before. So that's kind of the idea on this one. Got a very small amount of risk and then trying to get one of these kind of reversal intraday swing kind of trades. But we get stopped out, is what it is on that one. Tesla kind of bouncing really hard here off of that, what is it, 276.50 that we had highlighted in the pre-market previously. Do I have the wrong stop on that NVIDIA trade?
It should be going upside, or I don't know, the market's kind of, you can come over here and Max will figure out his stop on that one. Coinbase up to 110 right now. It's not right now, but that's, it's bouncing off of 106, trying to head upside right now. I like this short. I know that's, shorting Coinbase. Yeah, good one. But you know what? We have VWAP there, 110, good psychological level. You could start the short now. We're not going to do that. We're going to wait until it does get up to that 109 and change area before shorting Coinbase. So let's do that, 109.50 or so. Give it to about that 110 area. That would be exactly 110.30 or 40. So probably breaks above. If it breaks above, you want to give it a little bit of room. If you do, that would be that 110.30 area. That's what I'll be doing if it does come back up. So I'm going to put an offer around 109.80 or something. See if we can't get some love there, and then put our stop up at that 110.35 area or so on a break longer on that one. So that's what I'm going to be looking for there on Coinbase. Did you get your stuff figured out?
Yeah, I had the wrong stop there on NVIDIA. Put the wrong price in, so I lost an extra 50 cents there, which sucks. That ruins the risk to reward on that trade, but is what it is. I was looking at Tesla, bounces right off this same price, 276.50, then coming back into the upside. I wonder Tesla at this 280 again today, if that's another fade, or yesterday, yesterday we kind of faded out off the same. Off the key level yesterday at this same 276 price, then we break it in the afternoon and go. I'm wondering if that's the same thing off 280 today, so I'll be looking at that one midday or afternoon to see if maybe 280 breaks and holds in the afternoon and we can get that move potentially to that 285, which is the recent high there. Other than that, I mean, Carvana's doing nothing.
Yeah, slow for right now.
Coinbase, I think Coinbase back through this 110.50 price later on today. If we do get that, could be something. Obviously, the big squeeze already happened on this one, but maybe we can get that kind of secondary afternoon rally on this today. 105 is supporting for now. 102 was the level that I wanted to get long at if it did dip. So if we do dip into 102, maybe that's something. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot going right now. Maybe, Amazon's taking out that 136 again, which crazy strong on Amazon today. Gives you a dip, but not enough to really structure a trade there. So 136 getting taken out on Amazon. I don't even know what my next stop is. I think 136.50 I have on the chart over here, and then 137.80. So maybe just continuing on this Amazon squeeze move here. Ultra strong the last couple of days. I guess only up 1.5%, but Amazon doesn't really move that much, so that's a decent little move here for Amazon.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, it's 11 o'clock, so yeah, good talk there. A lot of different names today. AMD, obviously, Nikola. Let's just check out what Nikola is doing before we throw it over to the boys, because I know that's another name there. It dipped down to $2 today as well. So Nikola, which was the high flyer, up to $3. Watch out for that. We talked about that Go EV level at 82 cents. Let's see where that's at right now. Once it broke there, 70. We talked about that was a possible trade, breaking through 70. It only got as high as 74, which still is a good return if you're taking that trade. But you could definitely look out for that one. And then we just updated our Apple trade where we got some out at 150 there, or 190.50 right there off that short. So far so good here today. All right, man, it's 11 o'clock. If we're ready, thank you so much for everybody watching. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Me and this guy are back at 2 o'clock, and we'll see what's got to go, man. We'll see if Microsoft can hold that 350, bounce around there. We'll see if NVIDIA can hold it. We are looking to short Coinbase. We did talk about that as well at some levels. So hopefully it can all come through for us. But yeah, all right. Let's go see if OB traded Amazon today.
I hope so. I hope so.
All right, let's see. Let's see if he did that. All right. Thank you, Max. We're back very, very soon. Let's go over to the big guys there at the midday desk. So, Sharif.
What's going on, everybody? It is the Sharif show, but he is on vacation. So we are here as replacements, Obi and Pratt indeed. And this show is brought to you by Surge Trader, account funding up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Welcome back to the Midday Show. It is your boy Platinum Prizzy. We also got Obi-Wan Kenobi in the house. He's currently in a position, so we'll give him some time to manage that. I'm also in a position, but that position is being managed by Jesus. You know, Jesus got the wheel at the moment, and we're just sitting back, relaxing. I'll show you what the position is by quickly punching into AMC and punching out. That way, you can see the updated position. There we go. NVIDIA long just now got into it. At that. Let me get rid of this ad so you guys can see this charts. NVIDIA long just now got into it. That's at WFC. Come on. NVIDIA just now got into it. Previously off the open, I had that 469 breakout, but it wasn't good to me. And I took that loss on it instantly, or I think I got stopped up for pretty much break even. And then I started looking at other positions, other stocks, and got distracted by this move. And later on, this was the insane move. I was hesitant to even punch any of these breaks. Obviously, all of those breaks were good. The stock goes up to $480. So I'm now waiting for a dip buy opportunity. I pull up our trusty friend, Trade Ideas. Shout out to Trade Ideas. Use code TTV20 to get 20% off. The anchored VWAP on NVIDIA right now, especially at this new all-time high breakout from yesterday's new all-time high that we created at 460, showing me some support, possibly could come in around this area at 470 and all the way down to 472, sorry, all the way down to 471.50. 472 had some size on NVIDIA, so I quickly just took some starter size on it. Already $1.62 in the money, so that's kind of sad because I don't want to get out of my size that I have. I want to maybe now hold for a bigger move up, but I do have orders to get in more along right around these bottoms that we made off the open, around 471.50 or so. If we do push down again, that's where I really want to do take size, but a good little $1.25 per share on NVIDIA coming in. A nice reload on the long previously that we wanted to be part of, but we were not part of. Let's show you another stock that we traded today, but pretty much didn't work out for us. We were looking for that 280 breakout on Tesla. Wasn't really the most profitable trade. Actually, the worst trade on the day for me is this position right here. But you know, it's well within my parameters of how much I'm willing to lose on a stock. So you know, I'm not gonna get upset over it, it is what it is, right? You just take that loss, move on from it. Tried that 280 level, I think 2 or 3 times, didn't work out. We walked away. And my best trade on the day, that 350 breakout on Microsoft. The 350 breakout on Microsoft goes all the way up to the previous all-time high. Sadly, the previous all-time high was 351.47. We walk up to 351.45, reject it, pull back down from it. I get stopped out on my last few shares. I'm done looking at the stock at the moment, but we do get a nice little dip buy opportunity right back into this range highs that we were at previously, or even these pre-market lows around 348, 349 areas. Now 350 could be acting as a wall if S&P 500 gets rejected by the 45. 50 areas on VWAP on the 5-minute over here for the futures. But if that area can get cleared the same way like NASDAQ, you know, NASDAQ's still booming to the north side. NASDAQ actually bounced off of VWAP, but S&P 500 got rejected off of VWAP apparently. And according to that, I'm not really too bullish here. But if we do get the S&P 500 joining the party, maybe we can see this going too. Keep in mind, the tech basket has been way stronger recently. The S&P 500 basket is actually getting hurt from the XLE sector, which is the energy sector, the oil sector, getting absolutely shellacked to the downside. OPEC not too long ago coming out and saying, hey, we're going to cut production. And today coming out and saying we're going to resume production. So now that we're right around VWAP, right around 82 or so, I might just try a nice little short on XLE here. Let me just quickly try the short, give it a couple pennies. What? Come on. Give it that couple pennies of risk on XLE. Get into the short over here for a possible move back to the downside on the day. You could also repeat the same idea on a couple other stocks across the board, such as maybe Oxy CVX, and so on. Here comes NVIDIA right back to the low a day. Not low a day, sorry, right back to that 472 area and then instantly bouncing. Wow, I love it. So 472, which happens to be on the 3-minute, the teal line for me, it's bouncing off of that. For anyone interested, I'll show you the chart. But then again, I'm actually interested in these lows to get more long. That 471.50s, like these areas, I'm more interested there. But it is good to see the stock trying to bounce off of those 472 area at the moment. Previously did have size. XLE already making a nice little push to the downside. Let's see if we can get a bag on that one. And Oxy could give you a short on that same idea, same thesis also. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA is actually now breaking slightly below 472. Looks like we might just get that a fill that we're looking for at 471.50. Here comes that big move to the downside. S&P 500 rejecting VWAP and pushing back down and bringing NASDAQ back down with it after testing 15,800. 15,800 over here acting as a wall right now. The high day on the NASDAQ futures obviously 15,858. And the futures S&P 500, 4,560. Can we get that fill on that position? We did just get that fill. There we go, 471.50. We're going to have to give it a little bit of a bigger room. I do see some size there on 471.50 right now coming back in after going through that level. So that's good to see on that position. XLE trying to go back up. It's 5 cents against us. We didn't want to give it 5 cents. But it's just barely above 82. That's fine. So we'll keep watching XLE. We'll keep watching NVIDIA over here. Not sure if OB is good to go.
Yeah, it should be good soon enough. Just stuck in a pretty bad position here. I should be getting out of this right now. Just a little bit of a bag hold on Tesla here. Let's see if you guys can see my screen. Is my mic on? Okay, I just got out of that position, but pretty bad. Managing another bag as well. I hope you guys are doing well. I tried to take this 280 chase and kind of got that locked into the position. You know, kind of lost in the sauce there, but held through like $3 against me, and it came back 279. Horrible trading. But yeah, because I was kind of watching this locked into this here, I totally missed this Amazon trade here. But yeah, again, something I got to work on. This is one of my biggest weaknesses here. Just getting stuck and like locked into a bag. So that's something I'm working on. But yeah, crazy moves, crazy volatility on this market. This 135 continuation on Amazon. I am not happy that I missed this trade. But yeah, again, it's a learning lesson, right? When you're stuck in a bad trade, the cost doesn't necessarily just have to be the downside on the P&L, right? The cost is you can have an opportunity cost where like you're stuck in a really bad position, you're not really doing the right things, you're not making the right decisions, and then all of a sudden you look left and right, you look at some of the other tickers that have gone. And yeah, you realize how much potential you could have missed on like an A+ trade, like this Amazon breakout of this pre-market range here, this 134.40. Yeah, not good. Definitely, yeah. Kip Preem saying, do not trade on tilt. Yeah, definitely a little bit tilted there. I was not happy. Definitely that 280 break when it comes back in, even the 279.5, I was just like, oh, I'm gonna give it a little bit of room. But yeah, these breakout trades, man, I am not good at them. And when I find myself kind of hoping, you know, we were talking about yesterday, when I find myself breathing the hopium, at the same time I find myself holding the bag. Now shout out to Wayner as well. He came up to me. He was like, "Oh, dude, why do you have your blotter up?" Because one of the things that I noticed was when I do get stuck in that mind state, one of the symptoms, I guess you can call one of the first things I do is I pull up the blotter. Usually I'm not looking at the blotter, so that's usually the first sign that I'm not in the right mindset in a trade. And yeah, thank you to Wayner, my buddy over there, to shouting me out, calling me out on that habit there. But yeah, Tesla's still looking like it could go. Now I don't know if you guys can tell, I was a little bit convicted on the 280 break as I held it $3 against me, but you see the price kind of came back in. Pre-market lows held very strongly, and I was like, yeah, this was probably the area, the 277 hold to go long for a potential retest. But like this crash, not really crash, but this dump in the markets, this serious dump where you like come back down 2 candles, you break that opening range consolidation on the ES and then NQ as well. Hard reds on the NQ, so yeah, got to watch out for that. Trying to stay level-headed now as I just got out of this position here, as I figured that like this 279 test was not going to go on that strength. Now maybe we could still pick back up here. There was strength off the 276.5 and the 277, so let's see if it can kind of reclaim that 279. But yeah, I am done with Tesla for now. Tesla was not the best trade management there. Pretty horrible trade management, but a little bit saved by this this bounce here there. I would have been locked out for the day if I had I guess covered down here. But I guess I don't know. I was convicted on the bounce. Bad trading. Not a really good example to take from here. But we can talk about the other trade I had. The other trade, much better. Much better quality trade. Had a catalyst. Had a level. And also had a lot of tape action to confirm why that trade was a decent one here. Let me just pull it up for you guys. Now this ticker had earnings today. Trades on the NYSE. One of the bigger banks, right? JPM coming in. Had earnings on the day. Had this morning consolidation between 152.5 and 153.5. I see it coming in now. I did not plan. I had planned originally on taking this trade long off the 154 into the 155 and maybe a potential continuation through the 155. But you see it come down to the 150, and look down here, pre-market. Right before, I guess this is around when they probably reported the earnings, I think, or whatever. There's a pre-market support here, 150 psychological level as well. The price comes down. I have the chart open up in the corner of my eye. I see that 150's testing, and 150 cannot break. You have a failure to follow through off the 150. I punched long. I think it was in the 30s there. I got it a little bit late. I was hoping to punch long in the first quarter on top of the 150, and then add another Momo entry on the 151 hold, and then you sell it into the 152 test. 152 was taking a little bit of a while, so I just unloaded all of it into that 152 test. But yeah, it went on to test 153 and kind of continuing this downtrend that we've had from these tops here. Never could get back to the 153. So yeah, I guess another trade that I missed would be the 150 short on the way back down, because it had true support here on the way up.
Man, the move on coin today was absolutely nuts. Shout out to anyone who actually traded that stock. And, you know, I'm talking to Max here. It was insane to watch the move on the stock itself on the time of sales. At the 111 break, I'm not sure if Max is here, he's not. But at the 111 break, I was getting ready to throw an order, but there was barely any size there on the ask. So I was like, okay, maybe I want to see some size before I throw an order out. The stock jumps up $2 immediately to 113. It was like, whoa, what's going on over here? And it just keeps on ripping up to the high of 115 almost today. Sadly, though, a monster reversal back after not being able to even get up to 115 for the stock. And struggling at the moment. NVIDIA, our first long, did get stopped out, but then we got back in closer to 470 or so, giving it that 70 cents a dollar risk at the moment, and NVIDIA is testing that 470 low at the moment. There is some size, not too much size. That size could easily get taken out. But we've seen the stock, you know, take out 470 today, go to a nice new high, all-time high. Maybe it holds this $10 range that it's trying to make at the moment, but the opening range itself is somewhere around here at 460s. So if you are long and you're leaning on the size, maybe you don't want to be long too much after that size breaks like that, right? So you want to be careful on where you position yourself. Looks like oil wants to retest VWAP at the moment too. I'm just focused on where can we, you know, get back in and on NVIDIA, but maybe the game over here is done. We've seen the clear high being put in around 480, and that could maybe be the high for a little while, you know, but hey, a lot of buying over here around 470 coming in actually. A lot of buying over here at 470 coming in. Let's give it another shot. You know, we have our 3 attempts rule. We tried one off the open, didn't work. We tried one just now, didn't work. We'll give it another shot over here. See if we can catch that reversal back, because NASDAQ is showing us a reversal. S&P 500 is showing us a reversal. We'll start off with small size and then maybe add to the winner to the north side as the stock starts taking out some of these levels to the upside. But right now, the buying that I was looking for is very, very faint. It's the size that I need to see is not really showing up. So let's filter the tape actually. And oh, I think I'm filtering the wrong thing. Size is what I want to filter. 99 shares is good. So filter for 99 shares or more. 99 problems, and this long is one of them right now. Let's see if it'll work out. Another problem is that XLE short, which is very close to our stop out. We'll see if that one works out or not for us also. Come on, NVIDIA, push back up. The S&P 500 is still below VWAP though, and the NASDAQ market above VWAP at the moment. Ooh, nice little flush on NVIDIA over there. Big wall of selling. You saw a lot of blues with a lot of 100 share prints coming in, and then a lot of reds following it. So selling's coming in a little bit over here, maybe profit taking. People punching out of their positions who were previously long around these areas and watching the stock come back down to their average price. So the stock obviously getting some push down momentum, even though the market's going up. Something to maybe take a look at will be SOXX, which is your semiconductor ETF. Let me quickly pull it up on my second screen over here so I can have it up. It's on the NASDAQ market, SOXX on the NASDAQ market, which is also not really, making a low like NVIDIA is at the moment. So NVIDIA having its own separate movement on it, completely different and completely variated away from the stock. And XLE stopped me out right there. As you guys can see, the blotter kicking me out of that position because XLE looks like it wants to now return back to the upside a little bit. Not too long ago, though, OPEC did mention that they're going to increase production after previously saying that they're going to cut production. Thank you, OPEC, for playing games with our positions.
Nice. Definitely some things move around on that oil. Wait, no, you're not talking about the oil number, right?
I was.
Okay, right.
Not the oil number, the OPEC catalyst.
Right, the OPEC catalyst. Here, Honey Badger asking, what's on OB sticky note? Let's talk about that. Again, more disappointment. Sticky note here doesn't have much other than Amazon 135 to the upside and 133 to the downside. And did I take that? Did I follow my own plan? I did not. So a little bit of regrets there, but what's the next trade, right?
Make a plan, don't trade the plan.
Yeah, make a plan, don't trade the plan. I don't know. Here goes Tesla back to the upside, 279, looking like that 280 might come in again. On this move here, so a little bit of FOMO here. I was in that position, but again, better to get out and reassess than to hold the bag there. Now, something obviously I am working on there, but yeah, no, not much on the sticky note, man. I had a couple ES levels, some NQ levels, and we've held above those. SPY as well, and yeah, nothing too crazy. I know earnings for earnings, I had eyes on JPM. And I did take that trade, so that was pretty decent. This 280 coming back in on Tesla. Let's see what it does. Now I'm gonna stay a little reserved here because I did take a big loss on this just now. So let's see if this 280 breaks, and then maybe we can take a piece off of this if it gives us something to deal with here. But right here, this might have been nice, the 278 hold, right, where kind of I got out. This might have been a nice reason to get long here, where you consolidate right where these levels here from the morning are, these wicks. So you have that support coming back in and pushing us back to the upside there. Now, Tesla on the 15-minute doesn't look as bad as that, right? So this is kind of what had me kind of in the trade here. My entry is not the best because I'm trying to play that dollar break, right? But like obviously the breakout trade is not is a lot of fugazi, but I guess the meta would be to play the dip into support. And then you would know right away as well at the bottom there at the support whether you were right or wrong if it doesn't hold, right? So you have a significant pre-market support that holds, you have another test that comes into that pre-market, and then you have another rip back up, and then you're back to trying to test towards the highs. As these markets looking like they are bouncing from this morning drop here. Maybe like a 50, we were talking about retracement, maybe a 50% retracement. We're already there on the NQ. The ES could go a little bit more there. Amazon missed trade. The next key level I have here is around the 137. So let's see if we can get to 137, maybe for a backside move. But yeah, I'll be looking for scalps now. If you guys are trading anything interesting, let us know in the chat, and I can take a look at it. I am looking for opportunities to take off of something something high probability. Now we were talking about that I think it was a 350 on Microsoft. 350 I had down as an area as well, and then the all-time high is at like 350 140s, and we didn't really could not get past those highs on Microsoft, which I am keeping in mind as when we couldn't do that. When was this? This was around 10:15, and look, about 10:15. This is the futures are an hour behind on their timing, but look, 9:15 on the futures, 10:15 on Microsoft cannot break that high, all-time high, and then fails that all-time high. And look, Microsoft does not do a relatively strong move off the fail. It drops down into pre-market range highs and starting to consolidate there. But when this kind of happens, the market really quadunks because Microsoft cannot make it through that high. But now I don't know if that's the direct reasoning. I'm sure there was other things that rejected as well around that time. That NVIDIA 480 reject also definitely adding fuel to that sell-off. And then Apple probably as well, right? Apple 191. Same thing. All of these tickers kind of failed to break out of their highs around 10:15, and then we get that large pullback across the board on the markets. Here comes 279.60 on Tesla. Back to where we were, back to where we started, back to where we kind of took these wrong decisions here for not stopping out. Not for taking the long, but not stopping out when it doesn't work. That's the decision that needs to be worked on here. 280 coming in on Tesla as we speak.
Nikola almost had $3 today. If you guys remember that I was talking about yesterday in the midday about how I really wanted to take that $2 breakout, but I forget what stock it was that we were revenge trading so badly. I think it was Coinbase, right, Obi? Yeah, Coinbase so. That had all of our attention, that we missed the $2 break yesterday, which was a monster break. If you had that, congratulations today. We did not want to get into that same trap, so we did not look at Coinbase at all. That's a lie. We had Coinbase, but we did not make a single execution because I don't want to get trapped into Coinbase again. So we were just watching Nikola. We traded the stock. We took the pre-market high breakout. Wanted to take the $3 breakout also, but the stock didn't give you that $3 breakout. So took my profits, got stopped out, end the day for me. Probably could have flipped short on the break of the pre-market lows, 250 areas, or even where I got stopped out on the break of VWAP, break of the 100 period, 50 period EMAs on the 1 minute, 5 minute charts, wherever it is. We could have gotten short multiple areas on the stock today. Just did not pull the trigger on it. But monster move on Nikola, ladies and gentlemen. The recovery season is here apparently for all stocks, especially for are you kidding me? Especially for short squeeze stocks. The market is going back up, and I keep getting stopped out on XLE over here on pennies. But, if the move comes to the downside, we have a monster short there to play off with. So I'm going to get back in there on XLE. And now, NVIDIA. How does the beat go? $2 club. Hit the dollar club for me, Sean, please. $2 club coming in for Nikola now. Let's go, Nikola, for NVIDIA now. NVIDIA pushing back up to that 472, 75, 473 almost coming into play. We are currently long, as you guys can see right down there. On that side, somewhere down there, 470.86, the average. So we're loving it. Whatever we previously gave up on that stock, fighting the longs right there previously, we already made it back. And now we have some, you know what, I'm going to take some profits here actually, because that would be stupid not too. So take some profits. Now our new average is the size that we added on the break of 471. So our average price is 471.09. NVDA, nice little long coming in. My stop is going to be break even because NASDAQ or S&P 500 doesn't really show me too much strength above VWAP at the moment. We are ticking above VWAP, and so is the semiconductor ETF SOXX. So all reasons to like this long at the moment. It is $1.30 in the money, so would love to see this one maybe march back up to that 475 areas. I don't think we see 480 today. I'll be honest. It'll be over exaggeration, over expectations. Wanting 475, 480 again. Because clearly the market is showing us a little bit of a top. The fact that the NASDAQ market's only 140 points away from 16,000.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
We're creeping up on that level.
That's nuts. TCL new lows 1743. New lows, new intraday lows, or new all-time lows? What kind of lows are we talking about? Because it can't be new all-time lows. Probably new intraday lows coming in. Yeah, new intraday lows, new low a day coming in for CCL. At you said 1743. Thank you, Nick. Nick pointing out that CCL is maybe bottoming out at some point over here, giving us some sort of a long. Market, I just want to take my profits here. And XLE doesn't want to push down, so I'm not sure what I want to do here. XLE now taking over to be the #1 loser on the day, and it's a bigger loser than Tesla. So XLE is getting to that point where I'm going to start revenge trading it. So now that the fact that I even set that, I might just have to just punch that position out and just sit out on it. Take my wins that I'm getting across the board over here on NVIDIA and other stocks, and then just forget about XLE because clearly I don't have the read on this trade apparently.
Yeah, that's a nice move on that CCL. I looked it up. Nice call out there, Nick Chansey. Yeah, I like the idea of that CCL. It's been running. It's been having some serious volume in the past few days, or in the past couple of weeks. So maybe some relief, some pullback on that. Now, I am watching this Tesla 280. It is creeping up closer, but as of right now, we are forming the third lower high just underneath this 280. So let's see if this market can kind of pull back off of this. If the market makes lower highs here, we could get a potential reject of that 280 for another potential trade there. But yeah, no, if this is kind of a range between that 280 and that 277, we saw that these buyers are clearly here, even in the pre-market. Check that out. From the 8 a.m. volume, and then 9:30 as well. Pre-market consolidation, you can't really break convincingly below that 277, right? And then you make an attempt at the high, you make another attempt at the high, and then you come back in heavily with the market sell-off, and then that 277 kind of defends once again. So yeah, let's see if that's just going to be a range day here on Tesla. I'll be watching out. Now, I don't really necessarily see any other trades here. Maybe a potential Amazon short, but no, I got to wait for a couple candles to close to really see if this is coming in, or if this is kind of respecting the trend here. Here, check this out. Just a 5-minute chart, just a 9 EMA. That's the VWAP right there. So yeah, a little bit of respect, a little bit of trend here. You take a look at that, right? You have that as well. So let's see if it kind of respects this. If we can come back into here as well. I want to point out that this is the case. This is what's kind of going on right now. So any sort of break of this trend, or any sort of break of this range trend here might give us something. We see that it does wick and kind of lick grab above and below this tight range here. As long as we stay above the EMA, as long as we stay in this channel, as long as we stay above VWAP, I think the buys off the bottom of this are not bad. So let's see. I can potentially take a trade like that. But yeah, I'm just going to stay aware and stay vigilant for these prices to come in, and then the tape to confirm as well with what I might want to see on Amazon. Again, still very, very strong continuation off the Prime Day, off that market tailwind. A lot of things are making new highs or approaching their previous highs as well. And Amazon, again, being one of the top 5 tickers, one of the top 5 in the Magnificent Seven. Yeah, keeping an eye on this. Nothing too crazy here. JPM as well, kind of holding below that 150, 149. I was looking for a potential reshort here. If it can clip back up into the 150, it could give us another chance at a short here. But 149, under 149, you're like $1 away from this level here, which would have been really nice. But I don't necessarily want to chase this $1 away from where I should have taken the short side. I already took the long in the morning off the dip, and then lack of follow through off into pre-market consolidation levels here on JPM. Now I know some of the other banks as well had earnings. I did have a plan to keep an eye on them, but again a little bit overpriced for my liking when it comes to BlackRock. BlackRock, again, being a $750 ticker. Fade out the open. I guess their earnings were not as expected, as the sentiment is showing that it is selling off. A bit of a negative surprise there, even though the earnings themselves, negative surprise on the revenue, whereas earnings were a little bit positive than estimated. On BlackRock, they're seeing that come in as look for 725-ish area, holding 724. Holding on BlackRock here. Looking left, this might have been a bit of area of interest as well a couple days ago, and we have been kind of bidding up into the earnings move. So maybe a little bit of profit taking, maybe a little selling on that lower than expected revenue. But yeah, that was BlackRock. I know Citigroup and Wells Fargo have also reported. Wow, take a look at Citigroup. What a fade, man. What a fade. How was these guys? Yeah, these guys' earnings, I guess, weren't so bad. Maybe it was a guidance thing that's really bringing them down. I know JPM, or it could just be that JPM is bringing it down, right? JPM is one of the leading bank tickers in the market, with having, I think it's an over 200 billion, 434 billion market cap on JPM. So yeah, definitely a big dog ticker there for sure. But yeah, great fade off of that. If you took this long, but like, look, take a look at this trade on the other side as well. You have a hard dip, and then you pop back up towards pre-market levels, and you cannot make it past this pre-market consolidation low and start rejecting off of it, and then you make this lower high 151, and then you break the 150. So multiple areas to add on the short idea on JPM if you had that. Now I know Wells Fargo also had was it WFC, I think. Wells Fargo also had earnings today as well. Good on the earnings, but similar picture here, where as JPM, where you kind of drop and kind of test into these pre-market levels, fail to follow through, fail to break out, and use that pre-market low as resistance, really coming in on some of these bank tickers here that just gave earnings. Oh yeah, one more earnings name, I think, UNH. That was another one I had on watch. UNH, United Health, again, one of the biggest market cap players in the health sector in the American market. So strong off of earnings there. You had some strength right off the earnings report. Holds the initial reaction high of earnings right there on the pre-market low before the open, and then you hold a little bit higher as well on the dip. 460 into a blast off up to 480. So yeah, giving you a few points here on UNH, which is about 7% up on the day. Take a look at this. Definitely some shorts underwater. Taking a look at this price action on the daily chart, look at this fade that kind of came in going into the earnings, and anyone and everyone who was short, I guess under this 475 area, 475 might have been a great place to get short on this consolidation breakdown on the daily. But yeah, if you didn't cover and you kind of gambled into earnings and you held that into earnings, you're getting a little slap today. The position, right, getting a little slap today as some solid strength off of some good earnings here, earnings beats 2% above expected on both earnings and revenue, UNH.
You know this meme, Obi? Hello, it's me. I'm
Under the water. Yeah. That was me on Tesla there on that 277 test. I was like, God damn, like what am I doing?
I love that.
Did I forget how to trade? What am I making bad decisions again? You ever ask yourself that question? You're just like, you take a really shitty trade and you're just like, man, do I still got it? Like, do I know what's going on? Wow, this 280 blasting off. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely gonna be some short squeeze here on this 280 break. But again, I'm not gonna get tempted once again. Sellers were present here, 280.50, maybe a potential breakout. But yeah, definitely looking like we are ranging between that 280 and that 277 as of right now, as we've gotten 1, 2, 3 tests between those two levels, with 2 of them being after this initial range formation, I guess here on the morning drive, or no? This happened. Yeah, this is the morning drive. So just dip out the open and then blast the 288, kind of defining the range that we've been following today as futures here kind of push towards the highs.
Yeah, I'm in a CCL long here, but I'm also looking to add to this position because I saw some size at 1750, some size on the ask showing up. If that size can get taken out, I'm interested in adding to my position, have more long. But I did add on the break of 81.90 on XLE to the downside because I just wanted more size and I wanted to add before it goes too much to the downside. So here we go. Maybe I should have waited for 85 break instead of adding on the 90 break, but on the 5-minute chart, it looked like 90 break was the area to add. But here we go, some volume coming to the downside on XLE. We previously fought this stock quite a bit, and we said that the stock was our worst stock on the day. But with the winner that we already have, this stock is now coming back to being our positives on the positive side, and it's getting ready to put some money in the bank and show me what you got. So let's see, show me what you got. Every time I say show me what you got, it's the only thing that goes to my head directly. Rick and Morty lives in my head rent-free. Rent-free. Great
show.
Never has to pay any rent or taxes to live in my head. Very, very easy for Rick and Morty to do that. But here comes XLE. Volume still getting pushed down. Look at that sell volume come in. Adrian, I saw your message earlier. You said, Prad, XLE might be getting ready to go down. Yeah, it is, baby. So let's enjoy this one. And someone in the chat mentioned, CCL might be getting ready to bounce to the north side. And another viewer said, CCL ain't bouncing nowhere. CCL actually has a gap fill to the downside near 16. I'll be honest, I'm looking at the daily chart. I don't see a gap anywhere. Every single day has basically been within within a range. Even this range over here, even this range over here. And look at this day, right? This day was the earnings day. I put an anchored VWAP based on that earnings day over there. Maybe I put it on the wrong day. I think I put it on this day. So let's try putting it over here. No, I did put it on the right day. And based on that, based on the anchored VWAP, you're expecting buyers to come in around this area. The stock has already made quite a bit of a move to the downside today, down 1.4%. I also do expect buyers to come in, and the risk to reward play is beautiful. I'm risking, maybe at best, what is it? I'm long 46s. The stop is at the break of 40, so 6, 7, 8 cents at best for a possible move back up to VWAP, which is 1760, 1770. So I love that risk reward play. Let's ride that one. And currently we have 10 cents in the money on XLE. We added to that position, so that short hopefully will work out to us and ride it much more to the downside. Right now it's just playing around with this 81.90 area. We're expecting much more weakness to show itself in the energy sector because of OPEC playing games. OPEC one day buys calls, says we're going to cut production. Next day buys puts, says we're going to raise production. I'm just guessing that's what they're doing. I'm not saying that's what they're doing. I'm just speculating with my little tinfoil hat that I got around my head.
Nice. Yeah. We don't know. We don't know what they're doing. You could speculate.
I always know, Obi.
Okay. Well, Prad's got the pigeons, that his messenger pigeons telling him all the market secrets.
That's a rune, bro.
Yeah. This 280 came in, 280.30 pushed, and then we kind of sold back down. But this strength looking serious here into the 280. Let's see if we can get past the high there on that Tesla 280 as this Amazon again still kind of respecting this trend here. I was looking for like a further push. Maybe I can look for the next lick grab there at the bottom to potentially take a position in Amazon.
Trying to grab licks.
There. Yeah, no, I'm getting licks today, but yeah, this 280 is had me sweating in the morning there.
I'm trying to get a licks company to sponsor the show.
What do you mean?
Voodoo Ranger. I'm trying to get Voodoo Ranger to sponsor the After Hours show. We'll see if it works out.
Nice. Yeah, no, if you get some nice sponsors for that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, what else are we watching here? What else are we watching here? Doge. I know XRP was running yesterday.
Talk to me about Doge.
We can take a look at Coin before we go on to some of the crypto currencies there. But yeah, Coin yesterday, crazy move. Definitely one of the trades of the day yesterday. That 90 break, this morning consolidation break on the 85, and then gave you the 90, it gave you the 95, it gave you so much and more, and you get a bit of continuation and failure to follow through on the 15. I guess an attempt at the 15, but the more like the 114, right? 114 showing up as a resistance. Now I don't know this chart very well, so let's look left and see if there's any resistance or any sort of trouble we can expect, or we should be expecting here at the 114. We can start off using the weekly just to give us an idea. And right away on the weekly, you can see that, look, after this crazy quadunk down from the 500s or the 370s or whatever, you have this top with volume, right? With volume. Wicks off of, what is this high here specifically? I got here 116.30, right? So pretty much relatively close. Yeah, a couple points here and there. Now I'm sure once we go down to the hourly or so, we might see a level closer to the 114 there. So let's take a look at this. Look at that, perfect. It was an exhaustion move all the way up into the 116, but the real resistance kind of lies around here at the 103, 103-ish area. So yeah, you kind of you're in that range. You sell off of that range here. This 115.60 also showing up on the way down, where you kind of consolidate, and then really the move accelerates into this earnings report here. That's why I think it's fair to assume that we're getting a little bit of trouble here. But again, this ticker is squeezing. We are above 100. This can still blast off. Recipe for parabolic, as I've been saying on Coinbase, as well as a little bit of Carvana. I know Carvana, I didn't really look at today, but that $40 I did have in mind. And look, we kind of make a rejection off that $40. Now, this is starting to look like a potential backside, but again, that's only because of these tops. The bottoms here, none of these key levels that we've made in the past couple of weeks have been broken. We could very easily kind of do a quick lick grab and have this. This is kind of like marketing, right? You market the short. The short looks great. The short is paying you. The short is looking awesome. Some shorts are winning, and other shorts are like getting FOMO. Oh my God, Carvana, great short off the 45. Let's pile up for the swing short, or let's pile up for the intraday. And then you do a quick lick grab of the 35, and you blast off 45 50s. Like, that's a recipe for disaster. Now you can see that this ticker has behaved like this in the past. Like, just coming up into these levels, look at this crazy strength up into the 25. You come back in, you start to look like you trend. You're holding this level, right? You think this is going to keep on going, but you make these highs, and then you make a lower high, quadunk. You think the short is on. We've kind of failed to break out of this flat top here, but we still hold these levels. You lick grab pretty much this consolidation range here and continue up, setting up the buying pressure needed to really push for a parabolic move. So there's a bit of cooking going on there on that float on Carvana for sure.
XLE with a nice flush, taking some of my size out over here, and maybe we get a bigger move to the downside. Somebody in the chat saying, here we go on AMD again. I can't wait to see what that's all about. Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a flush down on the overall tech basket coming in. Even the SPY pushing down. SPY pushing down is obviously a good thing for our XLE shorts, which is now 10 cents in the money after closing some of our bag that we got all the way up from $82 and so on. And you know, now the average obviously looks a lot worse, but we're not worried about that. We're worried about the bigger move to the downside. Enjoy that ride. Have fun with the shorts, and make that money back that we previously lost on it. XLE went from being the worst stock on the day for us to now being the third best stock on the day. So that's how I like to trade. Basically, look for that risk to reward. I can take those losses 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, take those 10 cents, 20 cent losses. But then when the reward comes in, as long as I'm, keeping my size the same as I was trying earlier, those 10 cents, on XLE, I wasn't even giving it 10 cents. It was maybe like 3, 4 cents, right? 3 cents, 4 cents losses. And when the move comes in, it's a 20 cent, 30 cent move, instantly taking that profit, enjoying that ride to the downside. Now with our average that we have, it's only a 10 cent win because we did cover most of our profits. But we're expecting a bigger move to the downside over here on the energy sector as the S&P 500 returns back under VWAP. Back under VWAP goes S&P 500. NASDAQ still above 15,800. So the tech basket's still holding. Mallard TV, I've seen you ask this question multiple times. What should I do, guys? What should I buy? What should give me trades? That's not the point here, my friend. That is what we do. Don't get me wrong. We do give you trades. We do like to talk about trades and so on. But I would urge you to maybe, come up with trade ideas yourself. You want to rely on yourself. Because what if tomorrow we're not here anymore? Who are you going to rely on then? We're trying to teach you how to fish, not fish for you. And Obi knows all about fishing.
No.
Obi knows all about fishing. So, I'm talking about actual fishing, not the market fishing.
Right.
But you know about market fishing too. You're learning about it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
So we're trying to teach you like how to fish. We're trying to show you concepts behind, how every trader goes about it. Obi shows you his ideas, how
what not to do.
Obi, it's okay.
Both ways, right?
Right. Obi shows you his
ways.
ideas over there, how he trades. We have Sean, we have Neil, we have Maximilians who's been making millions all this year. And then you have me too. Sometimes yesterday I showed you what not to do. A couple times today I showed you what to do, also what not to do. So it's just the point of giving you different perspectives, giving you different ideas, showing you how traders at a professional prop firm, not so professional traders at a professional prop firm, trade, and how they set up their fishing pole. How did they set up their lures? How did they set up their lines? And then teaching you how to fish, right? I would love to give you a trade, but right now at the moment I'm in one, and I'm not really looking to get into a trade, so I feel a little guilty for not being able to provide you a trade because you've been asking for one. So that, that's a little bit on that part too. That's why maybe I'm ranting. I just feel a little guilty not being able to give you a fish that you're looking for. But more importantly, I would like to teach you how to fish.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still learning how to fish, man.
Yeah.
Like, if you guys are trying to learn how to fish from me,
I got Fisherman Sean
forget
teaching
about
me
it.
every single day.
I got nothing, man. I'm trying to learn myself. I'm not trying to teach anything, man. Like, I'm trying to, when I'm talking stuff out, when I'm doing like this technical thing, you can think of it like I'm kind of talking to myself. Like, what am I seeing here? What's kind of confirming? What's the data? I'm just talking about it out loud. Now, it could be wrong or right. I have no idea, but yeah, no. If the trade works, then yeah, I'm gonna take down notes and be like, okay, yeah, this trade idea, you can, I guess this worked or this didn't work, and the mistakes or the profits or the losses that we're taking, you guys definitely have that value to extract. Depending on how you extract that value, it can definitely be used as learning. Now, when I was trading at home, and I guess when the show first came on, I was just like, damn, there's these guys that are actually trading live, and I can learn so much from them, and that's exactly what I kind of started doing, and then lo and behold, I'm here on the floor. Learning that it is not as easy as it looks, because when you are good at something like Neil and Sean are, they make it look extremely easy, right? So that just goes to show the game is very it's like any other, right? Professional athletes, they make it look easy, right? They're like, oh yeah, but it's just this, it's that. No, they're clean, it's smooth. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, what was that just now? A little bit of whenever that wick kind of thing happens, whenever we see those dark pools come in, like that always gives me like a heart attack. Like, oh my God, did Tesla just drop down $3 all of a sudden, right? That 280 coming in. Let's see if this still holds as resistance. Strong sellers came in. Look at this strength here on the markets, and as the markets turn as well, Tesla tries to push this 280, so a little bit of a disconnect there that could potentially have shorts in trouble, maybe. I don't know. That's what I'll be watching for. If the market is down and shorts are piling into this level, but the price action tells you that, like, oh, wow, no, we're going to hold and break through this 280, the market can very well come down and Tesla can disconnect and slap some of that short pressure or get some of that buying pressure off of that 280 there. So that's kind of what we're seeing here. But maybe the market also kind of holds and pushes, and Tesla kind of knows, there it goes, that 280.50 coming in, that high a day. Oh my God, maybe I should have held this position. Bad trading, bad decisions. Let's try to think of the next trade here.
All right, let's try to think of the next trade. I'm looking for some myself. S&P 500 still wants to pull down. Okay, so maybe our XLE position can actually pay us some good dividends over here on that short and become the #1 trade of the day. I don't think I have enough size for it to become the #1 trade of the day, even if it goes to the lower day. But it can compete with maybe the #2 trade of the day, which is JPM. JPM shorts for the trade for me. Very quick trade shorts. I wanted it to be a bigger trade. Didn't really work out that way. I technically wanted the 150 break short. Didn't have any alerts on my computer. I said I would be better at it. I would set up alerts and so on. Wanted the 150 long or the 150 short. Missed out the trade on the 150 to the downside, which was the better short. Eventually managed to find an area to get in, which was the 149.50. Rode it to the downside, which was around to 148.80s, 148.70s or so. Took my profits, got out of it, saw some buying come in. Pretty good decision as the stock managed to go back up, and then later on, make a lower low. But I'm happy with my trade on that. JPM, my #1 trade on the day so far. But here's another bank stock that I actually didn't do that well on. It's Bank of America, another bank that came out with good earnings report and absolutely quadruking to the downside. I mean, just straight downside. No other move over here coming in. And the same thing can be said for most bank stocks. You saw Citigroup being mentioned by your boy Obi not too long ago. So I tried the 30 long. With the stop at the pre-market lows at 290, the stock goes up, takes out the pre-market lows, and still keeps on dropping. The hindsight, 2020, yes, but I know this setup, right? I've seen this setup multiple times. The stock tries to take out the pre-market high, rejects an area, comes back down, takes out the pre-market low, and goes all the way to the downside, especially on earnings day. So why didn't I just flip short? I don't know. Maybe because I was so bullish on the banking sector that I missed out on this trade over here. Straight to the downside goes most banks overall. Can't help it. Are you wearing a wig? Yes, I am, man. Just for you guys.
Yeah, taking a quick scalp here on Tesla. Does that look like a wig? Is that what they're saying?
I guess so. I'm not sure. You want to talk?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I thought you were passing it over here.
CCL making a little bit of a bounce over here after stopping us out. I'm not interested in getting back into that one. I wanted to try a quick little trade. It didn't work out for us, but the new low that it made is only a couple more pennies from where we got stopped out from. So technically could get back in, but I'm not interested in that trade at all. At the moment, just being patient. Look, the market made an insane move off the open, but then now we're just hanging out. Not sure if we're going to have any more oomph behind the market today to the upside, especially, it being a Friday. We're expecting maybe the market to take some profits after having insane rallies this week. Next week is not FOMC week, but the week after that is the FOMC week. So usually going into FOMC weeks, the market usually calms down a little bit, lower volatility, lower volume period, and so on. But I do want to mention today's partner in crime for the 4 o'clock show, Obi.
Who's that?
It's Gregory himself. We got Gregory coming up. Greg, the floor manager, he's gonna jump on at 4 o'clock, and we're gonna shoot the SHITS, talk a bunch about the market, talk a bunch about his experience on the floor, being a manager, being a trader, all kinds of things that he saw people do and not do, and what he learned about all that. And also any things that he has planned for in the future, maybe other things too. So we'll look into all those fun things. And if you have any fun questions for someone with about 8 years of experience out there in the market, 8-9 years, has been killing it for the past few years, make your questions be known to your boy Trader Prad. Slide into my Twitter DMs. My Twitter is @TraderPrad. I know it says @TraderTv.Prad. That's the company account, but I mostly use the Trader Prad account. So slide into my DMs over there and ask away your questions, and we'll get them all ready for the 4 o'clock show. Obi, I do want to say another thing over here. It's not market related, sadly. So the chat, if it gets upset at me, I apologize. Can we go to the 2-shot, please? Yeah. So yesterday was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Oh, right. How was that?
It was good. It was great.
Nice.
And if this coach, trainer, sensei, whatever you call him, keeps telling me that I'm a natural and I'm a prodigy.
Oh, he's calling you a prodigy.
I'm going to.
Damn.
I'm going to start putting everyone in this office in
So
arm bars.
your ground game is strong, is what you're saying.
I'm going to start putting everyone in this office in arm bar submissions.
So we better watch out. Is what you're saying. You got my reactions going there, man. Like, whoa.
I'm coming for that double leg takedown, and I'll put you in an arm bar, okay? But
so he's like gassing you up, pretty much.
Or he's selling the
crap
crap
he's telling
out
the
of
truth.
Me.
Exactly. He's like, this guy, we gotta sell it to this guy. He's gotta come in. Yeah.
But this is a different trainer than the last time. So this is the actual main trainer. Last week that I went for my first class, the trainer was just a brown belt who's learning and he's training and everything. But this trainer is actually the real deal, right? The real deal, black belt and everything. And the way he was moving, the way he was teaching us was all insane. Like I have a bunch of bruises on me from yesterday. Like my arms all like blue in a bunch of spots and purple in a bunch of spots, right? So it was a session for sure. It was a session for sure. I learned a lot, man. I learned a lot. But one of the main things that I learned is sitting there in the group session at the end. This one person was going a little too hard on the other guy, and he was like, choking him out almost. And our trainer just sat us all down, and we sat there, and he was like, okay, look, you're not trying to kill anybody, right? You're just trying to practice. You're trying to train. You got to learn to just let go. If you have that choke and the guy's not tapping, you don't want to kill him to make sure that he knows that you know that you have it. Yeah. Just learn to let go. And then these like little aspects that control, like control, patience, learning to just like breathe and just move on from things. Like these little things that I want to actually build in my trading. Because when I sit there, I realize like I'm so anxiety into a position sometimes. Like I'm screaming, I'm clapping. Sometimes I'm trying to breathe. And I try to do the calm way, but obviously it eludes me sometimes in the excitement of my trade or the anger of my trade. So like going through this Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and all this, like I'm learning like, hey, hopefully previously discipline was a thing lacking, and now I'm building discipline by doing other things externally in my life, like making your bed or putting the laundry away or whatever, right?
That's a big thing. It will leak into your trading.
Exactly.
Right?
So now I'm trying this other thing, which will hopefully help me elevate to the next level of trading and also be able to whoop some butt on the floor here for anyone who wants to throw it down.
Okay, yeah, no, definitely. I think martial arts is a great way to learn and build that discipline in life, right? One of many ways, of course, but definitely a good way. And then you keep healthy as well. Healthy body, healthy mind, healthy decision making. I know Tesla is pushing past that 282.50. Pratt is pointing that out. I know, man. I took a quick scalp off that 281.50. I saw a little bit of a hold there at the $0.50 above the 281, and I was like, well, I missed the breakout. I missed that, but you know what? Let me just clip a quick scalp off of that momentum there. So a quick 50 cents off of that into the 282 test, and now we're kind of continuing into the 282. But yeah, no, back to martial arts there. Now I haven't been practicing in a long time, but I do like I guess shadow box here and there.
Nice.
When I'm working out and stuff. So it's good for a quick warm up. Keeps the muscles fresh and muscle memory on the ball, I guess. But yeah, no, building discipline is great using martial arts there. Now I know some people do karate, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. What else is there? I guess there's MMA as well, which kind of is like an amalgamation of a bunch of different type of styles. So yeah, definitely fighting, martial arts, learning self-control, knowing that you have the power, but knowing when to use it and when not to. Again, very similar to trading where like you have the buying power, but when do you use it? When do you really use it, and how much do you use it? Do you always go 100% every time? Maybe that's your trading style, and that works really, really well for you. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But again, learning that control for the type of style of trading you're doing is something I'm definitely working on, trying to figure out the whole sizing and I guess really trying to figure out expected values as well of certain moves. Is like, okay, what's the expected value here? Is it higher or lower than before? Is it changing? But yeah, I don't know where I was really going with that, but Amazon kind of broke that range formation. So let's see. This could bring in the selling. So like this was strength here. Now we're starting to go sideways. We've moved below the 9. I think this is a 9 EMA. Yeah, that's a 9 EMA. Just a whatever, moving average on the chart, just to show whether it has a strong momentum or not. This is just a 5-minute chart here. That's what it's respecting on. And now we're respecting back to the downside for a potential retest of VWAP. As you can see, we've kind of come into VWAP a couple of times, and the reversion to VWAP is definitely something I'm always watching out for once the momentum does turn in. And we know that this level right here tested from both sides here. This morning strength. Let me just get this out of the way. I don't really, to be honest, I don't really like lines on my chart. But yeah, so we see this level kind of respected. This 135.30s-ish, right around VWAP. So it's coming in to that level. Should I have been short? Yeah, probably in around here, this 136. I even queued up a bit of a short there, and I was like, I can risk about 15 cents for a potential flush because we did break this uptrend range. And that kind of happened as well yesterday or the day before, I think, here, right? We saw this the day before where you make this range, and it's very, very strong range following market sentiment, and then the range kind of breaks. And I made the mistake of trying to short it back down here because I was like, oh, wow, yeah, this selling pressure is very heavy. But like when this selling pressure, this range formation kind of breaks, you see how the momentum and the chart kind of shifts. And if that kind of corresponds with the market sentiment, you can have that change of momentum there. So let's see if we get something similar here today where you've kind of broken this uptrend range. And that could also give us direction on the markets, as the markets have been making lower highs relative to the initial reaction that we've made. So potential downturn. We know again that tech rebalance is coming up as well. So today being Friday, we could see some volatility, which we have, right? But like again, to the downside potentially, as some of those tech names, they're saying that they're going to be selling off. Now we don't know how they're going to be doing the rebalancing, or I don't know specifically, and maybe some of you do know. I'm sure somebody knows. But yeah, no, we're going to find out. They're going to post that report, I think, next Friday. They said after hours of how the new weighting looks like. So Tesla here blasting 283. I held $3 against me, and now it's $3 in the direction that I wanted to take it at the 280. So Tesla looking relatively strong here. The idea was that it is squeezing off of some of the action from yesterday, but again, kind of finessing the risk, managing the risk around that position, around your idea, because you're like, okay, that 280 break is very high probability based off of how we're kind of setting up on the long term, right? And we can very well come into these highs. This this deliveries number here never really broke down, failed to follow through. This selling never really followed through, and then you start stepping up above that consolidation. You have this strong downtrend yesterday that got broken again to the upside, and now we're getting continuation. So that's kind of why I was so convicted on the 280 break. And I was just locked in. I was like, this has to break. This has to break. The probability is extremely high. But again, the market can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent.
Nope.
So this is a perfect example of that. Now, in terms of the price action on Tesla, it didn't do anything crazy. It popped up to 280, comes back into pre-market where we have seen bidders kind of support, and it holds above these pre-market levels from the day before and this consolidation. So relative to what we've done on the failure to follow through on this gap, we are blasting back up to the upside. Now that did pull back $3 down, but now we are blasting back up. Now looking left, what is the next level? 384 is this double top from just the first week of July. So if we break past this level here, take a look at what we have in store, just looking left. Some of the levels that may come into play in the coming days if Tesla decides to keep on blasting this 290, this 300, and then this 310, 315 as well, if we can even get there on this downtrend break. So now we did see this significant downtrend. We can take a look at the weekly, right? We can take a look at the weekly here. The weekly trend, this kind of downtrend here, has broken, and I think that is what is kind of giving us a bit of that pressure to the upside. As you can see, wow, take a look at that. Even I missed that. Look at that right there, where you kind of where am I? Okay, so
you didn't like lines on your charts.
You break. Right, I don't like lines on the chart while I'm trading, but that doesn't mean that technicals aren't a thing. Like the lines I don't like on the chart because the lines I have in my head, right? I'm like, I know there's a resistance, there's a trend resistance there.
So
I like a clean chart. Yeah, real G's move in silence like lasagna. Exactly. Come on, buddy.
I don't write rhymes because exactly.
But yeah, no, all jokes aside, look at this trend reclaim here. So you kind of have a strong downtrend on Tesla. We know Tesla does that stair-step squeeze. And then look at this. You kind of respect that trend from the other side, this resistance turned support on the daily, on the weekly, on the weekly, so even stronger than the daily or the hourly or the minute or whatever, right? You have a strong level, you have much larger players getting rocked on this, or getting long, or getting rocked on the swing short if you're taking shorts off of this, right, and just kind of churning this. But yeah, so potential for the upside is definitely here, 290. Tesla has done this over and over again, where it looks like it's done. It's done for good, and it does like a crazy retracement, and then it wipes it all back and squeezing it again, accumulating that buying pressure really needed to send it parabolic on the longer time frame, which is kind of what Tesla's been doing over the few years, right? So we see that move kind of playing a part. So in the coming days, can we expect Tesla's strength into the 300? I think the probability is higher than it was down here, right? Just relative to down here, based off of what we're seeing, that test is definitely highly likely. So a little bit of a reject off the 283 there, a little bit of a pullback, some relief off of this crazy strength. Let's see if we kind of come back down into this 280, 281 area, or we continue to squeeze on this weekly breakout on Tesla. As the market's kind of pulling back in, like we said, Amazon as well back down to VWAP. So let's see if that VWAP bounce, we get that.
Just reading this article over here about Activision getting removed from the index and so on. I think Brendan talked about it earlier in the day, so just reading about it more in depth. Will be removed from the index and be replaced with Trade Desk. So we'll watch it for this stock. Usually when a stock is announced that it's getting removed from an index, they usually trend to the downside the whole day. But we know that Activision probably getting bought out very soon, as their deal is coming to the end soon. FTC did say they're going to sue the court ruling or try to go against the court ruling again and try to put a blockade one more time, but the deal might just get there sooner and sooner, or at least it looks like it's setting up like the deal wants to close again over here. So here goes Activision, up on the day 1.8%. Thank you, Obi, for walking away with the earpiece in his head, in his ear, because now that this thing's disconnected. So if production team does have anything to say to me, I won't hear anything. Okay, but yeah, Activision over here, my monster moved to the upside. People in the chat still talking about Go EV. What? Why are we talking about Go EV, guys? Why are we talking about Go EV? Forget Go EV. Let's go take a look at Tesla instead, because this stock's way more interesting. Moving with 56 million shares, a $200-300 stock moving with 56 million shares. Compare that to a penny stock moving with 100 million shares. What are we even talking about, guys? Come on. Way better stock, way better positioning. Tesla to the upside. To the moon, Tesla goes no other direction every single day. is upside. I mean, looks the Cybertruck catalyst, I think, was a good one. Today they had a catalyst, something about with the Model Y or Model 3 price point, and then something about the price point. I'm misquoting it at the moment. I can't remember it right off the top of my head. It was on our watch list though, so make sure you go sign up to our watch list, exclamation mark watch list in the chat. Tesla with the 1.6% move to the upside today. Let's see what happens. Prad, you're missing out on AMD, my friend. I ain't missing out nothing because AMD's in my long-term portfolio. AMD's right now right around 120. There could be a long over here, yeah, but I'm not getting into it. The market looks like it wants to go down. S&P 500 clearly wants to reject that 15,820 area and push to the downside. I'm not looking for longs at the moment at all. AMD getting below VWAP, now actually showing you rejection of that 120 on the VWAP on the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes or so. Expecting maybe AMD to pull down a little bit more over here if the market continues to pull back. Just got to be careful, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the day has, for the most part, been done. It is now lunchtime. Lunchtime, I'm not sure what is for lunch yet, but if volume is not really coming in the market the way I expect it to, I mean, even though it is lunchtime, there is a little bit of a spike in the last 10 minutes on the market over here on the volume side. So there is a little bit of a volume coming in as we are pushing down. S&P 500 only up 0.09%. NASDAQ up 0.5%. They could look for longs in these areas, but I'm going to be patient. OB just came back, so we'll give him some time to look for some trades. What is going on over there? Rivian late short, saying Rivian late short on by Cade Smith. So I almost couldn't see the username over there on the top side. Is Rivian a late short? And the fact that you even use the name late could be you know, a reason to not get into the trade, but the double top, triple top over here maybe to look at. Look, but it's giving you a higher high, higher low. I'm not sure if you want to short something like that. CCL's got most of my attention, to be honest. I said I don't want to look at that stock, but it's got most of my attention at the moment. As the market finally showing us a little bit of a bounce. S&P 500 showing us a little bit of a bounce. NASDAQ showing us a bounce off of that VWAP as it has been for the most part of the day. But I want to see that breakthrough of a higher day if the market does want to be green. If not, then you know, it's going to be hard for me to look for longs anywhere. NVIDIA bouncing off of 470. That's good. 470, 150, 470 area. NVIDIA bouncing off of that one. Quickly going back to Tesla over here, unless you want to talk about Tesla. I think you do, so we'll leave that one for you. No, we'll leave that one for you. You know, it gets stale for the chat too when we're talking about the same stocks, and I'm kind of, you know, saying this out loud to you. So next time when you see I have a position up, maybe leave that one for me.
Okay, right.
But
You're right.
you know, if when you see same stocks again and again and again, it gets stale, it gets boring. So we like to look for other different positions. Someone already talked about Rivian. We just now talked about NVIDIA. Let's quickly head over to AMD. AMD still holding around this areas. That short on AMD for Sean finally paying off. Finally paying off. Where are you short? 122? I mean, where is it at right now? You don't want to see it. He said, I don't know. I'm not logged in. As soon as he's logged in,
you got
as soon as he's logged in, you're going to see a buy spike coming in on the stock. So just be careful, guys. Hey, see, you saw a buy spike come in. As soon as he logged in, you saw the buy spike come in right there. That's all him.
Nice. Yeah, I am watching Tesla here. Tesla continuing to push that 280 top there. Again, like I said, I think it was a decent probability for the break if you just kind of had let that position kind of work out there. But yeah, no. How can I get better at this trade? This trade idea, I guess I can see that this trade idea is working out. That's that 280 breakout, right? But here, this dollar break, this kind of add back in, that was definitely a chase. I can be better by kind of like getting out right here when it fails pretty much these candles that we're ripping up into that test back down here at the 279, but for about like $1 for like a point loss, and then I can attempt to try it again here and just get out there. So keeping it tighter, I can definitely get better with that. But again, like 277 hold, that was a pre-market level. So just by looking at some of these pre-market levels come in and being patient, I think I can have a much better entry on this same idea where I'm like, okay, the 280 break, we understand that it just the way it's set up, the probability for the 280 break is much higher than what it was relative to last week. Right, and we are kind of building up into that price. So if I know that it's not going to be clean, and I know it's a ticker like Tesla, maybe instead of trying to play and chase for the breakout trade, I can look for some of these supports that where buyers have shown themselves on the chart, because the data is on the chart, right? From before, all of pre-market, this 277 was bought up. And then I see that on the chart, and then when the market does open up, I pull up my tape, and I'm like, okay, this 277 is coming in. Does the tape turn here? Do we see any size? Do we see reserves? And then really using the tape where we've seen the bidders before on the chart to kind of use that as an entry for the position to take that bigger picture idea for the 280 break. I think that would have been a much better way to tackle this trade here. Again, I had a very strong conviction for the 280 break, and this is not how I should be taking this trade for that bigger picture idea here on Tesla. But yeah, you know what? It's a work in progress. We learn. We're trying to have this market educate me as much as possible every day. Trying to extract lessons as best I can. What's that?
HKU?
HKU?
Educate you.
Educate me. Yeah. I'm trying to be educated. The market is the best teacher if you know how to extract from it, and which is what I'm trying to learn how to do. Like, how can I really extract? Yeah, it's an expensive teacher as well. So if you can keep your costs down while you're learning this crazy market moves, I personally think that in the long term, if your market tuition is on the low, you will be much better off on that. But yeah, no. Amazon really coming back in. We are keeping that on watch. VWAP is coming in. What's the price here on VWAP? Let's just take a quick look. You got that 135.50. So yeah, 135.50 here on VWAP. Let's see if this 135.30s also comes in. We know that this is a resistance turn support here just based off the intraday. That's just the intraday technical. This 135 is probably also a level, being a psychological level if we just look left on the chart. Again, I'm just making that assumption, but we can take a look on the chart to see if it actually had interest with volume confirmation. Just looking left here. So yeah, this 135 here, you see that little bit of a gap between 137 and 135. So yeah, this is kind of a key area as well. This is the gap on the weekly chart, right? So yes, and then I also have some of these older lines down here, which were pretty strong areas where I saw kind of bidders kind of stepping up, very unnatural from kind of the drop down off of 200 that we had. They stepped back in and around the 100 area at the beginning of this year, and look where we are relative to those levels where I kind of threw those lines in because I was seeing some unusually strong buying. Probably longer time frame players accumulating Amazon at that 100 and underneath that 100 level, maybe even 85s if you were really a sniper there. You had the 85 entry for the bid back up above 100 on Amazon. Now we are continuing back to the upside, looking left, 145. 172 and 188. Amazon, one of the large caps that's lagging behind on its all-time high break as Microsoft and NVIDIA really pushing for theirs, right? So let's see if some of these laggards, there is some edge on some of these laggards where we can kind of get long and take it for the all-time high break, as some of the market leaders have already started doing that.
Oh, do you have any input on GOEV? Chat's asking.
Sure, yeah, we can talk about GOEV. Again, this is I think this used to be a SPAC
No way I'm
as
talking
well.
about that
I think I had this around SPAC times. Canoe, yeah, I definitely had this. I think this was the one that was HCAC or something. You know what? I'm going to look that up after this. But yeah, I definitely had this, but sold it still on that SPAC move off that $10 level. Crazy spikes up into 20, 100% profits overnight pretty much on some of these SPAC plays. But yeah, look at that. Holding a bag. Don't be holding your bags on these SPACs because, yeah, they're definitely heavy from the past couple of years. And as you can see, look at this ticker here. Straight downtrend. I do have, what is this, a moving average. Let's take that out of there. Let's take the VWAP out. Does not work on the weekly. But yeah, so yeah, bit of a bounce here. It almost went to zero. That's hilarious. We were talking about how bad this company was post merger of its SPAC. But yeah, very clear downtrend on the long term. Definitely there's swing shorts who are on this 100%. But yeah, maybe a bit of covering here on the 50 cent failure to follow through of the 50 cent. Because like, look, you kind of push below 50, you can't get past 35. What's the low there? Those 41 cents, and then you kind of pop back up on this consolidation. So maybe a move back up potentially as a lot of other shorted names are squeezing. Now I know GOEV has a short float. Let me just pull that up to see what that might be. Actually, you know what? I have the FinViz up right here, so we can quickly just search on that. GOEV. All right, so what is the short float on this one? Short interest, 16%, right? 47 million shares shorted out of a total of about 288 float, right? So yeah, it definitely has a bit of potential to go. But do I want to take a trade off of it? Maybe, sure. It's doing a little bit of R-vol, but this is not really my forte. I know nothing about sub $1 tickers. Have not treated me well in the past, so I do not really mess with them anymore. But yeah, you know what? The move is there, and the skill set is also different. So maybe I can potentially find some opportunities here. Just looking at the chart, looking at this price action and the volume here, we can see that it is on a strong uptrend. Maybe this top here at 73, just under the 75. Again, psych levels are pretty much the same across the board, no matter the price. Like the 75s, the quarters, the wholes, the halves. Like if you expect it there and it's there, maybe there's something in that, right? There might be some edge there in terms of liquidity expectations when it comes to price volume analysis there on GOEV. NQ VWAP bounce. Yeah, the NQ VWAP bounce, says Dan Ammons. This 15,780 is holding this consolidation low. I guess this is also corresponding with being VWAP. Some of this consolidation low holding on the markets. Tesla, very, very strong. Oh my God, I definitely should have held that position. Maybe even got back in. Maybe, no, you know what? Maybe not held that position. Let's stop saying that. I should have got out of that position and got back in when the trade was actually on. That would have been a much way way to tackle that. But Tesla to the moon, Tesla 285 coming, definitely some strong buying pressure in that float there. Now, chat talking about AMD as well. We can pull that up. AMD and NVIDIA. Let's see what, you know what? I want to take a look at NVIDIA first before we talk about AMD. Yeah, look, a very similar type of chart there on these chips. So AMD, that 120 came in. We were looking for that 120 come in. That 112 we saw was a pretty key area. We kind of accumulated in and around that 112 over the past week. And yeah, the swings off that level, definitely laughing straight to the bank into that 120 test today. On this multi-time frame breakout. Wow, take a look at that 117, 118 on AMD. I totally missed this trade. You have a monthly breakout trade on AMD that happened today, that 117 right into the 120. Look left, there's resistance right here at that 120, right, off of that break. So some clear moves happening on AMD there. Now it does look like it is pulling back as these markets have just broken. I don't know if that's a VWAP break on the NQ, but yeah, this consolidation break is happening here on these futures across the board, and it seems like Tesla is unaffected by that, as you guys can see here on the left-hand side, still raging for the highs. But yeah, no, AMD breaking kind of this strength that it's had. Now look, we kind of have this shelf here. not really shelf, but kind of like this support zone here, that 119, 120 area right there, and we have broken below it. So let's see how far below can we get. Are we gonna get a real follow through on the breakdown of this move, or are we gonna step and continue forward? Now again, like I said, looking left, we are stair stepping on this ticker. So longer time frame, this could very well, if this holds and continues in the coming weeks, we could see that 125 if we hold above this consolidation on top of this 118, 115 area on AMD there. That's my look. But yeah, what do you got, Brad?
Just looking at NVIDIA, trying to trade around 470, and my eyes are still glued to CCL, watching that 1745 area. Had about 2,000 lots on it. Previously only 1,000 lots, now 2,000 lots. The same 1,000 lots previously were at 1750. So either the seller is chasing the stock down every 5 pennies, and now they're re-upping their size, and really wanting to get that fill and get rid of their position over there, or get short, whatever it is. I'm thinking maybe we can short off of the 1745 seller, 1750 seller who's now on 1745, or does the break of 1745 give us that possible move to the upside on CCL? On my screen, however, as you guys can see, I still have AMD up over here. We'll wait and see if AMD can find out somewhat of a bottom, as S&P 500 is below VWAP. QQQ is also below VWAP at the moment. And I don't know if we can get back above 15,820 area today for the NASDAQ. Already showing us a little bit of a struggle over here. But as long as we hold up the bottoms at where we are, maybe create a triple bottom and then bounce back, which would be awesome for the market, obviously, with all the longs across the board. I mean, Tesla was at insane prices today. Where's Tesla at right now? I'm typing it on the wrong box, but I might as well have it on that box over there because I would like to take a look at it. You know, your boy Max actually came back to the computer not too long ago, and he was like just in absolute awe and absolute shock that Tesla's at 284, 285, 283 almost, and was like, what's the reason behind this? Was there any news? I was like, you know,
Technicals,
Tesla is just doing Tesla things, and then just launching to the north side. I guess it's that SpaceX rocket joke that we always talk about, but it actually applies to this stock over here because same creator. Well, not the creator, but same guy behind both wheels over there, behind the SpaceX rockets, which is now apparently 150 billion. Is that number correct, Brendo? Is that what you put in our watch list? $150 billion evaluation coming in just for SpaceX. So shout out to your boy Elon. That cyborg can't stop losing, and trust me, against that fight for cyborg versus reptile, cyborg will always win.
You think so? What if the reptile is clearly not from this planet though? Could have superpowers. They could be like, oh yeah, the cyborg tech. We had that like 10,000 years ago on our planet. You don't think so? Nothing?
A reptile?
Yeah. You don't think so?
Obi.
How'd they get here? How did they get here, bro?
From Mars.
Yeah, but if they got here, you have to pretty much automatically assume that they have much far superior technology than we do.
No, they don't. They're already here.
Because we can't even get to the moon cleanly.
Obi.
You know what I mean?
They were already
We haven't
here.
been to the moon in the longest time, and if we have these beings coming over to Earth, I think we got to give them the respect of at least having a better tech than we do. So I don't know. This guy might be like, oh, cyborgs, we had those 5,000 years ago. No?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Come on, man.
No.
Come on.
Obi, you're talking about gorillas?
Maybe it's a reptile cyborg. You know?
Obi, this is like the gorilla versus a silverback gorilla versus like a grizzly bear or a black bear conversation.
Oh, the gorilla's winning.
The gorilla's always
The
winning.
gorilla's winning,
Yeah.
dude.
But
Pound
a lot
for
of people,
pound
but a lot of
to
people
strength.
pick bears. A lot of people pick
No,
the bear.
no. That gorilla will pick up that bear and rip its limbs off. Like, that is the type of strength we're talking about. And like, think about it. Sure, the bear is pretty strong, but it can claw, right? The gorilla has opposable thumbs to grab, and then think about the grip strength on that thing, right? So yeah, the bear's got no chance, man. No way. No way.
Not the cocaine bear, the chat saying. The
Yeah,
cocaine bear
well, if
wins
you get
every
drugs
single time.
involved, you might have some other stats. But here's the thing: you got to keep it equal. If you're giving coke to the bear, you got to give it to the gorilla, and that's a dangerous gorilla.
At that point, you're running away from that gorilla no matter what happens. It's Tesla's trying to take out the high again, man. I'm just in shock watching this position marching back towards the high a day, 283.69 high. 69, really? Okay. 283.69 the high a day, and we're basically 30 cents away from it. So Tesla trying to go back up. Market's creating somewhat of a bottom over here from right below VWAP for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. Can Tesla create a new high a day? Yes, we can. Here it comes, 15 cents away from it. It's probably not 15 cents, but pretty close to 15 cents. Just throwing out a number there. Here we go. Come on, maybe push up there. Take out the upside for this beautiful stock, and can we see maybe 290, 300 coming in before the end of the week? I don't know. 290, 300 is a little over exaggeration, but the same thing could be said about Nvidia off the open. You know, the $5 move that the stock had off the open. You probably weren't expecting 280 today, but you saw 280 today. So anything is possible. And Nvidia also got price target updates to like $500. So we'll be not sure if you were paying attention to what Brenda was talking about in the morning. To $500. A lot. Did 1745 size break on CCL? I guess it did, but didn't really move too much to the upside. So I'm still watching that stock on the left-hand screen over here. NASDAQ, S&P 500, after showing the tiniest bounce on the market, showing us some rejection again. So if Tesla wants to push back down after doing this, I'm going to try short, giving it a little bit of a risk. I'll quickly stop myself out if it doesn't work, and then I'll get back in closer to the high a day. That way my risk is better. Already working at the moment based on where we got in. Bring in the money. Market's going back down. No higher movements coming in the NASDAQ market right now, nor on the S&P 500. I hear Sean in the background saying, let's go Apple. Did you short Apple? We're still short 191, baby. Let's go. So rein in the profits for Apple, for Microsoft, for AMD, for Tesla. Wow, Apple's... What a short, man. What a short. Beautiful short over there by your main man, Katina, bringing in some profits to the downside. And markets obviously helping him out at the moment. And Tesla is helping me out with a 31-cent move swing down. I mean, technically, I was giving it maybe 15, 20 cents of risk because I wanted to get quickly stop out and get back in at a way better average. But we're already in a nice little 24-cent, 30-cent win. Sadly, not too much size on board over here. So I can't really get out just yet. Small bag on my hand, so we're gonna hold it for a long time. Is that how it goes?
Is that how it goes? I don't know.
That's
I'm
basically
still working on how to hold the bag or how not to hold the bag.
I mean, that's the basic psychology behind it. I'm not sure in what book I read, but this is probably a Dr. Steenbarger book. You know, the guy in S&B Capital videos all the time, the psychology doctor. He basically talks about, you know, sizing, how sizing works. If you take, you know, not enough size on you've been guilty of this week at some time, right? Yeah. I kind of, we had to talk about that with you.
Yeah, last Friday.
Was it last Friday or this week?
I think it was Friday. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought it was this week. Yeah. So when you don't take enough size on a certain setup and that setup doesn't work, and you know, you don't respect the stop to begin with, like right now, like it's coming back to my stop at the moment as the market is trying to push back up. So we'll just quickly take that loss, walk away from it, and I want to look closer to the high of the day, maybe at 285 or so on Tesla. But when you don't take enough size on your setup to begin with, you hold the stock a little bit longer, right? If it's working for you also, even if it's working for you, you just hold it a little bit longer because you're not ready to take profits. But if you have way too much size, then you take way too much profit. So you're always looking for that perfect balance of how much size to take and how much size not to take. And when you do find the perfect balance of you know, size over there, the perfect ratio, that's... You can feel it in the stock too. I'm sure you've been in multiple of those trades where you have the right size, you're taking the right exits, the perfect exits, adding back in, doing whatever. It just feels like, have you ever watched Dragon Ball Z?
Of course.
Yeah, in Dragon Ball Z when he's just standing there, I forget who it is. It's just the green body, I think it's Vegeta.
Piccolo?
Piccolo. Not Piccolo, but not Piccolo. It's another... not Vegeta either. It's somebody else.
Green. There's only one green.
He's like standing there, and then he's getting attacked by Goku's son and another character, and he's not getting hurt at all. And he's just like looking at his body, looking at his arm. He's just feeling so powerful.
Oh, you're talking about Cell, the villain.
There you go. The villain in the Cell.
Okay.
The villain Cell. Right? You just feel
this
like
isn't
the
even
villain
my
Cell.
final form.
This isn't even my final form. Watch me.
The chat's going off. So
Right?
yeah, you guys got it right.
So
Thank you.
that character just comes to mind over there when you're just smacking the trades. You have the right size entry and you're exiting perfectly. So you're always looking for that perfect balance. Clearly, the stock does not want to go too much to the high side. So I want to quickly just throw out an order in the 30s over here or in the 20s. See if I can get that fill again to short this, and we'll give it the proper risk this time to the high day. Are you going to break 283 and run away from me? Looks like it is. It just broke 283, did not get the fill on Tesla. I thought I had Tesla on this screen. I apologize. Let me show you Tesla over here. Breaking 283 again, getting back below. And, did I miss the short there? Maybe not, because the market's going up. You know, NASDAQ's getting back above VWAP. S&P 500 is also trying to push up right now, but Tesla is really playing games around this 283 area, so watch out for that one.
Yeah, as that bounce off of VWAP, Amazon also bounces off of VWAP here. I got it on watch. Kind of missed that trade there we were talking, but yeah, this VWAP bounce coming in, potential turn here. If I take it here, I'd have to be risking this 20 cents below. So yeah, relatively, I kind of missed the price there. So I think I can take it with smaller size here for a potential continuation on a pullback. So let me just cue that in. Let's see if we can, I guess, get this price right here. If it kind of comes in. But if it doesn't, I will just, I guess, wait for the next candle to print. This candle looking a little bit strong here to see if we actually break above or kind of fall back in to this downtrend we are having. But yeah, no, this market looking like it is bouncing on this VWAP bounce across the board here. Now let's take a look at some of the other larger caps to give us some direction here real quick. I know somebody in the chat was talking about that TQQs, that they're short TQQs. They said that about a few minutes ago here, but now look, the TQs also kind of bouncing off that 44.60, much clearer the level that's holding on the TQs relative to some of these other names here on the rest of the market. But that TQ for 44.60, 44.50 area holding very nicely, potentially building up into that level. But yeah, that AMD short really coming in apparently. Let's take a look at that. Wow, underneath that 120. Congrats to Sean on the beautiful short. 122 entries, dude, this guy clipped the wick. That is sick. That is a beautiful entry right there. So yeah, nice trade there, following through, getting about a 50% retracement. 50% retracement, $6 to the upside. Can we get $3 down? It already gave you that, right? We already got that 50% retracement. It's going for more and more. So crazy move on Advanced Micro with respect to some of these chips coming in. Let's see if NVIDIA is looking kind of similar to that. No, not at all. NVIDIA is still holding that, so kind of similar to the TQs here. It makes sense. One of the market leaders of, again, one of the top names on the NASDAQ, showing the bottoms here, right here at that 469, 470 area. There goes Tesla, says Brad. That 285 test incoming. Oh my God. A lot of FOMO. Where can I get in? Where can I get in on this? I don't know. Do I have to draw like a moving average? Respect this trend here, maybe this acceleration of this reclaim on the breakout. I have no idea how to tackle this kind of move here. Anything, I think, in my opinion, a lot of this, if I get in here, is a lot of chasing. But maybe I am kind of lacking the techniques to exploit this move here on this Tesla run up. With this crazy strength. Again, high probability break out of that 280 area, coming in, following through really strong. As the market not looking the same, we said that when something has a strong short interest, or, okay, forget about even short interest. if you expect something to have a large buying pressure, whether that buying pressure is coming in due to a catalyst, due to a technical break, due to shorts getting squeezed, whatever it is, if you're expecting buying pressure through a certain level, yeah, that's and the rest of the market is kind of going the other way, and that name starts squeezing, it is very, very easy to disconnect and kind of cater to that buying pressure that is overwhelming the market sentiment here, as Tesla kind of doing its own thing, pushing for that 285 on the upside.
285 incoming. Yeah, we're watching that one, and we just took a long on AMD around this 119, not giving it too much a risk, obviously, because we do know that main man Coutinho over there is short, and never want to trade against him because you might just get burnt on that one. Beautiful short on that one, Sean. NVIDIA just gave us a fill on the 471.50 break. Are you kidding me? I didn't expect that to happen just now, but looks like we did get that fill too. Let's see if NVIDIA can march back up to the north side over here. Enjoy with that one. But all eyes right now on apparently TSLA, the EV sector, stay hot, baby. Can we see that 284 breaking at the moment? Don't really see too much size on 284. Looking at the bids or the asks, sorry. Not seeing any size at 284 just yet, but you guys know how my level 2 doesn't show me size until we get really close to the price. So we might have to wait a little bit to see if any size is up there. You know, this is not like new prices for Tesla. We've been here before. The new price stocks are obviously your NVIDIAs and your Microsofts, as they made a new Microsoft didn't make a new all-time high, but attempted to pretty damn close today. 351.45, and previous all-time high 351.47. So we got pretty damn close to making that all-time high. But here's NVIDIA right now getting back below 471. Market's not really trying to stay green, I guess, huh? Oh, look at that. Instantly right back to 471.50. Instantly flat on that position. 50-cent move in a second. Here comes NVIDIA, ladies and gentlemen. The moves on this stock are insane. Almost as insane as Coinbase. Oh. Coinbase was absolutely a wild stock to watch today. Shout out to your boy Maximilians. Here goes the AMD longs. They're working finally. AMD longs 12 cents in the money. So maybe NVIDIA could start, you know, rallying with us too over here. NVIDIA is pretty much flat on the day for me. We took a couple, one loss here, a couple losses here, and then we made a win to make it go back to flat. And now we're trying to see if we're going to end it red on the day or if we're going to end it flat on the day over here by taking this brand new position on NVDA. Sean C. Silverback Berengi. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Options are too expensive on coin for continuation, says Bing Chungus. Yeah, but these apes don't care about the options, price options. They just punch. Can you do fractionals on options? No, right? No fractionals on options. But yeah, 100 shares. Yeah, yeah. So these apes, bro. They're just running out here with a bunch of leverage, and they don't care. They'll just punch.
Yeah, definitely. Getting a little long here on NVIDIA for the 384 break, potential 385 coming in. So yeah, just gonna watch this tape here to see if that dollar convincingly breaks, and then if we get like a follow through on that dollar break there. Right away, that 284 breaks with conviction, printing the quarter above the dollar, and then right back in right away. So not too clean as of right now. But let's see if we kind of get that 284 continuation. If we don't, I will be right away out of this position. Okay, right there. That 75, 76 is testing. 75 didn't really break. We're holding the quarter. We're holding the quarter right there. Can we bid back up? We're staying in the 70s. We're staying in the 70s, about 20 cents out of the money right now. 285 incoming potentially if this 284 breaks and holds convincingly. So we do have this kind of strong trend here on the day. We did break out of that 280. So yeah, I'm a little bit late to the party here, but again, taking the scalp based off of this smaller time frame consolidation break on Tesla there. That 284 coming in. I am in the 90s. I might have chased a little bit, but better entry might have been in the 70s as well. So yeah, if this doesn't break right away in the next couple of minutes, then I will most likely be out of this position. But the market's looking kind of strong here. We are kind of curling up as well. So let's see if this position works out. And you know what, this is I don't like it anymore. Okay, cool. I'm out of there. And let's see. I don't know. I kind of have to work on these dollar breakouts as they are kind of not my forte, right? Again, how can I take this better? 283 hold might have been better. Look,
this guy said I got nose poo, bro.
What? Okay. That didn't hold, right? It didn't hold that first quarter of on that 284. That 284 should have been much nicer.
That's crazy.
But maybe it could still very well come in on this trend. But right away, I did not like that hold or the lack of hold above that 284. So it came out right away, back down in. So no trade, but well managed. Much different than this break trade here that I tried to take, right? So again, we're learning as we go along. Trying to stop out within reasonable range. Here I am sitting with an order on Amazon. Let's see if I get hit on that order. It does look like we are kind of holding this 135.50 area, 135.60 area as well. So a little bit of support there. Let's see if we can hold that on Amazon here. I did have an order there in the 70s, but didn't get clipped, not yet at least. But look at that Tesla right back at the top. So maybe potential to take this again. And we are through the level. Look at that. So I guess I'm long here again on top of the 284. So potentially we can really get going this time and take the trade to 285. Let's see if it kind of comes in here. That 284 really giving us some trouble there on Tesla here. That 284 still, oh my God, still kind of pressuring. You can't even hold the quarter above the dollar. Come on, man. Let's print the half. We're almost at the half. 50 cents, 84 half. Can we make it to 85? I'm watching size stacking up on the 85 half. So I didn't really like that too much, but let's see that we're right back there again. Can we get through that 284 half for that 285 potential test on Tesla here as we speak? Again, I am not going to be in this very long if this doesn't necessarily continue to follow through. But again, it is chopping me around. This is kind of crazy action here. I am not familiar with the Tesla trading, but yeah, definitely a lot to learn from Sean and Max and some of the other traders here today. Trading this name on Tesla, really strong strength here. It is holding this trend, right? It is very well holding this trend. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that respect of the trend as Tesla pushes for that 285.
Yeah, very well could see 285, but I'm actually seeing this previous, get out of here. Stop. Get out of here. Delete that one. I want this one instead. There you go. That's the one I want. And if you look at this high that we were previously at on Tesla, we're right around there at this 284.50 or so. So 284.50 could be that barrier. And oh wow, Nvidia's $1 out of the money at the moment. And Nvidia's pulling back more than I wanted to. Is market pulling back? Market is pulling back. So I might just jump out of this Nvidia trade. Nvidia now going to be our #1 loser on the day most likely. But I'm getting ready to get into the short Tesla. Yeah, we're going to take that loss on Nvidia. But I'm getting ready to short Tesla over here. If it does pull back below 284 just like that, we're going to give it a little bit of a wiggle. You know, the high day has been implemented, 284.50. Would I have been, would I like shorting closer to that price? Obviously. But, you know, 284 breakthrough, back through is what we're going to looking for right now. Let's see if we can get that right down. Markets are really pushing down over here. Is Tesla going to be moving away from being our worst stock on the day? Nvidia did claim that spot on the blotter for us to being the worst stock on the day. But let's see if Tesla, which was our previous worst stock on the day, could now, with this position, run to the high of the blotter over here and start paying us some money. Come on, baby, just give me a whole $1 per share. I'm not asking much. So flush down over here. I'm not asking for much. look at AMD, indeed, baby. I tried that long on 119, did not work. AMD flushing straight down, NVIDIA flushed to the downside too. So it makes sense why. I mean, look at SOXX, which is the semiconductor ETF right now, taking out the low a day. And I'm pretty sure you guys are interested about Tesla shorts over here or Tesla longs in any direction that you are maybe positioned for Tesla yourself. At the moment, we are not really pushing too much further to the downside as I wanted to. So the stock could easily whip right back, and especially if S&P 500 and NASDAQ shows us buyers once again at the same spots where buyers have come up previously in the day. So you want to be very careful. I'm not going to give the stock too much back through 284. That way, if I do see buying coming in, I stay away from it, and I can get back in closer to 284.50 for that short in that range that I was talking about, previous highs around 284. There goes 284 test again on TSLA, but we're not able to put 284 on the bids just yet. Not able to put 284 on the bids just yet gives me a reason to hold this trade a little bit longer. But nervousness is still there. No reason to be nervous. You know exactly what you're going to lose. You know exactly where your stop is. You know what you're going to do. So no reason to be nervous. It's just I don't want to lose, right? I don't want to lose. I want to be a winner. There you go. 284 now back on the bid, and they're holding 284 on the bid for a couple of seconds over here. Yeah, so now they're pushing up. Some buying coming in. Is there any selling pressure around these areas? I want to see 284.50 holding up as a barrier, which happens to be a previous highs on the stock, especially with the market trying to go down too. But 284 holding on the bid, and it's been more than 10 seconds. I should technically be punching out of this position right now, but Tesla does deserve the respect to have a 50-cent stop. You guys know that. The stock could easily go 50 cents in and out without a problem, and then whipsaw around. So the stock deserves a 50-cent stop at times, even though I said I don't want to give that 50-cent stop, having to revamp the plan at the moment on the fly. Here comes that 284.50 test. We took out the size on 284.50 and no real push past that 284.50 right now, but the market actually indeed moving back up off those lows. So with the market moving back up over here, this trade not looking that good at the moment. Might just have to take this L. Tesla continues to, reign in as a champion, as the worst stock on the day for me. It said NVIDIA. What? You want to take over my spot? No, I'm going to continue being Prad's worst stock ever, and no one ever takes that crown away from me. But Tesla, come on, man. You don't want to be in my no trade basket. I put a couple stocks in that no trade basket. Any stock under a penny is in that basket. That's why I don't want to look at GOEV. Here goes properly above 50s. Properly above 50s. Is that properly above 50s? I don't see any selling. I actually don't see any selling. So yeah, that's properly above 50s. There's no selling coming in. It's just straight up buying. Market's actually pushing back up while AMD's falling over here. Okay, AMD, I see you. There goes NVIDIA. Sorry, not NVIDIA. Where is NVIDIA, by the way? But there goes Tesla, 285 incoming right now. Not that far away, only a couple, 30 cents away from making that 285 high. Is that the top? No way, right? With S&P 500 bouncing off of these lows, let me just quickly show you the chart. Oops, almost made a mistake there. Oopsies. Here's NVIDIA. Sorry, I have NVIDIA on my mind. Here's Tesla bouncing off of these 45-40 area. And here's the NASDAQ market kind of bouncing off the same. Chart looks pretty much the same, but 15,760 or so. So monster moves coming in for Tesla off of this bounce on the market. Yeehaw for all you cowboys on Tesla longs. Looks like that previous.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry. While you were there, I was just zoned in on my tape, and I took the long on the break.
You're good. You don't gotta apologize. Trade your book. What the hell? Trade your book. You don't gotta apologize for nothing.
I was like, there's a failure to follow through off the $0.50 underneath the 284, and I like that because I think you were right for the short idea because we saw that size at the 50s, but then again, like look at this kind of this strong trend here. So I saw it kind of holding where we've kind of seen bidders start to step up and up off that 280 break. So we saw that they've been stepping. So when it comes down vigorously like that, off of some size, and then gets scooped right back up and it kind of stops in its tracks, right? You expect it to sell and it kind of stops in its tracks right at the bottom of that range. I like that look. And then I saw some churning on the tape, some order flow kind of speeding up at that level, kind of holding that selling in place. So I was like, okay, I like that. Let's get along for that 285 break. Now I did get out on the scalp because it was having a little bit of trouble in the $0.50 right above. Again, 285 is the target, but if I see it having kind of trouble right under the target, I'm more than willing to take it out right there. But yeah, the 285 was the target off the 280 break, and we are there. Now, we could definitely get much more on this. Tesla's a ticker that will do more than 10 points in a day, and it's done about, 77 to 85. So yeah, it's almost there, 2 points away from that 10-point move off of these bottoms there on Tesla. That 285 coming in hot on Tesla. Like I said, the probability of that 280 was stacking. And we are seeing that follow through. It was stacking on the long time frame, so you can see
size on
an outlier move on the intraday, which will give you some good opportunities for chops. Look at that size, 2,000 lots at 285, getting taken out, getting eaten up, but then fail right away. Did not take out all of that size, so that's a good look there. It was not able to take out that 1.5K lots at the 285 for now. So let's see if it is more fugazi brought to you by Tesla. Or look, that size is absolutely gone from 285. So yeah, that size probably meant nothing because not all of it was taken out. And then when it did come back for the retest, that 300 lots were nowhere to be seen. So yeah, they definitely got out of the way there. That 285 blasting to the high side on Tesla. Again, one of the stronger names on the day today. I don't think that bears are too happy, shorts are too happy on this Tesla move, breaking out of a significant long-term downtrend area that kind of crossed into that 270s area, and now we hold and push back up. So again, in the coming days, can we expect a Tesla push? I think so.
The earnings in 3 days.
Is this it? Oh, they have earnings in 3 days, so we're getting a run-up into earnings as well. So yeah, a lot of confluencing factors here for the momentum, reason for the momentum. You have a squeeze breakout into earnings, anticipation, whatever it is. They had crazy deliveries on that gap up. Let me pull that chart up a few days ago. Tesla, I know we're talking about this name a lot, but hey, listen, this is one of the hottest tickers in the market right now. So if you got something hotter than that, let me know and we can talk about that. But right now, this is moving. But yeah, so look, we drew that line here. It supports and holds this area roughly on the strong uptrend. We saw this coming in as well, and then you kind of break this longer time frame trend. Let me pull it up. Yeah, right there on the hourly. You can see that. So these tops that were coming in on the monthly and the weeklies have been kind of negated, and a push towards 290. So yeah, that squeeze could definitely start coming into earnings, which is when? Wednesday, July 19th. After hours. So yeah, so a few more days for that earnings report to come in, and lo and behold, we're pushing into a breakout here. Now, like I said, looking left, what's the next area? We saw that it was that 284 or whatever, 284 something and change, and we have convincingly broken out of that 284 for now. The 285 cycle level coming in as well. I'm sure if we look left, I'm sure we can find some sort of resistance or support in that 285 area here. Looking left on Tesla.
NVIDIA going destroy mode right now, breaking to the downside. Semiconductor industries taking out the lows. The shorts are on for semis for sure, baby.
Is it a green to red move?
AMD is now only up 1.5%, taking out that 118 to the downside now, Sean. Loving
AMD's
those shorts.
really gonna come
NVIDIA 465. We're right back to pre-market lows on NVIDIA. Like, what? Monster move over here to the downside on the market. But maybe not the market. The market's still positive, but on the semiconductor sector, which is actually now red on the day. So right back to the pre-market lows. Maybe 465 holds, right? NVIDIA didn't walk up to 465 in pre-market for no reason. That would be ridiculous for us to, turn red on the stock after making a 480 move. What the heck are we talking about over here? And as QQQ really still back under VWAP, sadly. So the longs on Tech Basket over here getting a little scary. Apple, I'm guessing, is much below 190. Ooh, no, Apple's actually right around 190. And if the market finally takes out the lows over here, maybe we could try to look for some possible shorts off of this 190 area on Apple, trying to take out the low of day. Apple red on the day by 0.3% so far. Looking at AMD, AMD is just absolutely tanking, bro. That long at 119, quick little long, didn't work out. 117 now coming into play on AMD. Quoi donc, may I say? Steal that from the man who's coming back next week. Monday, you will be...
Next week.
Next to next week?
Yeah.
So we're still here together next week?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
For the most part, yeah.
Some people in the chat are going to hate that, but the rest of you are going to love that. We're here. We're going to enjoy it. We're going to look at all the market movers.
Till your boy Sharif comes
Two
back.
more
Or
weeks.
One more week.
One more week till your boy Sharif is
back.
back.
The second week, yes, sir.
Go for it.
Yeah, NVIDIA, let's go NVIDIA puts, says Lewis. Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton?
No, Lewis Arenas. Glorian asking, will NVIDIA come back today? Now, I know Pratt just talked about NVIDIA, but will NVIDIA come back? Probably not, dude.
Not all the way to 480.
We saw the support here. Can we see support again? That 465, I think, pre-market. Like, look, above and below, this is a level. Well, just within pre-market, I think that's a look right there. So pre-market, you come up, you reject, and then you hold support right before the open. This that 465, I think, is key, and now we're bouncing off of it again. 465. So yeah, maybe this could be a bounce off of this. I think we can expect at least a little bit of a bounce. Expect a little bit of a bounce off that 265 area here. Just seeing that intraday technical on NVIDIA. Like, we had that crazy strength. We thought we were going to kind of pull back off of there, but no, we break up and hold that level of support, and it's showing its face again here with this crazy quadunk move coming in, and a little bit of bidders stepping up and holding this price here. Now that 190 on Apple, now let's talk about that. That 190 on Apple, I know Raj has something to say about that as well, was very well defended yesterday, and we kind of see the same thing happening today, where you have a strong momentum to the downside, and then it kind of slows down and starts going sideways on top and in and around that 180 on Apple. So this is kind of proving itself to be an area of interest, so we could definitely keep an eye out above and below this 190 for a potential market direction here. Look, some of these, a lot of these names we were seeing at the beginning of the week, everything else was red. Everything else was green, and a lot of tech was red. Coming in today, yeah, sure, Meta and Apple, but like that's pretty much almost break even, right? But as Nvidia goes green to red, right, on the day, we're seeing here a little bit of an opposite coming into the end of the week, where a lot of tech names are positive on the map here. Let me just refresh. A lot of tech names are positive on the map here, whereas a lot of other tickers are red here. We saw that UNH healthcare sector was down pretty much all week. Now UNH had earnings today. Remember, UNH had earnings, so UNH up on the day, extremely strong off of that earning report after a dump down on a multi-day fade on UNH down into the 450 area. 450 holds. Even in the pre-market, 450 blasts off. Prad getting happy about his short here. Prad, you want to talk about that?
No, we're not going to talk about it at all.
All right. Well,
we're not going to talk about that position at all. I'm not jinxing it. We're not going to talk about this position ever again until profits are taken. You guys know what position it is. It's moving. It's working. I would rather talk about other positions so I don't jinx my own trade over here.
True. Nice.
And also, if I look at it, I'll take profits. That's why I don't want to look at it.
No,
I want to talk about it.
I think you have the right idea.
I don't want to look at it. I want to talk about it. I lost a lot about it. I'm very emotional. I'm revenge trading, and the revenge is working.
Oh, baby.
Right?
Yeah,
that's the answer for this
one. That trend broke. Oh.
Send that stock to the downside. Damn stock burning me for no reason. Being the Elon fanboy I am, why am I even short in the stock? I don't get it.
It doesn't matter, bro. It's not about your feelings. It's about just taking peace off the order flow.
My feelings are important,
Look
Obi.
at that. Oh my God. Quadunk, what's happening? That 285 short, $4, almost $3 to the downside, almost at 282. Holy, that was a place to sell for sure. Failure to follow through off that 285. Like I said, 285 was the target off the 280 break, and a lot of selling coming in off that 285. Failure to follow through, and then you also have that rejection here, and it confluences with the market going further down to the downside. Again, like we said, some of these market leaders coming back into their opening prices like NVIDIA, and what about Softy here? Softy as well, Microsoft, coming in to these levels where we saw bidders and kind of looking a little bit heavy on a Friday as well, right? So again, like we said,
wow,
bit of a shake and bake, right? You have a strong move up. You attempt to break all-time highs today. You attempted. Let me say this again. You attempted to break all-time highs on one of the strongest tickers, number one on the NQ, and you failed to break through, and then you go green to red on the day. on that name. I think I'm going to keep that in mind. Right? So Friday, end of the week, coming in, strong sells coming across the board, across the markets here. Some of these large caps doing significant moves using significant levels on the dailies and weeklies and all-time levels as well.
Can I get a Free Fall Friday? Markets are actually turning red over here at the moment, and it is an absolute wonderful free fall coming in. Where's Boggy? Hey, can I get a Boggy call too, please? There you go. Boggy calling in for the homies. Boggy making it rain. NVIDIA only up 0.7 on the day. NASDAQ only up 0.18 on the day. S&P 500 now negative. Semiconductors ETF turning red. AMD turning to 117 and below 117. I mean, what is going on over here? All stocks are crumbling. We are taking some profits on Tesla over here, as you guys can see, taking some outs, enjoying that move. Fought that trade so much. It was actually my worst trade on the day by you know, it was 100%, not 100%, sorry, it was 200% negative, more than I allow a stock to be. So if I allow a stock to lose $100 on a day, that stock basically was, you know, $200 is that no, I lost 100% on it. No, 200% on it. Basically, if I give a stock $100 on a day, I basically lost $200 on it. That's the idea over there. And now that stock is coming back to being most likely positive with the swing to the downside. Let's see a bigger move down over here if that's possible with this market turning back around. What a break of the trend line. What a break of all things over here. Insane swings. I've been on a roller coaster. Call me Wonderland.
Nice. Yeah, that move is really coming in here. Now, what I'm looking for now is like, can we get back down to 280? Can we get back down to 280 and show us that there's a potential for the break there, or do we make a higher low here relative to some of the higher
how do you say
lows?
white?
What's that?
How do you say white?
White.
You say white?
Okay, yeah.
You say white or white?
Do you say a cool whip?
Cool whip.
Do you say cool whip or cool whip?
Yo, shout out to Family Guy for that one.
Cool whip. Yeah, I definitely like some cool whip on.
Why do you say it like that? Well, say it like what? Cool whip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classic episodes.
Family
Love Family Guy. They got a new season yet or what?
It's all about South Park now, man.
Is it? You know what?
Park.
Surprisingly, I've seen some iconic episodes from South Park, but I have not religiously watched South Park. Like I don't know too much about South Park and its
I watch South Park every night while going to bed. It stays running in the background. There's I don't know if it's in America or not. Most likely is because it's a Paramount company subsidiary called Pluto, Pluto app. What's up?
He approved the student forgiveness?
Yeah.
Did that just happen?
I think it was earlier today.
Did it just happen today?
Earlier today.
Or this morning? Okay. Well,
yeah.
I thought maybe that's
how much was it? Like 38 billion. Yeah, I remember it was something 3 something, but yeah, 38 billion.
I wonder if we'll follow in step here in Canada.
Never.
I mean, never say never, dude. I feel like a lot of the times Canada will wait for the states to kind of do
make
something
that money rain
and then follow on. Yeah, look at that Tesla move coming in. Holy man, that 285 really proving itself as a place to sell. Yeah. 285. I mean, no, I don't. I'm sure the chat loves Prad's dance more than the chart right now, as the market is totally quadunking.
Free Fall Friday
Look at that,
upon
teleporting
us.
down on the ES. Holy, is something coming in? I have no idea. Am I not in a short? What should I be shorting here? I am a little late to the party here.
If you're not in one, it's too late, my friend.
It's too late.
I'm joking. It's not too late. The market's heading to the pre-market lows. You can find one
and see when this move can potentially stop. Or if it doesn't, a
little
little bit of
break
relief to get short, right? I don't want to chase this falling knife here across the market. Rosando saying coin, definitely. Saad Mahmoud saying I missed it. Yeah, man, I definitely missed it. So that quadunk was definitely there. That 115 Coinbase. 114 really following through on the sells with the rest of the market here. 105. Yeah, a lot of charts looking very similar, testing their opening range, some of their pre-market levels, maybe having gone green to red
across the board here on a lot of these
Yeah,
tech
take a
names,
profit on that, man.
a lot of these names that have been running. And while that's happening, take a look at this. Amazon respecting VWAP. Interesting. Potential long here. Maybe I like that. Maybe I'll take it.
I like it. Maybe I'll like it. Maybe I take it. Maybe I do. Yeah, I take profits on Tesla over there. Beautiful $3 per share move. Woohoo, baby! I'm excited. That was a good little fight back on the day for myself. Still red on the day. Doesn't matter. Flat on the day, in my opinion, based on where my PNL is. Previously, we were not flat on the day. We were hurt on the day, but now flat on the day again. Chilling, relaxing. Finally hit that nice little trade. There could be a bigger move to VWAP to 280 or so, but I'm going to stick to my risk to reward parameters and take it. We can look for new trades. As Obi said, what's the next trade?
What's the next
What's
trade?
the next trade? For me, I think the next trade could be this lower day break on Apple over here. Pre-market lows around 189.50, 189.60 or so. If the market continues to quadrunk the way it is at the moment, we could look for some possible breaks over here on the number one stock of the market overall. We could even maybe bleed into some of these other stocks, maybe Occidental Petroleum, which is actually taking out the lower day right now. Wow, okay, missing that trade over there. Lower day 59.50, and we're so close to it. So why don't I just cross over, take that short, give it that 10 cents of risk past 59.50 to get back through. And if we lose 50 cents, whatever. But with the current move that we are noticing in XLE throughout the day, here's that XLE shorts I gave you, right? Beautiful shorts on XLE. Sadly, I got out on the break of this trend line. But the monster move right back to the downside. Lower day breaking on XLE, pushing much, much further. Just a quick little 10-cent trade over here. Taking the previous, the lower days, today's previous lower day, back through as my stop and just chasing the stock at the moment to the downside in case the markets do keep on pushing to the downside and give us some profits. Look at that exit on Tesla. Bang.
Nice.
Profits.
Skippity-doo, pop, pop.
Quick mats.
Quick mats. Man's not hot, but mans are pretty hot. Over here, positions, trading, a lot of points in the money on Tesla.
PNL showing not hot, bro. PNL showing icy cold, not icy hot, okay? Shaquille O'Neal, icy hot, icy cold. I'm on the icy cold side, PNL.
I don't know, man. That trade was pretty fire, though. I think that was a great place to get out as well. I think just above that 281 test. Now, I did get long here a little bit on Amazon, at that 135.70 as that quadrunk starts to slow down on the markets relative to some of this consolidation that we've had in the pre-market levels. So can we expect a little bit of support here based off of how fast we've come into this move? I think so. I think we can expect it here, and if it's not there, that's not there. That's fine. But I think there is a slight chance of there being a potential bounce here on the markets as we accelerate.
More downside.
Accelerated down into this consolidation zone here. So let's see if Amazon holds up on that move. Amazon is a little bit more muted, so if the market does crush down, I think I will have a little bit of time to get out of this position with a relatively smaller loss than if I was in something like trying to long something like NVIDIA or the markets themselves, right? But I do like this look. We are above VWAP still, so I think the long is potentially still there. We are kind of pushing off of a very key area, this 134, 135. Missed that long, but yeah, again, if I was in this long for an intraday swing, I would be thinking, where can I get more? Where can I size in a lot more? And it would probably be on a VWAP hold. Right? If I'm in from this pre-market high break or this 135, and I'm like, okay, I'm taking this intraday swing because this name is really going on a larger time frame, and we have the potential to close higher on a green day. Yeah, it's definitely going to close above VWAP if it's a green day, right? I would like to think so. But yeah, on that accumulation above VWAP is where I would be sizing in. Now, I do not have a position off the 135, so yeah, I could be initiating right here as well for that continuation move, breaking down that larger time frame intraday price action speculation into smaller moves, right? I was talking about this earlier where it's like, yeah, if you have a bigger picture move, the bigger picture move usually consists of smaller, higher probability moves that kind of build into that bigger picture, and you can break that trade down into those smaller constituents, in my opinion, as well. But yeah, VWAP bounce coming in here on Amazon, potentially.
Amazon. Looking at a bunch of stocks over here to see what we want to talk about. Look how many stocks I traded today, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Whoa.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 positions.
You got a basket there, buddy.
Why am I like this?
You basket trading?
Why am I like this?
Are you basket trading?
Why am I like this?
I don't know. I ask myself this question every day.
Why are you like this?
I have no idea.
But yeah, Microsoft over here, hanging out near the lower days, 346s or so. I do like that area for a long, so I'm just going to punch in blindly. Just punch in, give it the 346 area, 15 cents of risk on MSFT. Let's see if this one can fly up. I did not like the short on Oxy. It was just stalling out, and the market was getting ready to make a bounce, and it did bounce off the lows. So we quickly got out for a flat trade on Occidental Petroleum over there, and that looks like a good call because it's marching right back to where our original stop was on that stock. So we might have saved ourselves on a little bit of a loser on that trade. But if the market's getting ready to bounce, a stock today was very strong in the tech basket, and it is the second best stock in the tech basket, Microsoft. Right? We walked up to the high day. Yeah, Apple, Microsoft.
I think Microsoft is on top now in terms of NQ. On ES, it's still number 2. But that might have changed. That might have changed. It changes every. 12.5, 12.3. Yeah, it's like pretty much the same.
Okay, we're haggling over 0.3%, bro.
But here's the thing. I mentioned this I think a couple months ago as well. As the first time Microsoft kind of started pushing up into that top place, I was like, it's kind of making a place for itself there as a potential leader in it coming up. But yeah, no, definitely switching spots with that Apple. You know what? I kind of want to know now. So well, I'll just pass it over to you for a second while I look up what that constituent weight is on the NQ.
Sounds good, Obi. Thank you for doing that for us in the chat. Microsoft, though, as I was saying, the number 2, number 1, whatever it is, we're just talking about 0.2, 0.3% over here overall. The stock on the day, not on the day, on the basket for the tech basket, which actually ran up to the all-time highs. Only a couple pennies away from all-time highs. So that stock clearly very, very strong on the day, and if that stock pulled back to pre-market lows with this market pulling back to pre-market lows, if this market's bouncing, I'm going to expect Microsoft does the same. So Microsoft, a pretty easy long over here, around 346. We're long 346.17. Our stop is a back through of 346. Already 40 cents in the money on that position. So another banger on the board. Microsoft, which has been our best stock on the day, continuing to be our best stock on the day. So keep on rising up there, you beautiful stock. And then maybe you can help us turn positive over here. I'm not sure if that's possible. I didn't take enough size on this trade because I would have much rather added on the lower side. So sadly, we are making money. We are 50 cents in the profit, but I'm not sure if this will help me, turn around completely. But hey, it just keeps on helping to shave those losses away that we incurred previously on other stocks such as Nvidia and Tesla. The fact that I managed to turn Tesla from how big of a loser it was to what it is right now, ooh-wee, that short on Tesla was monstrous, boy. Monstrous.
Yeah, that was a crazy short here. Now, okay, so thanks for that, Prad. I got the constituent components up here of the NASDAQ 100, and as of today, the weight for Microsoft is about a 12.6, whereas Apple is 12.0. Right, 12.03. So a 0.6 difference right now. This difference teetering and kind of getting bigger as we kind of move along here. And I think it's weighted by market cap, right, as well. So
shouldn't Apple be higher then?
I think
because Apple's market cap is
it
more than Apple is the #1 market cap in the market.
See, I think largest weighted companies, maybe, yeah. I don't know how that is. That weighting is.
Because Microsoft's gone up so much more than Apple has over the last 6 months.
Okay. Yeah. So Sean is saying it's because Microsoft has gone up relatively a lot more versus Apple. That's why it's getting that larger weighting there. Yeah, 2.6 trillion on Microsoft.
Apple's is 299.
Yeah, 299 on Apple. So pretty much about the same there, roughly But yeah, so look here, ES is different. The S&P 500 is weighted slightly differently than the NQ, because obviously the NQ focuses mainly on tech. But yeah, the ES with the ES focusing a little bit more on the S&P 500 tickers, right? So Apple here, the weighting on S&P 500 is about a 7.5, where Microsoft is 6.7 here. So yeah, that's about the weighting here. Now this is we can take a look at this weight analysis as well. I was talking to a couple guys on the floor about this earlier this week. Now take a look at the stark difference between how the ES is weighted versus how the NQ is weighted, right? The top 20 tickers on the S&P 500 make up about was it the top four? Top four, right there. So the top 20 companies on the S&P 500 only make up for 40.4 of the weighting, right? Which is not bad. That's pretty decent, right? The top companies make up for about less than half, so 40%. Now take a look at the NASDAQ weight analysis, right? The top 20 companies, right here, make up for 71.4% of the futures.
Sounds
right?
fair to me.
So it is very heavily, very heavily based on the top 20, and even forget about the top 20. Literally, the top 5 making 43% of it. Right. So the top 5 names literally move the NQ, and now we've seen kind of that disconnect happen earlier this week, where when tech was selling off, the rest of the market was pushing up, and you had a strong disconnect between both the futures of the NQ and ES there. So a little bit of a look there on the components of the market.
Thank you, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Appreciate that outlook on the weightages of the market. Microsoft actually pulling back down to our average price. So looks like market wants to pull back. QQQ at least wants to pull back. SPY not really showing us too much of a pullback. Not gonna let this pullback over here shake me out of my trade. We're gonna hold it to our plan, stick to the plan, trade the plan. Multiple times have we been guilty of making a plan and not trading the plan, right, Obi?
Oh yeah.
So multiple times have we been guilty of that. So we'll try to trade the plan over here and stick to that plan that we created not too long ago. Give it that risk of that pre-market lows, which is around not 340. That's not the low a day. That's the dark pool low a day. So if we were able to zoom out, come on, make this chart bigger for me. Come on, broski. Why are these charts like these? Why are you like this? Connect MSFT pre-market low happens to be around 330. We're not doing that either. We're somewhere over here. So that low around 345.63, 345 or so overall is what we're looking for. Our average price is 346. So we'll keep trading around these levels, trying to see if we can catch that bottom on Microsoft. Previously, we were talking about the Activision getting deleted off the NASDAQ index today, but I want to talk about TTD, which is Trade Desk. Trade Desk getting added to that index with the Activision getting deleted. So that's why you usually see, you see stocks that are getting added to an index going up that day, and stocks that are getting deleted from an index going down that day. But today, Activision is still green because obviously the FTC ruling getting thrown out by the court, saying they don't care about what you think. It doesn't matter what your name is. We're gonna continue letting this deal go through, and hopefully more deals in the future, like Apple and Disney, if Apple is interested in that. NASDAQ trying to pull back down here to lower days after creating a nice little pop, and that's why you're watching some of these tech basket positions such as Microsoft, Amazon, Nvidia, Google, Tesla, Apple, all of them pull down a little bit. But S&P 500 holding beautifully in the higher end of the range after making the pop. After making that pop in a little bit of a higher end of the range instead of hanging out in the bottoms near 45.40. So maybe there is somewhat of a bounce over here to look for. You just got to keep, stick to the plan. Make a plan, stick to the plan. It's as easy as it is, right? People always talk about how trading's not easy. Trading's hard. Trading's this. Trading's that. I agree. I'm not trying to be a contrarian about that point. I agree with that point. I say that same point out very much so. But you can make it easier for yourself by having a couple things in your arsenal, such as discipline, having the discipline to stay patient, having the discipline to sit on your hands when you need to, having the discipline to learn on the off hours and so on, which Obi, I respect you a lot for. You're over here the last person to leave, even after me sometimes, right? So I respect Obi for that, putting in the hours, getting in the extra work when the market's off. How do you learn? Find a way to learn. Record your screen, whatever it is, right? Watch videos, read books, always be learning. And things like that. So you just want to keep improving. Oh, talk about improving. Right now, my PNL is doing the same thing.
Nice, nice. Well, what's working out for you there?
Microsoft longs.
Okay, nice. Yeah, Microsoft long, as I kind of add to the position here on the Amazon long, it kind of wicked below VWAP and reclaimed. What's happening here? If I just want to fix this book. Okay, yeah. So kind of a reclaim there. So let's see what it can do if we reclaim that VWAP on this market bounce that we are getting. I guess not really getting as much anymore, but we did slow down. Like I said, kind of that consolidation from that pre-market showing itself as a little bit of support here. So I do want to respect. I do want to respect the chart here. So this is kind of coming down as well, but this compression, I kind of expect this kind of to be a little bit of fugazi here, not getting too tight on to the moving average as we have stopped trending, right? So again, moving averages off the chart, especially when you're going sideways, because they can really mess you up. But yeah, VWAP definitely on watch there, as VWAP will be potentially a determining factor of whether we close green or red on the day, above or below the VWAP price here at 135.54. Saad Mahmood saying track your trades. Yeah, definitely. That's kind of what I'm doing here. Staying back, like Pratt said. Not enough hours in the day to properly go over all of these fills and watch all the tape. But we try to make an effort. Have you seen this? But what?
Have you seen this? Hold up. Where is this? Not this one. Not this one. Not this one. Hold up, I think it's this one. Not this one. Not this one. Oh, but that's a pretty good one though. The clear spoiler
let's go over. Yeah, let's go over the screen.
But
yeah.
Here, look at this, Obi, right here. Screenshotting
yeah,
my
I
gains
saw that.
instead
You
of
said
taking
that
profits.
to me. Yeah.
So if only we were taking profits instead of taking screenshots of our gains all day.
Yeah.
This floor would be killing it, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, we'll get there. It's a matter of time.
Maybe that's what I'm going to start doing. I'm going to first take profits anytime I have the urge to take a screenshot and then take screenshots.
Yeah.
I always go the other route. Let's send a screenshot of my unrealized gains, and when the time comes when the boys come and say, yo, how'd that trade end up? Yeah, don't ask me, bro. Walk away. Walk away. Walk away from me.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah, gotta put in the time, man. You gotta understand, like we talked about yesterday. Like you gotta understand. I definitely understand my place here in front of this tape. Like the other traders on the other side of this book here, definitely a lot more experienced, definitely a lot more aggressive and seasoned in the markets. As I am literally just a noob relative to what they're capable of doing. So yeah, understanding that and knowing that they have already put in the time, they have put in the efforts, and some of them still are deep into their career. So yeah, am I ever going to catch up? Who knows? But definitely got to start somewhere.
You're not trying to catch up to nobody, bro. You're on your own race.
But you get what I mean, like skill level, in terms of like skill level and skill. So that can definitely be accelerated with I guess mentorship and stuff like that. Again, mentorship from experienced traders, and as well as mentorship from the markets that we get every day here across the board. But yeah, no. What are we looking at here? Tesla pump. Yeah, Tesla, that 252 really bouncing there. 252. Sorry, 282.
Whoa, I was going to say, what?
For a second, you thought we quadrupled $40 down.
I was going to never trade again if I missed a $40 move like that. What?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But yeah, what is it? Amazon kind of coming back in here. 40s testing, 40s, 50s, so still around that VWAP area from before. This consolidation kind of still holding. We said that this was a key area. We're holding right above that key area, just on top of that 135. So let's see if we can, we are slowing down as well on the market. So let's see if we can kind of bounce here. Tesla showing us that it can bounce. We can take a look at some of the other large caps as well to show us if they're bouncing or not. A quick look at Apple. Let's take a look at the 15-minute to get a better view of some longer time frame. So yeah, a little bit of slowdown on Apple as well. Amazon, we know it's kind of slowing down-ish off of this. It's holding that area. Microsoft as well, slowing down at its pre-market levels, which we gapped up from. And let's go, what's the next one? Google. I know Google 125 was pretty key. So yeah, slow down as well. A bit of a curl on Google with that 124.80 not being able to break through yesterday. And now we use that yesterday's resistance as support. You see this wick there on the 15, and then we can start consolidating as well. And we are still consolidating above this pre-market dip. So yeah, this 125 holding on Google could be kind of directional as well. Yeah, so just watching this Amazon, trying to keep it tight. Let's see if there is any sort of fugazi as this market looks like it's potentially turning. That 282 cover, 281s, that was a great cover by Prad as Tesla comes back in for that 285 test. Like I said, this is still very well the front side as it is making higher lows on the day. No real reason to sell if you had the longs off of this 280 break because we are only making higher lows here. Not a significant pullback there.
Of course it's a good exit. It's me, duh. Amazing exit over there. What, are you kidding me? NVIDIA over here getting a nice little bounce off the lower days. I actually wanted to get long on the 463 break, but chickened out. And no money, no risk, no Rari over there for me on this trade. I don't know if NVIDIA will even go back to VWAP at this point. I mean, the trend has obviously shifted and drastically to the downside. Now only up 0.8% on NVIDIA, and the market is trying to go up, so we do have a long on board. Maybe I should just manage that one long. I'm not sure if you guys are looking at anything. I actually closed the chat earlier because the chat was trolling me about my Tesla position, so I don't want to tilt reading the chat messages, so I just closed the chat. Let me open the chat up right now and see what you guys are talking about on that position. That's the wrong channel. Oh, that's the right channel. Wrong stream. So let me open the right stream over here. Open up the chat one more time. Pop out that one. Pop, 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 pop. Put this one over here. Go on the screen. Okay, screw you. We'll just do this. Keyboard warrior. Keyboard warrior. Okay, now NVIDIA is trying to march back up, and I want to look for longs. I just don't know where. And how big of a move can we even expect out of it? We are seeing a little bit of a barrier near 465 now on NVIDIA. AMD, where is AMD? I don't have AMD. Sorry?
So that's a strong wick on Amazon back into VWAP. Sorry, I didn't mean
like
to cut you off.
I do like that wick. It also matches with the wick previously on the chart over there.
We expected that liquidity to be there. I got long when we slowed down in the 30s.
You should have had a stink bid on that on the low of the wick.
Oh, you got it? I got it. I didn't have a stink bid, but I saw it slow down. I was like, that's exactly where I want it, so I got it. And
Let's
the bidding
go.
comes
Nice.
right
Good
back
catch.
in. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. That's a pretty good catch. I like it. You notice show people your chart. Show people your other chart.
Which one? This one here?
Your trading view chart where you identified the level.
So right there. So you see this level here. We saw that in the morning. Respect from both sides, right? This 155.30s area kind of coming back in. So yeah, let's see if there's continuation off of this area. That wick was pretty strong on the on the 5 minute. So let's see if there's follow through here with the market bouncing as well, right? So there's a lot of confluence going on here. Amazon, sorry, not Amazon. But Tesla coming back into that 284, that 285 high, potential retest there. Amazon looking good above this VWAP here. I like it.
Someone in the chat said, I guess this is regarding all of the comments that you were giving for the weightage of the stocks in the market. This guy said, my wife and I weigh 500 pounds, but she makes up 78% of it.
Damn. Somebody's sleeping in the doghouse tonight.
You already said that guy's for sure sleeping on the couch in the doghouse, whatever it is. The chat's too hilarious. Internet never loses. Internet never loses. There's this other meme
Stay winning, Internet.
Internet does stay winning. There's other meme of Toto Wolff, which is a Mercedes team principal. Him running in the paddock area. And it's basically saying that he's running to go get the engine from McLaren that they gave him because McLaren's doing better than him. I know you're not a car guy or a racing Formula One guy, so you probably don't.
I like drifting. I'm a little bit more, but like I don't watch.
Are you DK?
No. I wish. No.
Obi's DK as Scarborough boys. We know that already.
You know, you already know who the real DK is.
Who's
right?
that?
Keiichi Tsuchiya.
Like from the movie?
No. He's the actual Drift King. Like he's the guy who's won the races. He's the guy who actually has a title of Drift King in the drift world. But yeah, no, that guy definitely a strong skill set when it comes to pushing the sideways in the corners. One of the fastest ways to make your turns. I don't know.
back on AMD.
Maybe I know some sprint racing and like track racing fans might have something else to say about that. But yeah, no, drifting is the fastest way around the turn. Just my opinion.
Karn saying that dude is bad ASS.
What is he saying?
That dude is bad AF.
Yeah.
Matt Carnes is saying that.
Yeah, dude. That guy's got some skills. You should see his four-wheel drift with the Nissan Skyline. So Nissan Skyline four-wheel drive, and it's much harder to drift a four-wheel drive car. This guy makes it slide like butter, like butter. Like the vehicle is an extension of himself. That's how you know. That's how you know. Like a player is like so freaking good. You know,
people in the chat talking about Bitcoin. Let's go take a look at that. What is Bitcoin doing? Is it popping up? Ooh, Bitcoin dropping back down over here. Not holding yesterday's gains above 31,000. So 31,000 not holding on Bitcoin. Most likely could see a little bit of a down move on Coinbase over here after seeing Bitcoin. Coinbase is now red on the day. Can you believe that?
Is it?
Coinbase is now red on.
It started off doing a push, and then it did the green to red much earlier than the rest of the market, right?
This stock, bro. This stock is so wild. That 111 area, I don't know if Max was watching it. I'm joking. I know Max was watching it. He was looking at it. That jump up to $3, 113 from 111, like that. It was in a flash of a second, and I'm just like sitting there, how can I even get into this trade at the moment, especially from what happened yesterday to me on this position. Nope, no shot I'm getting into that position today. And probably a bad call because the stock absolutely ripped up. People in the chat saying short AMD, long Amazon at Prad. I'm actually looking for a long on Amazon, my friend. I'm not looking, AMD. I'm not looking for a short on AMD at all. Once AMD clears this consolidation area near 117.30, which is coming in right now, you know, the semiconductor sector is pushing back up. The markets are pushing back up. So right here, I'm actually going to push that long. If we see rejection of this 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart, I'm going to exit stage left off that trade. But if we do break that 50-period EMA on the 1-minute chart here, I could think about adding more to that position, have a run up to 118, get a quick little 50-cent move on it, and have some good little fun on it. You know, I'm not risking too much. My average is 117.32, and my stop is it's getting back into this range over here. So. Oh, I thought they were talking to me. And my stop is basically getting back into this range, 117.2, maybe 117.35 or something like that. So it's not too much of a risk, right? Somewhere back in this range, I'm getting stopped out. If it keeps continuing to the upside, takes out the 50-period EMA on the 1-minute, if the market keeps going up the way it is, if semiconductor ETF keeps going up the way it is, I'm looking for, you know, a nice little long on AMD. I'm looking to be the drift king on AMD, catching that drift back to VWAP over here. If that is a possible trade for us to be part of. Nice little move already to be in on AMD, 10 cents in the money. NVIDIA not really making that move we're looking for, but the same setup kind of showing up over here. A 434 break maybe even wait for that 464 break maybe even wait for that 465 break to the north side to really get into that trade if you're interested in it. A little bit of a patience is for sure warranted. AMD just had a cleaner range to take the breakout on. Where am I typing AMD? Hello? AMD had a cleaner break of range to take the breakout in. So if that breakout continues to give us some oomph behind it, nice little move up top. And Microsoft now 50 cents in the money. AMD 10 cents out of the money. But like I said, we want the confirmation of its trading stuck in this range again and failing with the market confirming that we're no longer continuing our path towards VWAP. But that's not what I'm seeing on the market. Okay. SPCE actually showed, NASDAQ's actually showing me a red candle on the 5-minute over here. So that's why my voice kind of panicked over this. Like, oh, right as I said, I don't see any weakness in the market. The market started showing me a red candle. So it's almost like the market will give you what you want. There goes AMD right back into this range. And now we're waiting to see if it wants to hold in this range or continue drop. And the answer is most likely drop. There goes AMD right back to the downside. That range break was nice though. It would have been nice to have that 50-period EMA also breaking. We're currently 23 cents out of the money with the size I have. I'm not losing anything on it. Do we add here? Nah, I'm not going to add. I'm not going to add. With the size that I have, I'm not losing anything. I could just let it wiggle around a little bit over here, keep watching the tape. If anything big indicating to the downside shows up, then I can punch myself out of it. We're going to let the stock respect the range that it's been created and see if we can hold up over here. S&P 500, though, showing rejection lines. Don't reject market. Go back up to VWAP, please. Punch and pray, right? Punch and pray. That's
Is that
the number
the best
one
strategy?
setup out there.
Best strategy.
Number one setup.
Number one, 100% profitable
Back-tested.
every time, about 50% of the time.
About 1% of the time, but 100% of the time.
Oh, okay, okay. Those are some stats.
But if you apply proper risk management for 100% of the time, the 1% of the time you do win, it makes up for the 99% of the time you don't win.
Is that how it works?
Punch and pray.
Okay, all right. You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Punch and pray, one of the top strategies according to Brad. But yeah, no. Maybe have some confluence as well on the with the prayers. What's that?
Obviously joking.
Yeah, of course. Obviously joking. If you guys didn't catch the sarcasm there, but yeah.
Buy Bitcoin, says chat. I saw Bitcoin move earlier. It dropped to the downside. Coinbase didn't really do too much off of it. Sorry,
Yeah, I think coin's been moving as well today, right? Yeah. Still long this Amazon as it holds. Like again, I've showed this to you guys, right? So right here, holding above VWAP. So I like that look. I like this wick as well, kind of showing us that there is interest there. So if this market can kind of turn as well, give us a little bit of fuel.
Knock, knock.
But I am keeping this in mind, this larger intraday technical of like these lower highs being made. But at the same time, if you look at the bottom, these are, even though we were kind of accelerating.
Micron.
What's going on?
Micron's launching right now. Semiconductor sector is getting saved over here with a big spike in Micron. Not sure what the catalyst is. I can't tell you right off the bat. Brendo's actually busy too.
Whoa.
So yeah, Micron with a big spike, Poppy. I thought I had it on my chart. I'm sorry, I don't have it on my chart. Here we go. Let me pull it up. Micron with a nasty spike, taking our AMD position right back into the money. Let's go. Send it. 65 breakout. I think 64 was the level.
Look at that.
What?
It just snapped.
No, 64 was the level that I remember trading a Micron on the breakout side. So now we're actually ripping over here for some reason. Whatever is happening on Micron, we need to know. Some huge catalyst, something to do with China maybe. Micron up 2 screams. Anything going on in the chat? If anyone finds out if the catalyst for it, please do let us know.
Is this going to pick an NVIDIA up?
Most likely. I mean, my AMD is taking off right now thanks to this move over here. Semiconductor ETF, which was getting hurt and looked scary for a second, is also now moving back up north. AMD now 20 cents in the money. Microsoft still not doing anything, but Micron is where all the name of the party is. Let's go, Micron. Do we see 70 today? I don't know. I'm just throwing out numbers at this point. 64 was the level that I remember taking the breakout on this position, and then sadly the stock came back below 64, and now we're watching, was it 64 or 66? No, it was 64. Now we're watching 66 coming into play maybe. Monster move. It will be idiotic to not take some size out on AMD after getting that pump up over here. But I did say I wanted to take more size, actually. I said I wanted to take more size on the, but I'm not going to trade off the 1 minute chart. Screw that. So I am going to take some profits over here. 20 cents in the money on AMD. They didn't even give me size out. They just immediately flushed down over here because Micron's flushing. That makes sense. Because Micron's flushing, immediately flushing over here on AMD. I'm going to leave my order hanging out at 117.54. See if they can give me some profits. We're going to also take some profits out on Microsoft. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Microsoft, I'm going to take some profits over here and then leave some size to see what happens with that one. Obi?
Yeah, I'm just I'm watching to see if there's any kind of confluence here with that bids picking up. On Amazon and NVIDIA and some of these other names like Microsoft, as you mentioned. But yeah, that MU move kind of pulling back off of that 65 push. Did we figure out what the catalyst was there? If you guys want to throw it in the chat as well, I don't know. I haven't checked my Twitter or anything either. So it could be something interesting. We know that this ticker also has a little bit of a short float, Micron, and then it's like kind of building up into it, right? So yeah, potential move there, potential turn. Like, this all happens right where we were talking about this consolidation in the pre-market across the board, holding up, and a potential bounce off of those areas there. Now, I still have Tesla as well. Tesla making a lower high off that 285, making a 284 low. So yeah, let's see if this kind of takes direction off that 285, right? Like I said, that was the next kind of stop on the train off of 280. So the 285 kind of sold off, and now we're selling off of 284. So let's see if we kind of continue above or below that 284. Could give direction to shorts on Tesla today, because you can use that 285 as like an ultimate risk, shorting off that 284. About a point for a potential test back down into the 280s. Like you're risking about a 1 point for about 3 to 4 points.
Anything
there.
on Micron, Brendo?
Yeah, what's going on there? I think all I see is like an article from 4 hours ago saying that like, oh, Intel versus Micron, which is a better chip to buy, but nothing other than that.
Who said that?
I don't know. Some
Intel's
article.
a better chip?
No. It's an article title asking which is a better chip to buy. Yeah.
If they said Intel's a better chip, they got a big bag for saying that for sure.
I mean,
How big of a bag
Intel's
they
an
get
underdog.
paid?
Intel's an underdog for sure.
Intel's an underdog, bro?
Oh yeah.
The world runs on Intel.
Yeah. No, in terms of where it's at, where
in
it's
terms of where
priced,
it's at, fair, I'll
right?
give you that.
In terms of where it's at,
Yeah.
like it doesn't have, it's not doing what Nvidia is doing. It's not doing what
Amazon jumped,
Microsoft doing.
apparently?
Yeah, Amazon did jump. I'm watching that closely. Like again, right where you kind of that's some interesting volume as well, right? But yeah, I drew a couple more lines here on the chart just to define some levels for myself. But yeah, so you're seeing that. We saw a little bit of that. Now we're seeing a VWAP hold right above a key area of support, of resistance turn support as the market kind of turns. So a little bit of technicals there. Now Micron also blasting. I don't have a trade on this yet, but that's because I don't know what the news behind that move is. So let's see what it could potentially be. It could probably just be a quick squeeze as well. We can take a look at what the short float on MU is.
Bro, Micron doesn't have a high short.
Micron does not have a high short float, says Prad, and he is 100% right, as the short interest is only about 18.7 million shares out of 1 billion shares. So you're just under 2% on that short float. So definitely a catalyst-driven move here now. But yeah, let's see. I don't know what the news coming in on this, saying Intel equals CIA. That's funny. Yeah.
Intel equals CIA. I like that.
Right.
Facebook Metaverse equals FBI, though. Let's be real. They had a pipeline directly into the Facebook channels over there and into WhatsApp channels. So welcome to Technology 101, guys. Couple super chats over here that I have to address. $5 super chat from Nick W. Not sure if you saw this one in the morning. Obi, can you look at FSM? I like it for a move to $4. Silver play, which is rallying nicely. You can take a look at that one maybe later. $5 super chat from Nick W. Once again, FSM, if you maybe want to write that down over here.
Sure, yeah.
FSM. Joseph Morgan coming in with the brand new membership. Bada bing, bada boom. 1 year with this lovely group of Chads. I love it, baby. Welcome back to the party for one straight year. We love seeing you out here, Joseph. And everyone who's new, you can support us by becoming a member, as Joseph did earlier today. By becoming a member, you don't really... not too many extra perks there, but you support the Trader TV Live family, and you get like a green little name with your stuff. As you see, anyone in the chat who has a green name, and you have extra little emotes to use. So some perks, but maybe in the future there'll be other incentives for you guys to do that. But for now, we would appreciate for all the members out there who have done it without any perks behind it. 007 Kyle. Maybe the next James Bond, Obi. Hey guys, any thoughts on Disney with the news of them selling TV rights? Would it be a good time to jump in? I mean, yeah, it might be a good time to jump into Disney and so on. But, I'm actually even thinking about buying Disney on my own long-term account over here at some time. At some point. Today, though, the short on Disney at 90 was the trade. I had it, but it stopped me out and then went to the lower side. My overall, fight with Disney right now is, you guys heard about the strike happening in Hollywood? What's that going to do with all the content?
Right.
The strike happening
I'm
in
not too
Hollywood.
aware of the
What's
strike,
that going to do with all the content? Where is Disney going to come out with content now? Where is Apple TV and all these other movie networks? Warner Brother Digital most likely are short off of that catalyst. Disney most likely are short off of that catalyst.
Netflix has the highest percentage of
international content.
Netflix, I think.
So Netflix has a higher percentage of international content. So Sean's saying I think Netflix will be fine. I have to agree with that. I mean, Netflix is worldwide, dude. It's insane. Yeah, Netflix is worldwide. When I was actually getting this hair from this Korean lady, she told me to watch this Korean show. I forget what the name was. It was apparently on Netflix. Bear or something. I forget. I'm gonna go find this TV show and watch it. The Korean show apparently on Netflix. But yeah, Netflix, we do like that one. Coming back to super chats over here, Trader Prad, you can change the filter on the fan funding to see all the super chat at once. You can filter fan funding. Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Bird vs. Bull.
Nice.
We did not know this was a thing for so long until now. So we can actually see all the super chats right here. Bang, 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 bang. And yeah, we pretty much hit all of them. Thank you for becoming a member. That's actually pretty cool. Smart. Thank you, Bears vs. Bull. That's why you're the #1 moderator on the YouTube world. Put ones in the chat to show Bears vs. Bull how much he means to you. Throw ones in the chat. Put them ones up. He's drinking water. Okay. I was wondering why it was so quiet. My bad.
I
No.
didn't see
He's
that.
drinking water.
You're fine. I put it away. Yeah, that Amazon kind
You
of
can
holding
drink water.
as well.
You can drink water, bro. You're good.
Okay, yeah,
Go
sure.
enjoy
I'll
your water.
I'll
Pani
take a sip.
pani
Here,
pila.
look,
Pani pila.
look at the beautiful beautiful cups we have here.
Is that Raj saying oh shit? Is that Raj saying
Raj
oh
laughing
shit?
in the background.
Raj can't believe that I just bust out a little bit of Punjabi because I'm like Hindi, Telugu. I don't really speak Punjabi. So anytime I do speak Punjabi, especially when I'm drunk, Raj goes, Prash, shut up. Prash, shut up. Stop speaking in Punjabi.
Especially when you're drunk?
Especially when I'm drunk.
Okay.
Because
but like a little bit all the time.
What?
What?
No, when I'm drunk, he tells me to
okay.
not talk in
I'm just
Punjabi
messing
because my
with you.
Punjabi sucks when I'm intoxicated. It's absolutely atrocious. But when I'm not intoxicated, I can actually formulate some sentences in Punjabi. And what I just said to buddy over here, Pani Pila, means that drink water.
Yeah,
drink water. Enjoy your agua, your H2O, my friend.
Yes, sir. Look at this thing go. Amazon pushing up off of VWAP, nice and strong. You see the strength. You saw the wick. Look at this volume, potential capitulation, right? Where you're like you sell off, you pop and sell off, but you can't really break below VWAP. And then the next candle VWAP holds again. This is a 5-minute chart on Amazon there. So looking pretty decent. Now let's see if we can kind of step up onto the next resistance here, 136. We saw this is a resistance as well. But again, bigger picture, we are uptrending on the day, right? We held 128, we held 133, and then now we're pushing up and above some of those level holds. And today we seem to be holding this 135 area. So a little bit of a step up on that price hold, looking decent for the longer term swings on Amazon here. Now, for our intraday action, let's see if we can kind of push back up into that 136 as this VWAP holds, or will VWAP continue to stay weak? Who knows? But yeah, this market kind of turning in as well. We saw that bounce off of this area. So I don't know how much is left on some of these 15-minute candles. I think there's about 9 minutes left here on these 15 minutes candles left to print. So we still got about 2/3 of the candle to print in terms of time. And I think we were going to talk about FSM. Prad wrote it down. I think that was a super chat there. Sure, we can talk about FSM. Fortuna Silver Mines here. So yeah, Fortuna Silver Mines looking like, what do these guys do? They're miner non-energy precious metals, engages in the exploration and extraction process of precious and base metals in Latin America. Okay, cool, nice. So they are a miner, and let's see. We can work down from the higher time frame. Am I a miner?
Or a major?
Oh, I mean, I thought you meant like, do I like mine crypto? No. I am not. I don't mine crypto. I guess anymore. But
You
yeah.
used to?
Yeah, I had a couple of setups, but like things become not so profitable, right? So
yeah, especially in Canada with electricity costs and internet costs and everything.
It's like if you still want to run your setup just for the coin, and you're willing to kind of spend your money on it for potential future gains on the coin. Yeah, sure, you're taking a loss mining some of those coins. But I think we did turn a little bit profitable as of a few months ago when Bitcoin kind of reclaimed that, and Ethereum as well. But again, correct me if I'm wrong. I haven't been in the game in a while. So yeah, no, definitely. I remember that whole debacle with here's some selling a little bit. But you know what? I'm gonna hold fast. I got a little bit of conviction on this move here. So let's see if the markets can really kind of push back and continue on this move. Maybe a bit of a reversion. We know that the volatility is in store with that large tech rebalance, and we know we've seen some strong moves in the past couple of days. Really, this week here across the board. Now, what's happening here? Verizon. Okay, what else are we looking at here? Disney long saying Robert. Yeah, we can take a look at Disney here. Let me pull that up. Yeah, no, that Fortuna Silver looking like it's kind of sideways for the past couple of years. Nothing too crazy here, unless you have some news that they I guess they found overproduction. Okay, cool. Yeah, not too crazy of a mover, but yeah, good luck on that trade for whoever it is. It is liquid, so it is not too crazy of a ticker. Per se, but yeah, we can check out Disney as well. We know, like Brad said, some issues going on in Hollywood. Does that mean we take the short on Disney, as some of the actors and I think writers as well going on strike? But yeah, longer time frame analysis here. We are pretty much just sideways, right? Since for the past couple of weeks, we are pretty much just sideways. We can take a look at the daily. Here, downtrend, very strong downtrend as well, coming off this 200 area on Disney. We are testing these March lows, these COVID lows on Disney, which is very interesting, as a lot of other tickers are testing their highs.
I'm actually buying Disney in the long term around this area for
that
reason.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea.
I talked about
here.
that in
this
the
is a
4 o'clock
strong
stream
dip.
yesterday.
Okay, yeah, I think this is a very strong dip. We saw buyers show up. So I think if you can accumulate down here in the 80s, kind of risking that 80 area, this dip here. Again, all the data is on the chart, right? All the data that you need is on the chart as to where you kind of where you've seen buyers before, and maybe where you can potentially expect them with a certain degree of probability coming up as that price kind of falls into that area. On Disney. But yeah, decent look there. Potential scoop up, says Prad, on the long term.
Oh, I can do it on the Canadian ADR side.
It is selling off on the intraday, right? Strong selling off. We know that 90 area has been key. Yesterday kind of consolidates in and around that 90.50, and then strong Kwadung right off of that 91 reject out the open, straight flush. You could have straight shorted the opening print on this name, and been laughing straight to the bank here on a continuation from yesterday's high, right? Failure to follow through of this high on a pre-market push, and you can get short for a potential reclaim of this move here, and we got that plus a little bit more there on Disney.
Yeah, I was gonna buy Disney on the NEO market, which is the Canadian ADR hedge side. So this one is not that liquid, and nor do I like the way the chart looks over here. I mean, it's an all-time low, whatever. It does make the chart look a little bit better than the actual Disney, I guess, because actual Disney is not at all-time lows. This is the actual Disney chart. There you go. It looks pretty much like Disney, actually, except since when did this one IPO? DIS on the NEO market. Yeah, okay, it makes sense actually. Since when it IPO'd, it actually tracks Disney pretty fairly accurately. So I think I can buy this on the Canadian market, and it should reflect exactly how Disney moves on the American market, and that way I don't have to worry about the conversion fees and so on. So here's something to think about for my Canadian fans out here in the market. Anyone wondering, people saying Tesla crashed hard, the car or the stock?
The stock,
because
everything's kind of coming in now. I got stopped out of my Amazon as well.
Yeah, market's getting rejected by VWAP. Guys, like I said, I can't expect the market to get back above VWAP anytime soon. Maybe after 3 o'clock, you know, this power hour, not so sour hour might come kicking in and taking these markets back to the north side. But right now, as you guys see, I can't even manage to make AMD go up. Microsoft's struggling around these areas, so no point in me battling those trades. I've jumped out of all of them. We fought our way. We've been on a roller coaster, sometimes on the drop zone, sometimes on the behemoth. Those are the names of the Wonderland rides over here. Wonderland is the theme park that we have in Toronto. So you know, been on all the roller coasters today. I had a great time. And I can't wait to see what the rest of the day brings for me. We have about 2-3 minutes left over here, so quickly giving you a wrap up, I guess, of what my weekend entails, and I'm sure the chat doesn't care at all. But would like to know what your weekend entails too, OB. My weekend's going to be a lot of New World.
True.
Right? A lot of New World.
What level are you in New World?
I mean, like, I've already hit max level when the game first came out, right? When the game first came out. But I need to level up my a bunch of my skill levels. Right. I went full dummy mode and leveled up one of my skill level that I don't even need. Wasted 20 grand in-game currency. That basically took me about a month of grinding.
Why did you did that?
Because I did no research. I thought I was the smartest person ever. I went in, just leveled up the skill, and the next thing I know, that's not the skill I needed. So I'm going to have to fix that, go grind the crap out of it, get another level up. A couple other things I'll be doing, obviously, UFC, interested in UFC. No Formula 1 this weekend, I believe, so that's a little sad. No Formula 1 this weekend. No race weekends are always boring weekends for me because Sunday it's like, what am I doing? I look like John Travolta. It's like, what am I looking to do? There's nothing there, right? that emoji from Pulp Fiction movie. It's
you have
like,
nothing else.
Nothing to do.
Yeah. I know the
And
feeling.
then gardening because my mom and dad are not at home, but they did leave me with some homework. And also you guys are coming over in a week or two.
Yes.
Right? So I have to clean up the garden. The garden's a mess, absolute mess. So that's what my weekend entails. What is your weekend coming up for this one?
Nice. Yeah, I got a little bit of gardening to do as well. A bit of mowing the lawn and kind of setting the backyard in order as well. But yeah, no, I have family over from Chicago, so we're gonna be spending some time with them. Yeah.
You need a metal detector.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I got family over from Chicago, so probably going to be spending some family time. Maybe I was thinking about fishing this weekend as well, but I don't know. I gotta review some things from the week. Kind of spend some time watching some significant tape. As you know, we had some crazy moves this week, so I gotta go in, look at some of the turns, look at some of the reserves, some of the level breaks, and see what I can take out of those. So crazy week. Kind of excited.
Sturgeons.
Sturgeons? No. Maybe. I guess the place that we went to, just mainly like a lot of catfish, a lot of whitefish, maybe some pike if you're lucky, and the occasional largemouth bass.
Do you release them back?
Sometimes. If it's nice, if it's a good catch, like I'll definitely keep it. But the place we go to, a lot of the fish are just straight up.
Do you have like anything like taxidermized and on a wall or anything? No. Okay, because that would be sick.
I mean, we do have deer skins.
Deer skins?
Yeah, we got some deer skins from past hunting trips, but yeah.
Do you? I don't know. I see fish on like a plaque all the time. I don't know if it's taxidermized or not. I'm just throwing out words over here, trying to make a conversation, Ramin. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Look at what happened. I got stopped out of the Amazon, and then it fails to follow through. Got back in long right there where that key level is. So another confirmation of this level supporting here. Now I know our time is up here. So we will be signing off, passing it on to the big dogs over there to our right, Sean and Max. Take it easy. Have a good one. Take care.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Almost said Thursday there. Wow. We are still trying to hold on to positive territory here across the board. Green, for the most part, we've given back pretty much everything right back to where we started in the